This is a 1970s gangland murder, Sydney style.
Go, get in the boat. You're stuffed. Will you swim with the fishes?
Too much blood on the streets embarrasses the corrupt politicians and police who are paid to protect the city's crime kings.
Get up, get up, get up! No! Get up, your family!
And so now, if you challenge the Mr. Biggs of Sydney, instead of being killed in a violent public hit, you simply disappear.
Australia's most notorious criminal families. Generation after generation. Crime Investigation Australia. Families of crime.
In the 1960s, the criminal underworld in Sydney undergoes a change and it becomes more structured, more efficient and more lethal.
In the vice trade, out went the laneway prostitutes and in came massage parlours and, fully established brothels.
It's the system that comes to be known as organised crime, where rackets are divided between members of a powerful cartel of extortionists, as opposed to the smaller, independent operators. One of the pioneers of Sydney's new organised crime is Lenny McPherson, a tough petty thief prone to fits of uncontrollable rage.
Lenny was one of the biggest and most powerful criminals in Australia, there's no doubt about that. He had a very heavy reputation and he carried it through.
From an early age he was interested in explosives, he was a criminal, he was a thief, he was a rapist.
He had visions of becoming an Al Capone from the time he was very young. He was capable of anything, absolutely ruthless, there's no hesitation.
Leonard Arthur McPherson. He begins life in the inner Sydney suburb of Balmain, and he spends much of his teenage years in a juvenile detention centre.
In his very early days, in the 1940s, he's in his 20s, he got a job at the Balmain Mort's dock, and that was to avoid going into military service. Apart from the job at Mort's dock, he never took a job, never took a serious job. He set out to be a criminal and he had great success at that.
At 30, Lenny McPherson goes on a crime study tour of the United States to learn more about how organised crime syndicates work in America. Back in Sydney, after his US trip, McPherson is arrested during a major burglary in the city centre and returned to prison. While inside, he meets a small-time thief named George Freeman. George Freeman also comes from inner Western Sydney. Like McPherson, he's a minor crook who passes through juvenile detention before ending up in prison.
Where was I to learn anything? Would they learn to be gossip boys how to chop trees down, or scrub floors, or things like that?
If you look at Freeman's criminal record, in those early years, probably up to about mid-1960s, somewhere around that period, he was charged about 35 times with a whole variety of criminal offences.
Once out of prison, Freeman begins a slow takeover of small SP bookmakers right across Sydney. Before the TAB, these illegal starting price bookmakers take a fortune in bets from those who don't go to the races.
He was much better at handling money. He was very good at figures. That's one of the few things he got from school. He did learn to read and do mathematics, so he could work out odds on horse races and things.
Out went the friendly Freds running the SPs in the local hotels and often suburban or country homes, and in came syndicated SP bookmaking.
McPherson saw in Freeman the ability to really get control of the SP bookie business. So I see Lenny as the manipulative boss, the one who did the deals with the cops.
One of their henchmen is a childhood friend of Freeman's, a tough enforcer named Stan the Man Smith. As well as milking the SP operators, McPherson and his henchmen provide debt collection services. He also operates protection rackets on backstreet abortion and illegal prostitution.
All sorts of protection rackets. Whatever there was a quid in, and Lenny could see it, he'd go along and offer protection, and it was usually a good idea to accept it.
McPherson and Freeman have no respect for the usual criminal code of silence and happily dob in SP bookmakers, bank robbers and other criminals who question their authority.
Lenny discovered early in the piece that the way to the greatest freedom of his enterprise, if I could put it that way, was to be a fizgeek, and this is to rat on criminals and their activities to the police.
His main contact is a senior detective named Ray Kelly.
Well, it was a two-way affair. They used and exploited Lenny so he could inform them on what was happening in the underworld and to do some things that they might have wanted done in the underworld. And he in turn made use of them by having them protect him and his businesses.
Yes.
Information was the currency of police, so that if a particular cop wanted an informant to keep him provided with information, he would say to someone else, look, leave him alone, he's a police informant, he's very important to us.
Rather than go and shoot the opposition, Lenny's philosophy was he'd rather get him arrested and put in jail, and that's what he did.
McPherson's association with police detective Ray Kelly produces useful underworld intelligence, but it also undermines public confidence in the police and the New South Wales justice system. Lenny McPherson's underworld status is further enhanced when he uses his police connections to beat a murder charge. The victim is a rival criminal named George Hackett, who's lured into an ambush in an inner-city laneway. McPherson and a henchman are waiting in the shadows with their pistols drawn. Hackett is shot dead. McPherson is charged with murder, but Ray Kelly releases him and gives him the names of the witnesses. The case collapses when McPherson persuades the witnesses to withdraw their testimony.
Lenny was very imposing. He had a very sort of tough voice, you knew. Anyone who spoke to Lenny, or if he spoke to you, you knew he was powerful. There's no risk about it, and he just had presence.
Lenny McPherson is just as violent at home as he is on the streets. For years, his wife Dawn has endured his frequent sadistic attacks until finally he goes too far.
And he went screaming after her into the kitchen and picked up the pot of peas and pulled his gun out and emptied the gun through the bottom of the saucepan. Hot peas and hot lead ricocheted around the kitchen. She understandably started screaming, and he still had the gun in his hand and he started hitting her, and then his pistol ripped her.
Dawn is about to lay civil charges for attempted murder when she's visited by Detective Ray Kelly.
Ray Kelly intervened on McPherson's behalf, and a settlement of a significant amount of money, I don't know how much, and Dawn went away and remarried and left that awful life behind her.
McPherson records a weekly underworld news report for police using an old tape recorder.
A low-life crim that I know was once in Lenny's house. He was doing the recording, and the guy saw the take-up reel going round and round. 2 weeks later, he's in Ray Kelly's office, and he said, I've seen that tape reel before. And Kelly just said, yeah, that's McPherson's monthly report on all you bastards.
The tight links between McPherson and senior detectives undermines the public's trust in the entire New South Wales police force and the justice system. Witnesses to crimes refuse to come forward, fearing they'll be betrayed to criminals. And those in the underworld who dare to challenge the authority of McPherson and Freeman find their punishment is swift and lethal. By the 1960s, Sydney crime kings Lenny McPherson and George Freeman are making a fortune extorting payments from illegal SP gambling operators.
Oh, well, the turnover.
McPherson is also using his police connections to control the abortion and prostitution rackets. His main muscle man is the violent thug Stan the Man Smith.
You know, of all the crime leaders, or gangsters you might call them, who ruled Sydney in the 1960s and especially into the 70s and the 80s, Stan Smith would have to go down in history as probably the most feared of all. Personally, he's probably responsible for about 11 murders and remained dominant until his death in more recent times.
In 1963, a violent young criminal named Robert Pretty Boy Walker stands up to Smith and shoots him in the leg. A few weeks later, Smith and McPherson stage a very public revenge. It's carried out on the day of McPherson's wedding to his second wife, Marlene Gilligan. McPherson suddenly excuses himself from his wedding reception, and he and Smith drive in a stolen car to the eastern suburb of Randwick.
Where is this little prick? Oh, you'll show.
You not at a wedding?
Oh, no. You'll show. There's someone.
Is it him?
Yeah, it's him.
McPherson and Smith watch as Pretty Boy Walker walks up the street.
It was the first time a submachine gun had been used in a gangland killing. 9mm bullets, boom, 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 and Pretty Boy Walker's dead. Now, what we do know is that Stan the Man Smith was driving the car, and Lenny McPherson was going boom, boom, boom with a submachine gun.
Come on, Len, let's go, mate.
The assassins speed away, and McPherson is soon back at his wedding.
Nice.
Didn't see that coming.
Goes out and kills the man, then comes back to the wedding reception as though nothing had happened. I mean, it's very bizarre. And of course, what a perfect alibi for a murder. Sorry, I was getting married. Ray Kelly took over the investigation of that, and McPherson was never asked a question. Not officially or documented, never asked a question.
That was the same time as which Freeman then really started in earnest in organising the SP rackets and race rigging, which used to run for more than a decade.
Soon after he's cleared in the Pretty Boy inquest, Lenny McPherson kills again. A rival standover man is hit by 10 bullets. Detective Kelly investigates, and no charges are laid. While McPherson benefits from his underworld reputation of having police in his pocket, he deals ruthlessly with anyone who accuses him of being a police informer. When the satirical magazine Oz names him as a fizzgig, which means a snitch, McPherson pays a sinister visit to express his displeasure. When a criminal named Jackie Steele circulates the Oz article around the underworld, McPherson kills him. Shotguns, rifles and pistols are used to blast Steele full of 50 pellets and bullets. And as usual, there are no witnesses and no one's charged. McPherson repays his protector Ray Kelly by leading the detective to an elusive Melbourne jail escapee and murderer, Ronald Ryan, who's hiding in Sydney. Kelly's arrest of Ryan makes headlines, and the old detective retires a hero.
Thy will be done.
Ryan is immortalised as the last person to be hanged in Australia. Sydney is now entering a black era of brazen official corruption, nourished by millions of dollars from the new illegal casino industry. McPherson moves in for his cut. After the election of the Askin state government in 1965, these illegal casinos become a river of gold for politicians and police.
No more bets.
Premier Askin, later Sir Robert Askin, has been a gambler all his life, even operating as a small SP bookmaker in the army during World War II.
Place your bets.
He sees no harm in turning a blind eye to illegal casinos, especially as the state is already awash with multiple forms of betting.
Once McPherson, Freeman and Smith were declared to be the big three, the decision was made that we can really upgrade our casinos and make them into proper businesses where there would be protection provided.
The casino owners flaunt their wealth, mixing publicly with leaders of church and state. They drive Rolls Royces and they race expensive thoroughbreds. The location of the casinos is openly discussed, and the media asks, if we can find them, why can't the police?
Winning number 16 red.
Yes, right.
The answer is obvious.
To survive in this sort of illegal industry and the broader gambling industry, you have to have everyone on side.
But not necessarily the politicians. See, the average politician doesn't have a lot of power if he's not the minister. I mean, you only had to own one minister, or one or two ministers, or somebody at the top to do that.
The police quietly argue that the big illegal casinos help them watch the spending of suspected criminals. And thanks to McPherson's information, detectives can also follow criminals at the smaller illegal ethnic card clubs in the suburbs.
Freeman and McPherson recruited a fellow named Frank Hakim, who was known as the Lebanese Godfather and who was connected out at Redford. And his responsibility was more about working with McPherson than Freeman.
At one stage, over 100 or more ethnic gambling places in all the suburbs of Sydney, Lenny controlled them.
McPherson's power is about to grow even greater. He will even be able to gain official access to New South Wales prisons to intimidate rival criminals in their jail cells. And he'll stage a fearless and bloody execution right in front of police in the middle of a crowded Sydney nightclub. By the mid-1960s, New South Wales is awash in corruption as criminal Lenny McPherson maintains a squalid partnership with senior police. His bloody reign as king of the Sydney underworld has been marked by at least 4 public assassinations. McPherson's influence is now so strong that, incredibly, he's permitted to make unsupervised visits to prisoners inside Sydney's biggest jails.
Heard you were making plans.
His purpose is to intimidate criminals who've been conspiring against him whilst in prison.
As far as I'm concerned, you're guilty.
Playing the part of judge and jury, McPherson holds a series of mock courtroom trials and sentences his enemies to death.
When you get out of here, you make yourself scarce. Bloody scarce.
Got it, Lenny. Got it.
One of those condemned in these bizarre kangaroo courts is the notorious criminal Ducky O'Connor.
A lot of them had delusions of grandeur, and Ducky was one of those who thought that Lenny got too powerful and we're going to take over. And Chicka Reeves was another one of those.
You know what they do to a lame horse? They put it down.
And they called Ducky in, and Lenny said, "You're charged with conspiring with Chicka Reeves to knock me." And they called witnesses. Of course, nobody's going to speak against Lenny. And they found him guilty. And so the decision was made in a jail cell that Ducky was going to die.
Ducky O'Connor is freed from jail and his death sentence is carried out at Sydney's Latin Quarter nightclub. None of the witnesses will talk, but club owner Sammy Lee tells journalist Tony Reeves exactly how Ducky died. At 3:30 in the morning, in the Latin Quarter, in May 1969, the dancing girls have finished for the night.
And O'Connor comes in, starts gun screaming and yelling, and there were two coppers there.
Pussy bastard! I'm gonna kill you! I won't go! You killed my glass! You bastard! Get off me, coppers! Get off me! You're dead, Ducky!
They got up and pushed him into the middle and sat on his hands, so he couldn't move. And McPherson pulls a gun out and crawls under the table and reaches up and goes bang.
Get off me, you bludgeon! Calm down. Stop it! Get stuck!
Shot him in the head. And of course that's not the evidence that was given to the coroner.
He was shot by Lenny at a table in the nightclub, crowded at the time, and attended by some of the society people of Sydney.
Get off me, you bludgeon!
But nobody saw anything, even though there were two police sitting on a table alongside.
Jesus, Lenny.
Significantly, Lenny got away with it, and that symbolised, in the public mind and particularly in the Underworld, viewpoint, that Lenny was somewhat untouchable.
How you doing, boys?
In 1969, Lenny McPherson begins strengthening his alliance with the American Mafia. He sends George Freeman and Stan Smith to the United States to meet with mobster Joseph Dan Tester. Tester then visits Australia.
That might tell you that some of the real top figures of the Mafia of the United States, especially from Las Vegas, but even including Chicago and California, came to Australia and they got involved with Lenny.
Now, with the help of the American Mafia, they're moving their racketeering into Sydney's giant registered clubs with their tens of thousands of poker machines.
And that involved the skimming of money, particularly the skimming of money from poker machines.
There was also a fair level of activity through the entertainment industry, the booking of mafia-controlled American acts into the poker machine clubs in Sydney.
Well,
in 1972,
You all know why we're here?
McPherson and Freeman hold a summit with other powerful criminals to complete the organisation of all rackets in Sydney.
A good mate from the States.
And Freeman was the host at most of the visits by the US Mafia, and he had the strongest links,
Deal with him?
stronger than McPherson, with the people in Las Vegas, for instance.
Instead of everyone missing out, we all make money.
An undercover Commonwealth police officer informs the New South Wales Police of McPherson's sinister summit.
You want to make more money? Of course you do.
But the information is ignored. The frustrated federal cops then leak the story to the media. Newspapers begin accusing Premier Askin of covering up mafia allegations. Under pressure in Parliament, Askin establishes a royal commission. McPherson is called to give evidence and is publicly identified as the Mr. Big of Sydney crime. He denies any connection to organised crime. He even takes exception to the title.
I don't know why. Look, fair dinkum, I really don't know why they'd say that. Mr. Big, Mr. Big. Now, don't you know Mr. Big enough? And then they say Mr. Little, a Mr. Big of little statue. All these things have over the years, and you just don't know what can you do?
And he just lied and had this extraordinary attack of amnesia. Just told absolute lies, made up stories as he went along.
Freeman is also interrogated and gets his first major media coverage, being portrayed as a dapper, smartly dressed racing identity.
We all know Mr. Freeman was, well into the SP betting and all that kind of activity that was fairly rampant in those days.
All my crimes are association. People knowing me, me knowing them. And if you want me to stop talking to people, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to talk to whoever I like. And I can't see why I can't do that.
The Commission's most sensational revelation is McPherson's links to the mafia. McPherson's attempt to take over the big Sydney poker machine clubs has been foiled.
The Moffat Commission, I think, was a very important milestone in Sydney's response to organised crime. It certainly broke down a number of practices, identified a number of people.
Freeman has been exposed for his racetrack swindles, and Lenny McPherson has had his criminal activities laid bare. The publicity causes him to be shunned by his relatives. When he's not invited to his mother's 70th birthday party, he knocks on her door holding a white rabbit.
And he says, "Hello, Mum, happy birthday. Did you have a nice party?" "Yes," she says, "all the family was there." And he interrupted her and said, "Well, not quite all the family. I wasn't invited." And she said, "Oh, well, Len, you know what it's like with the criminal stuff and all that." And with that, he wrenched the head off the rabbit and threw it on her front doormat.
McPherson has no hesitation in trying to intimidate journalists who expose his crimes. Kevin Perkins is one of many to feel the force of the big man's displeasure.
Lenny came charging into my office, bellowing and shouting and screaming and abuse and saying that he was going to knock my block off, etc. And he was a very frightening sight, Lenny. He was a big, ugly man and very noisy and loud. And it was about 12 o'clock, and the editor and the sub-editors and the other reporters around the place all decided that it was an excellent time to go to lunch.
After the Royal Commission's conclusion, it's business as usual for the New South Wales government and the police.
I think it's fair to say that the governments of the day certainly failed to follow up on the recommendations of the Commission and could have saved us a lot of pain later on.
For Lenny McPherson and George Freeman, business also returns to normal with one important difference. Now, instead of their rivals being murdered publicly, they simply disappear. A Royal Commission has foiled an attempt by Lenny McPherson and George Freeman to take over Sydney's big poker machine clubs. They're exposed as ruthless criminals, but the police still retain them as informants and leave them alone. In 1975, the by now knighted Sir Robert Askin retires. And a year later, the Labor Party under Neville Wran sweeps to power in New South Wales.
And moreover, the 10 years of the Neville Wran government wasn't much better. Those aspects of organised crime that Lenny was involved in, that's especially gambling and vice, they had something of a free run. And coupled with it, of course, there was police protection at different levels.
In return for giving McPherson and Freeman continued immunity, police impose a new condition. They must stay out of the spotlight and ensure there are no more messy public killings.
They understood that if you wanted to be around for a long time, it wasn't about just shooting all your opponents. It was about having a peaceful business that kept under the radar and kept everyone happy.
Throughout the late 1970s, dozens of rival criminals are said to have been dumped in the ocean off Sydney.
I mean, I attribute about 8 to McPherson, or organised by McPherson. Probably 3 to Freeman, perhaps more. Coppers were killing people.
You're stuffed.
Journalist and author Kevin Perkins has no doubt that Freeman ordered the deaths of his enemies.
I don't think he was a killer on his own. I don't think he did the job himself, but he was a surrogate killer, I'm sure of that.
According to one Underworld informant, some rivals are simply thrown alive into the ocean, 20 kilometres off Sydney.
You don't injure them in case the bodies are recovered, which is highly unlikely, so these people just drown. It's too far to swim back and there are many sharks there.
Freeman's empire grows stronger, and his success as a tipster cements powerful friendships with punters in the legal and the political establishment. There's public outcry when he's photographed at the races, sitting with the New South Wales Chief Magistrate, Murray Farquhar.
The police on duty at Randwick on that day took his photo, and I actually was the one who got hold of that picture, and we used it in the Sunday Telegraph, and caused a lot of trouble for him as a result, because he was thrown out of the member stand and never allowed there again. The police who actually did that job and took the photo were treated very harshly. They were just called up, each one on the phone, and transferred to other duties in other places without any explanation. And they were all good, honest cops.
Freeman continues his lifelong scam of dobbing in other criminals to win protection for his own operations. One of his main contacts in racing's administration is the tough and fiercely honest new chief steward, John Schreck, who's been given the job of rooting out corruption in the sport in New South Wales.
I will never say here, and I will take to my grave, a couple of things that George Freeman did to assist me in the control of racing in this town. And there were a couple of things going on that could have blown an autumn carnival sky high. It could have been destroyed. If I thought it would help Sydney racing during my time, I'd speak to Al Capone. And I make no apologies for the conversations that I had with George Freeman.
Hello? He was to the forefront in setting up what became, always referred to later as race fixing. He befriended jockeys and then ultimately paid quite a stream of jockeys, actually, to fix races, to the extent that George became famous or infamous at being able to give people, even magistrates, tips. Other notorious figures, particularly Bob Trimboli from Griffith, he got involved to the extent that on some very memorable police phone taps, he boasted of having all jockeys in one race on his payroll except one, and there were 14 jockeys in that race. So he paid off 13.
McPherson also takes advantage of Freeman's inside information.
I was betting at the tab. I bet on daily doubles, all on the tab. Look, I don't care if somebody gives me a tip and I know it's going to win. Have I done something wrong because I don't tell anybody else?
Were you a big punter?
I was a big winner, not a big punter.
And you put money, huge amounts on through the TAB, which is like a laundry for dirty money that you've accumulated for your other crimes, drugs and whatever.
He had his henchman deliver money to me, and I went out and picked some money up off him one day at his house. I was thinking, gee, if I'm putting money on for George Freeman, there'll be good tips. I can put some of my own on and make a good profit. But tips weren't all that sensational.
Freeman's most sensational betting plunge occurs when a horse he'd owned, called Mr. Digby, stages an amazing form reversal.
There was a race at Randwick, I think he came 9th or something, well back in the field. 2 days later, there was a similar race at Canterbury. On this occasion, he ran brilliantly and finished up winning by about 8 lengths, I think. And about $500,000 was ripped from the bookie's ring.
I think one of the people who referred to the Mr. Digby race says he's never seen 7 jockeys desperately looking for a way not to win. George Freeman got married to Georgina the next day and proudly boasted that his win on Mr. Digby had more than paid for the lavish celebrations.
But for all their power, the two Mr. Bigs of Sydney are about to discover they are not untouchable. Another political storm is about to break over them, as Stan Smith delivers a sinister threat to a leading politician. And George Freeman will narrowly survive a bloody attack outside his home.
Successful year.
Lenny McPherson and George Freeman have survived a royal commission, and throughout the 1970s, they consolidate their power.
I've got family!
They reject outward displays of violence. Now, their rivals just disappear. But there's growing media exposure of their operations and a new, more determined opponent in state parliament. In 1979, opposition leader John Dowd launches a vigorous anti-corruption tirade in Parliament.
Ladies and gentlemen, place your bets.
After spending a secret night out at Sydney's illegal casinos.
No more bets.
There were hundreds there, hundreds of people with big money, you know, free liquor, all of the accoutrements of an illegal casino, and we were dealing with a multi-million-dollar industry.
Dowd implies in state parliament that corruption has seeped through the entire government.
And ask a series of questions of particular ministers, great holy men, like is payroll tax being paid in respect of premises, etc. Did the Factory Shops and Industries Act complied with in respect of these premises? I went through a whole series of ministers, all of whom suddenly looked like people on the take.
Dowd's attack forces an embarrassed Rand government to order police action, and an elite squad under the direction of Inspector Merv Beck is established. Known as Beck's Raiders, they close down the illegal casinos and they seriously disrupt Freeman's SP operations. Freeman appears on ABC TV and plays down his involvement in any illegal gambling.
SP's a very minor thing. You asked me a specific question.
About being a big SP?
Yeah, and I just told you I wasn't.
So, what, your network wasn't as big as the CIU describes it?
No, it definitely wasn't. We were all my shops.
How big was your SP operation?
I wasn't an SP, I was a punter.
But you admit to being an SP?
I admit being an SP. I'm not a SP bookmaker today.
No, but you admit to having been one in the past?
Of course I do.
Right, well, how big was it?
It was just ordinary.
But despite his public denials, Freeman is secretly enraged over the disruption to his rackets. He sends Stan Smith to deliver a gruesome warning to John Dowd to drop his anti-corruption campaign.
Well, I got a message through my cat being killed, its head turned around the wrong way, on the front lawn. Wasn't a message, I wasn't going to drop off. The cat was then dead. I had a duty to continue what I was doing.
McPherson has now turned his inner western suburban home into a fortress.
There were cameras at the door, rotating, and the door was so heavy that you could hardly push it open because it was reinforced, and all the windows were thick and bulletproof. The place was surrounded by electronic beams, so you couldn't come in from any side, back or front or the sides, without an alarm going off inside. And when Lenny approached at night, the whole place was floodlit and his garage was quickly opened and closed. So he took no chances.
So there was a high level of paranoia, and it got worse as the years went on because he'd become a serious problem for a lot of criminals.
In 1979, George Freeman is returning home when he's shot by a gunman who's waiting in his driveway.
You mongrel!
One of the bullets enters his throat and exits through his eye.
I went in there and come out there.
A pretty lucky miss. Do you think they meant to kill you?
I think they meant to kill me. Well, I'll show you the clothes I shot in. See what you think you saw. No one's ever seen these. Yeah, but you reporters were writing me up for weeks before headlines how many millions and millions I was winning, and there's, when I drove in, they might have thought I had some of those millions and millions.
Police soon discover the attack is the result of Freeman's affair with the wife of a drug dealer who's in jail.
George actually then dumped her. she ended up acting as a madam for a brothel, and it led to tensions within the underworld.
Shit!
During the shooting, Freeman recognises his attacker as the woman's father. A few weeks later, the man's assassinated outside his home. No one is ever convicted of Freeman's shooting or the killing of the woman's father.
I've been told by honest detectives whom I trust and whom I believe would know who the man was who shot him, and he's in jail at the moment over another matter. That was organised, I'm told, by George Freeman.
Freeman remarries, and his new wife, Georgina, publicly defends her husband.
It's all amusing. I know it's not true, so...
Did you know about George Freeman when you married him?
Yes. Everyone knew about George Freeman, didn't they?
And it still didn't bother you?
No. Well, because I know him, and he's not what they say.
Well, how does a doctor's daughter even get to meet somebody like George Freeman?
I met him at a charity function, and we fell in love.
And your family didn't mind you mixing with this man?
They did a little, but once they got to know him, they love him.
I accept I was a baddie up till 16 years ago. I don't think I'm a baddie now.
Peace resumes, but it's only for a few years before the Sydney underworld explodes once again. In 1984, the apparent gangland calm in Sydney is shattered. A flamboyant criminal, Christopher Dale Flannery, nicknamed Mr. Rent-A-Kill, tries to move in on some of the city's major drug dealers.
Behind these scenes, you had Chris Flannery already telling people that he wanted to become the Mr. Big of organised crime and that he was going to take over.
Chris Flannery is alleged to have assassinated 3 major drug dealers in separate hits on Sydney streets. Some people, including his wife Kath, question whether he really is the killer.
Oh, I knew of his activities, but I've never known of... He wasn't involved in any gangland killings. I mean, he didn't kill any of those people.
For Lenny McPherson, the public murders pose a serious threat to his power because the police have started taking different sides.
And McPherson was desperate to negotiate some peace settlement in all of this to save his own life, because he believed he was going to be killed, you know.
He made the point. You just can't go around shooting everyone. It's bad for business. And I thought it was a very astute observation, and it was at that point at which he said, right, we've got to get rid of Flannery. He's got to go.
Flannery's family raised
One morning in 1985, Mr. Rent-A-Kill, Chris Flannery, leaves his home, telling his wife he's going to a meeting with George Freeman. He is never seen again.
The structure that I've been able to put together, which we can't prove, but it's the most probable series of events, is that a friendly, corrupt policeman tampered with the car, knew he would come out looking for a cab, and here's a friendly policeman with a car, we'll take you. Boom, and they took him to a place and put him in a boat and got rid of the body.
I don't think there's any doubt whatever that Lenny McPherson with George Freeman approved of that, and indeed I think you'll find that Lenny, George and their third key figure with them, Stan Smith, organised that, and there's been no finding of a body. The information I got very early at the time was that his body too was dumped at sea.
Flannery's wife protests loudly to the media that Freeman has killed her husband.
My husband's dead. I don't know whether they're going to murder me. They seem to be killing all the people they like and they're getting away with it.
Freeman gives an equally robust public defence.
To say you had nothing to do with his death?
I had nothing. Is he dead?
Well, I don't know.
Is he dead?
Police seem to think he might be.
And that? Well, I don't know that.
I certainly hope, for the good of the community and everyone else, and myself, and I certainly hope he's not coming back.
Suffering long-term pain from his shooting, Freeman becomes addicted to prescribed medication.
And he was taking heaps. He was getting pethidine prescribed to him or given to him by a few doctors. None of them knew the others were doing it. And he injected himself with pethidine and also took Valium with it, which was a seriously bad mixture.
George Freeman dies in 1991 of heart failure due to an asthma attack.
On the night he died, he injected pethidine. A capsule was found on the floor near his bed and had an asthma attack. Now, one thing pethidine in large amounts can do is inhibit the breathing.
Lived a pretty clean life all the time I knew him. He's never been to jail after we both went to jail. Neither of us have been back to jail since.
George Freeman is survived by his second wife, Georgina, and 5 children. They include 2 high-profile sons, David and Adam Freeman, who own a promotions company. They're reported to be investors in a nightclub with a kingpin of the King's Cross nightclub scene, John Ibrahim. The same John Ibrahim who once worked for George Freeman as an errand boy. After Christopher Flannery disappears, the public warfare ends. Lenny McPherson spends much of his time on the Gold Coast. But in 1991, he's arrested for arranging the bashing of a Sydney businessman.
The NCA claimed that McPherson wanted an unidentified man bashed and was willing to pay $20,000 for the job.
The attack is McPherson's heavy-handed way of helping a relative who's lost a major supplier of their liquor importing business.
I'm not happy about it all, but still, what can I do?
The old criminal still believes violence and intimidation can solve everything.
Why me? It's a one-horse race. I'm the only one they want.
But times have changed. After a lifetime of getting away with murder, Lenny McPherson is finally arrested and he's sentenced to 4 years in prison.
Not really frightened of going to jail, but I think I'll die there. I think I'll lose my memory there, and that's what I'm frightened of.
His fears are well-founded. In August 1996, one of Australia's most prolific killers suffers a heart attack and drops dead in jail. His fortune estimated at more than $10 million. To the bitter end, McPherson refuses to reveal details of all the killing and corruption that has been his stock in trade.
There's a couple of young good cops went to see him thinking he's talking himself into dying. He was. Every time he talked, he'd say, I'm going to die here. You know? And they went and talked to him and just wondered if he might break down and tell a few truths. And he told them to go and get stuffed. So even right up to the end, he would not talk to good cops.
So I remember if you can slip down to Walsh Street in South Yarra. White, old sedan, not knowing what the rego is.
October the 12th, 1988, is a standout date in the history of crime in Australia. On this day, a line is crossed. A criminal taboo is broken.
Hot white. Yeah, it's definitely stolen. Just have a look around, I'll get the rego, then we'll call it in.
2 young constables are lured to Walsh Street, South Yarra in Melbourne, and they're executed.
Senior Constable Tynan was hit in the head and Constable Eyre blasted in the back as he looked on from outside.
Australians are repulsed by the callous murders, and police anger is immediately directed against one of the nation's most ruthless criminal families. Drug dealers, rapists, armed robbers and murderers, all offspring of the notorious matriarch named Kath Pettingill.
But I didn't think I was notorious. I didn't think that I was this matriarch. I didn't think I was anything like that. I didn't think I was as bad as they made out.
Australia's most notorious criminal families. Generation after generation. Crime Investigation Australia. Families of crime.
Scum is probably the most relevant word that you would describe her and her family.
Can I tell you, the moment I first met Kath, I could not speak. My mouth was dry and I was petrified because I was in the presence of Kath Pettingill, and it was frightening.
Born in the Melbourne slums in the Great Depression in 1935, Kath is an unusual child who has fantasies about death and evil.
She deduced from what she read in the Bible that Satan was more powerful than God, and she wanted children. And so rather than pray to God that she would have children, and this was when she was still quite young, I think probably about 11 or 12, she prayed to Satan that she would have 10 children.
The first of her 10 children is Dennis, who will become one of Australia's worst criminals, killing at least 5 people and possibly as many as 12. At the time of his birth, Kath is just 16 and incapable of caring for the baby, so Dennis and her next child, Peter, born about a year later, go to live with Kath's mother. The boys have a brutal upbringing with their grandmother and her boyfriend.
They were bad drunkards and they used to drink red wine every night. And every second night I'd get belted with a pot stick or something, or Dennis would be belted, you know. And it was a really horrible existence.
The 2 boys are led to believe that Kath is their big sister, who's left home with a small-time criminal named Billy.
Billy was violent and bashed her, but she didn't mind that. She had a boyfriend who was very loving and bought her chocolates and flowers, and she had to get rid of him because he was too kind to her.
Kath's satanic prayers will be answered, and she'll go on to have 8 more children, fathered by 2 different boyfriends. Of her 10 children, 5 will become notorious criminals. Dennis, rapist, drug dealer and ruthless killer. Peter, violent armed robber and drug dealer. Victor, murderous gangster and accused cop killer. Jamie, armed robber, drug addict. And Trevor, violent drug dealer and accused cop killer. A daughter, Vicky, will give birth to Kath's first grandson, Jason, who will also get sucked into his uncle's criminal lives. Kath's eldest son, Dennis Allen, grows into a vicious teenage street thug, and at 18, he ends up in jail. Kath, now in her mid-30s, leaves her job as a barmaid and becomes a prostitute.
She could earn in one night as a prostitute what it would take weeks and weeks to earn behind the bar. So from a purely financial point of view, it was very much more attractive. But Kathy being Kathy, she didn't remain as just a prostitute for very long. She very rapidly moved up the ladder to become a madam.
Charlie, come on.
To this day, at least one of her criminal children is unaware his mother was a prostitute.
She owned a brothel, but she didn't work in it, to my knowledge.
She certainly didn't hide the money she was making from the profession, because the boys used to queue up asking for bail money for their mates.
By this time, Dennis and Peter have both left home, but they maintain contact with their younger half-brothers, often standing up for them against the discipline that's now being meted out by Kath's new husband, Jimmy Pettingill.
I was about 15, 16, you know what I mean? And I did say to him, you keep touching me brothers, we're going to do something with you. Anyway, not long after that, he killed himself in Adelaide.
When Dennis gets out of jail, he gets drunk with his brother Peter and two mates, and they imprison and rape two girls in a flat in suburban Sandringham. The gang then splits up. Peter and a mate embark on a 2-day violent, drunken rampage.
Oh, no, I just know we were flying. You know, if you're flying, you're flying. Simple as that.
In a random attack, Peter and his mate shoot at a passing motorist, and Peter then shoots a pizza parlour owner in the foot.
Yeah, his bloke got shot in the foot there. One of my friends was grabbed some food off a plate and he started blowing. They give him a hot foot.
In suburban Port Melbourne, Peter shoots and wounds another man.
Well, at Port Melbourne, a bloke pushed Alan Rudd, so I shot him in the face. You know what I mean?
Next, Peter and his mate gate crash a party. They're quickly thrown out. But as they leave, a man is badly wounded when he's shot in the back.
Oh, he told us to get going. So anyway, as my coach, she said in the statement, gun went off accidentally and he got shot.
All 4 men are caught. For the rape and shootings, Peter Allen gets 14 years jail. His brother Dennis Allen gets 10 for rape, although he only serves 5. And their mother's world also becomes more violent. Kath is shot in the eye during an argument with 2 prostitutes.
Yeah, I've been shot. Doesn't hurt. You go into a shock as soon as you're shot.
Kath's attackers are tried for murder, but she remains loyal to the criminal code of silence, which allows them to be acquitted. In 1982, Kath is running an illegal brothel in Stevenson Street, Richmond, and next door, her eldest son, Dennis Allen, establishes the headquarters of a violent crime empire.
It was a pretty complex place. We had Kath living in one house in Stevenson Street and Dennis next door. They had a kind of a communication system. Kath would scream out whatever she wanted and call for Dennis, and Dennis would then appear from the shadows, always looking pretty dishevelled, covered in tattoos, adorned with all sorts of jewellery, particularly heavy gold chains around his neck.
Throughout these next bloody years, Kath and Dennis will maintain an intense relationship, more brother and sister than mother and offspring, the whorehouse madam and the killer son.
I wouldn't think that Kath Pettingill knew everything on a day-to-day basis, but she'd certainly become aware of it, and where she could, she would assist, and whether that was concealing things or making sure police were confused or distracted from what they're doing, she would certainly play that role.
Together, they begin to buy up houses in Stevenson Street and adjoining streets, and gradually build a solid compound that helps them avoid police raids.
Across the back of that was the railway line, the main railway line into the city, and of course he had access. They'd go and hide things up on the railway line in the ballast between the sleepers and that type of thing. So they exploited their environment. There was actually a hole cut out between the 2 premises through the wall, and the drug dealing would occur in the brothel, but the drugs would be handed in from the next door premises.
They were the #1 crims in Richmond, and Richmond was well known because of that family. And they were in full swing. You know, they owned 40 properties, they were untouchable.
Dennis surrounds himself with henchmen he refers to as soldiers. And he also entices a few local identities into his entourage.
And he put some white powder, took it off his penknife in a plastic bag, put the white powder in my drink. And half an hour later, my nose dried up. I felt I had a burst of energy. So I thought, if I take twice as much, I'll feel twice as good. And it wasn't long after that, probably a month, 6 weeks later, he injected in my arm. But he made sure that Kath was there to keep an eye on, you know, what comes in and what goes out. You know, they'd have like a fishbowl full of foils. Kath used to mark the foils with a green texture colour or a red one. Green is for go, speed, up. Red is for stop, slow, heroin.
Dennis fortified the premises. They would have grills and iron gates and that type of thing on their premises, on their windows. He'd have safes, he'd have hidey holes everywhere. He'd always have any amount of weapons at his easy disposal, like he'd have swords hanging on the wall and knives of all sorts of varieties.
There was a samurai sword, if I remember, on the mantelpiece, and I did on one occasion see a gun in the house, but I made it clear that it wasn't appropriate for me to be even cognizant of anything of that sort.
Kath's grandson Jason, by now a young teenager, comes to live with Dennis Allen as one of his soldiers.
I know what you're thinking.
But not everyone enters Dennis's world voluntarily.
There were times when he'd kidnap women, multiples of women.
Jenny McMahon is 19 and has a promising modelling career when a friend introduces her to Dennis.
We went around to his house. He kept spiking their drinks and everything, and he stopped me, and I said, "What?" And he said, "You're not going anywhere." And I said, "I have to go home." He said, "No, you're not."
He likes what he sees and decides to keep her captive.
Well, that night, he actually, raped me, sodomised me, and also he bashed me.
What's that look for, bitch?
Look, Dennis, I didn't do nothing.
Bullshit. I know what you're thinking.
I'm not thinking anything.
Who told you you could talk?
He was the first one to put a needle in my arm, and I was, oh my God, what is this?
You don't talk until I tell you to talk.
Oh, speed, he was pumping it into me.
You don't move until I tell you you can move. You don't do bloody anything until I tell you. Do you understand?
He wanted people all the time around him to cover him, to do this, and he had his minders and everything.
When Dennis goes out, he appoints Kath's teenage grandson Jason to guard Jenny.
This bitch moves. What they do here?
No worries. I'll make sure the bitch don't move.
Like he had a gun on me and a knife on me. If Dennis went out, he was the boss of me.
I'm watching you.
One day, the door was open, unlocked, and I ran for it, and I got to the road in Richmond, and there was 3 guns at my head. I pulled the taxi over and he saw the guns and he wasn't going to stop, and got big trouble for that. Chained up and my head in a bucket of water. I am so lucky because every other girl he went out with is dead. I'm the survivor. And I can't believe it.
Come on, you bitch! Come on! I see you! Come on! Come on! Take that!
Kath Pettingill's eldest son, Dennis Allen, has set up a criminal empire next to her brothel in the inner Melbourne suburb of Richmond.
You can't get me, you bastard!
By now, he's staying awake for up to 14 days, living in a perpetual state of speed-fueled rage. Jenny McMahon, who's his prisoner, and who later gives birth to his child, remembers the madness.
He made me stay up 13 days and 13 nights, and I was going crazy because speed. One
night, a police helicopter is hovering over the street when Dennis begins firing at it.
It was like a bloody big game with the police. They'd come round the next morning after Dennis was asleep and say, "Will you tell him you stop shooting at us?"
He was a very clever criminal as far as concealing weapons. He'd conceal them over the fence with a string on them from next door. He was aware of the law of possession, and if it wasn't on your property, you weren't in possession. Now, given an idea of her, Kath Pettingill's thinking, young Jason Ryan, who was only a kid in those days, on one occasion when we searched the premises, we found a pen pistol under his pillow. And again, this was part of their ploy. If you hide it in the child's room, well, who's going to be charged? I'm not living in that room, I'm not in possession of the firearm, therefore I can't be convicted of it. And we said to her, well, who's going to wear this? Kath, he's only a lad, only a boy, he's old enough. That was the answer, he's old enough.
Despite police raids, it seems to Dennis that he's immune from arrest.
And he lived in an era that cops could not be trusted. You know, in the late 70s, early 80s, that no informer, no drug addict would come forward safe in the knowledge they'd be protected to give evidence against the likes of Dennis.
His violent reputation leads the Melbourne Underworld to give Dennis the nickname Mr. D, meaning Mr. Death.
You know, after the Mr. T saga on TV, and that's how he saw himself. He openly wore large gold necklaces, numerous of them, watches, diamonds. It was just a complete exhibition, basically.
At one stage there, he bought some pretty good heroin. He knew it was good heroin, and he told his crew to cut it accordingly, and they didn't cut it enough. And suddenly, there was 5 people found dead in the vicinity of his home in Evasion Street. And I remember he went down and slapped one of the blokes that was selling it. He said, "You've even killed my hairdresser. I was supposed to get my hair cut tomorrow or the next day."
Kath adapts to this violent world as Dennis teaches her how to revive victims of overdoses by injecting their jugular veins with alcohol and speed.
The House of Horrors. Yeah. A few people got murdered there, you know. Dennis was a fairly good person, a serious person. And he was a genius at working out who was talking shit, who was serious, and who wasn't. Dennis was a person who, if he said he's going to knock you, he'd knock you.
There was never any caution with him. He threw all caution to the wind, and if there's an argument, he'd just pull a gun out and shoot somebody. And that was acceptable to him and the family.
With his continuous drug abuse causing severe psychosis and paranoia, Dennis suddenly decides that one of his friends, Wayne Stanhope, can't be trusted.
Wayne Stanhope was a spy for a pack of some other crims. He was sent down there just to see what's going on, and of course, Dennis already knew that.
Cheers.
During a party at home, Dennis casually asks Stanhope to put on a record.
Mate, go and put that song on again, would you? Sure.
He actually said, "Can you go and put your song back on, you know?" And he walked to the stereo. Dennis went, bang.
Hello, Dennis!
And I went, oh my God.
Dennis! Jason! 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 Jason!
Speed and adrenaline are now pumping through the drug lord's veins.
Jason! Where's my little auto?
In a blind rage and refusing to believe that Stanhope is dead, he then takes a gun from his young nephew, Jason.
Jason came out with the other gun and he saw it. Dennis emptied the whole gun as well, and poor Jason, 13, he went spewed up and he was that sick.
That'll happen to you if you don't keep your mouth shut.
All right. We'll keep our mouth shut, yeah?
Hand me the knife. I want to see if this dog's dead.
And then The rotten bastard pulled him on the tiles and slit his throat as well.
Don't you sit here? Clean this place up!
All trace of killing is removed, and the body is never found.
And they all burnt their clothes and everything, and I was told to burn my clothes. And
Kath's pitiless nature is clearly exposed by her bitter complaints that Dennis has ruined her vacuum cleaner by using it to clean up blood and parts of Stanhope's brain.
And I said, Kathy, your eldest son has just put 12 bullets in somebody's head on the sitting room floor in front of a room full of guests, and you're concerned about your vacuum cleaner. And she looked at me and she said, Adrian, there are things about me you don't know, and there's a side to me you haven't seen, and I don't particularly want you to see it.
Dennis was a product of the environment. He was a serious person. There's no point in talking. Because you're not going to listen, they go away and laugh. He was one of them people that, you know, you could talk to him and it wouldn't penetrate because you were talking shit. And if they annoyed him, he would turn the radio up and put them off and get rid of the body. No other discussions entered into it.
Dennis is out of control. It won't be long before Dennis's young brothers begin to enter their own violent criminal careers. Kath Pettingill's eldest son, Dennis, is now perpetually high on his own product. In a frenzied state, he murders a mate in front of a room full of people.
Just speed got him. Injecting himself every few minutes with speed.
Oh my God, Dennis!
Because he didn't know who I was in his amphetamine. I'd have to say to him, Dennis, it's me, I'm your mother. Because he'd chase me in next door with the gun. I'd have to say, stop, it's me, because then he sort of pulled back and he knew that he was wrong. But it could have been me any time.
Don't you sit here? Clean this place up!
The madness continues when Dennis, with a cord hanging permanently on his arm, ready for his next injection, orders the killing of a drug supplier.
Come on, stand up, sweetie, that's it, Dennis! Helga, come on, love, come on. Helga, wake up, come on, love, you can, Dennis!
This is closely followed by another pointless murder.
Please, Dennis!
What?
Come here!
When prostitute and heroin addict Helga Wagnegg suffers a heroin overdose and is near to death in Kath's brothel, Dennis decides to finish her off.
I'll fix it. You're right. I'll fix you. No, stop. I'll be right. I'll sort you. Jason!
What are you doing?
He sends his nephew Jason, Kath's grandson, to collect a bucket of river water,
Give me the bucket.
which he pours down Helga's throat before holding her head in the bucket until she drowns.
Stop moving, you pig! Stop it! Stop it!
The body is found in the river, and a coroner's inquest is ordered. It's at this point that Dennis recruits his younger brother Jamie into his criminal empire. Jamie has been a violent criminal from an early age.
He was an armed robber. He was robbing hotels and he shot a barman. And the barman died, unfortunately, and they charged him with murder. He was acquitted. Yeah, but yeah, he was a good kid.
On the day of the coroner's inquest, Dennis sends his younger brother Jamie to deliver a violent gesture of defiance.
If you then look at the contempt that they held the system in, they went and blew the coroner's court up on the morning of the inquest with a drum of petrol and a couple of sticks of gelignite.
The small bomb was detonated only hours before the inquest into the death of 30-year-old prostitute Helga Wagnegg was due to begin.
A few days after Jamie delivers the bomb, he's found dead. killed by a massive heroin overdose.
Jamie, again, he was a hothead, very ruthless, very violent, died of a drug overdose, and was probably a great outcome for everybody. Very unpredictable. And he was a bit of a problem to the family because he was like that. I mean, he'd do things like someone to look at the wrong way at him in traffic or something, he'd be just likely to get out and belt somebody.
Although he was well known as an addict, Kath, who never finds fault in her children, insists he's been murdered with what's called a heroin hotshot.
Delusion runs deep in Kath's family, especially in Dennis, who by this time thinks he's all-powerful and untouchable. His next murder is even more audacious. The victim is a Hells Angel bikie named Anton Kenny, who is again lured into Dennis's house.
There was a party, it was Dennis's birthday party, and he was accused of doing something, and Dennis took appropriate action, what Dennis thought was appropriate.
It'll be on his terms, you know. G'day, mate, and have a drink, you know, have a couple of drinks. Do you want to try a bit of speed or something, you know? Get in a relaxed atmosphere, then kill him.
You dog!
Anton Kenny is shot 3 times. His body is then moved to another of Dennis's houses in Richmond to be prepared for disposal. With the windows boarded up, plastic sheeting on the floor, and a 44-gallon drum at the ready, the scene is set for a terrible blood-soaked event.
We chopped him up and he said I couldn't get his bloody legs in the barrel. I had to go back and chop them up too to shove them in there, you know, and then they had to get the lid on the barrel.
When Dennis sawed off the leg because it wouldn't fit in the 40-gallon drum, Kathy said very casually to me, "You needn't have fucking bothered. Rigor mortis only lasts so long. After a while it goes off."
The gruesome job completed, the drum is topped up with acid, lime and cement before it's sealed and dumped in the Yarra River.
And when they rolled the barrel into the Yarra, it wouldn't go out far enough, so it sort of stuck out the water.
Police find out about the killing and are about to charge Dennis with murder. He immediately seeks a deal and names a convicted murderer, Peter Robinson, as the killer.
Well, as I indicated at the time to them, that more than likely Robinson probably helped dispose of the body, but was unlikely to be the murderer, that Dennis was more likely to be the murderer, and I think his history has borne that out. But he did get his freedom on the basis of trading out on that. And as it eventually turned out, he was responsible for the murder.
Dennis escapes prosecution for the Kenny murder, but his crimes finally catch up with him anyway. Witnesses to another killing agree to testify against him, and he's finally arrested and handed his first murder charge. But it comes too late. Dennis dies in 1987, his body weakened by years of drug abuse.
See, that's the life he chose. Right? Tough job, he done it.
I think Dennis's whole situation over the last couple of weeks showed a lot of regret. There was none of the bravado left. As his physical powers faded away, I think I could see in his whole posture a sense of regret and sadness about the nature of his life. Not a lot of that was articulated, but it was written all over him.
Dennis is certainly responsible for at least 12 murders where he's been implicated in the death of these people and disposal of their bodies.
After his death, it emerges that Dennis has been feeding information to the police.
Dennis Allen was providing information to the homicide squad, you know, which it turned out he was actually killing the people and then providing information where the bodies could be found, saying other people had killed them.
The homicide squad said, "Don't you think it's about time you tell us where all the bodies are so that we can let the family bury them?"
Kath Pettingill's life is now about to enter a new era in which 2 of her younger offspring, Victor and Trevor, will be accused of a most brutish crime, a wicked outrage that to this day still angers and upsets the people of Melbourne. The Walsh Street Murders. The death of Kath Pettingill's eldest son Dennis brings his murderous drug empire to an end.
Throughout the years of Dennis Allen's criminal reign, his full brother Peter is in and out of prison for drug and armed robbery offences. And while he's inside, Peter is part of a sophisticated drug ring.
We had corrupt prison officers bringing the drugs in, and we distribute them, put the money in. The money would go on the TAB accounts, and the families were helped. The profits.
Peter was a heavy user of methamphetamine, probably more organised criminal than Dennis, I would say. A lot of rat cunning. He had an extremely, his biggest fault, and one that was easily exploited, was his ego. He had a huge ego. He was untouchable. He could do what he liked.
With Dennis dead and his brother Peter back in jail for another long stretch, two of Kath's younger sons, Victor and Trevor, now move to centre stage.
Victor Pearce was not a madman like Dennis Allen. Victor Pearce was a far more cold and calculating person. He was dangerous.
I'm innocent.
Victor Pearce would be a more planned killer. So if he was going to do something, he would plan to do it. All the things that the community may find disgusting or frightening or threatening was just a way of life for him.
With Pearce also.
But he was accused of robbing a few armed bands in it. And I heard he was pretty good at it. Absolutely ruthless. He was a real deal. If you said that bloke has done the wrong thing, I'm going to knock him, he'd knock him. Simple as that.
Victor was a person that I treated with a lot more respect than I had for Dennis or Peter. I would consider him a lot more dangerous, a lot more ruthless, and capable of anything.
In 1987, members of an elusive armed hold-up gang known as the Flemington Crew are shot down in separate confrontations with police in Melbourne.
Victor Pearce's best friend at the time is Graham Jensen, his accomplice in many armed robberies. On the 11th of October, a police trap's planned to apprehend Jensen and charge him with a murder. He spots the waiting police, who call on him to surrender. He goes for his gun, and he's then shot and killed.
33-year-old Graham Jensen, who was wanted for the murder of a security guard at a Brunswick supermarket in July, was shot dead by police at Narre Warren.
And they'd been involved in surveillance and went out to do an arrest on him, and which resulted in him being killed.
On hearing the news of his friend's death, Victor Pearce flies into a rage, weeping and vowing revenge. Early the next morning, two police constables are patrolling on the night shift in South Yarra. They are Constables Steve Tynan and Damien Eyre. It's just before 4 a.m. They answer a radio call to investigate an abandoned car in Walsh Street.
They did what any other police would have done. They pulled up behind the vehicle. Constable Tynan went to the driver's side and had actually hopped in, was looking about how the vehicle had been started. It had a smash vent window and the ignition had been tampered with hot wired.
Damo.
While he's done that, Constable Eyre's gone to the passenger side and he's actually written down the registration number and checked that against the registration label, because he had the expiry date on his clipboard.
Yeah, it's definitely stolen. Just have a look around, I'll get the rego, then we'll call it in.
He then walked around to the driver's side and was leaning over the driver's side, obviously conversing with Constable Tynan, when he's been approached from behind.
Put it down! Put it down! Give me the gun! Get the gun!
He's then turned and obviously deflected the firearm. The gun's gone off again and hit a house on the first floor with a round of SGs. Someone has then walked up and pulled his revolver out and shot him at point blank range in the vicinity of the bottom of the ear. And then when he's gone to the ground, he's been shot at about a 45-degree angle through the side, which went through his heart. So, you know, like he was instantaneously dead with the shot to the heart and also the shot to the brain. Constable Tynan was shot directly through the top of the head with a full load of SGs from a 12-gauge shotgun. There's no such thing as a minor injury with a shotgun.
South Melbourne 150, I sent Plan 311 down to Walsh Street. Since then I've had about 3 or 4 cars come down saying that they've heard shots fired in that street, and I can't get Plan 311 at this stage.
Melbourne 350, 2 members down, urgent.
About 4:20 in the morning I got a phone call from John Noonan, who was the senior sergeant in charge of the crew. He said, I'll pick up in 20 minutes, 2 of our guys have been shot. It was a very sobering sight to walk down a street and see police uniforms just laying there in blood. Very emotional. I mean, I'll never forget going back to the office and people were just in tears, you know, and you couldn't console them, you know. And, to slaughter two young fellas at 20 and 21, and that have now no longer got a life, and the effect that that's had on their families. Very few other crimes in my book would rate the level of callousness of that action.
It was quite evident in the early stages that it was a very callous and calculated killing. One motive was its relationship to the Graham Jensen shooting the day before. So it was always going to be a very difficult investigation, and one that you were going to need extra resources.
I hoped at that stage that it wasn't the Pearce Pettingill family, because I knew it was going to be a hard road.
The murders shocked Victoria. There was a massive public outcry over the murder of those 2 police. The Guard of Honour at the funerals at the Academy went for more than a kilometre. There was real emotion amongst the police and the broader community. Some saw it as the murder of 2 police. Most saw it as an attack on the rule of law in Victoria. It was effectively an act of terrorism to randomly select 2 police.
My first thought, another day in Melbourne.
Senior police set in motion a major operation to track down the killers of police officers Tynan and Eyre. Across the state, grieving colleagues volunteer for extra duty.
It wasn't just an offence against the police force, it was an offence against the public. It was a community offence, so the community were very, very supportive.
The stolen car was left there. They didn't go after the people that they hated, which was the armed robbery squad, who they felt had wrongfully killed their mate, Graham Jensen, 13 hours earlier. They put a car there and they waited, and they didn't care who turned up as long as they were wearing the Victoria Police uniform, and then they shot them from behind.
Put it down! Put it down! Give me the gun! Get the gun! Get it down! Get the gun!
The investigation is named Thai Air and will become the largest ever conducted by the Victoria Police, lasting some 900 days.
Killing police is a major criminal taboo, and the underworld is now prepared for a disruptive backlash. Fearful of being blamed for the outrage, many of the current escapees from the state's prisons turn themselves in.
You know, we started out with, I think, something like 39 escapees across Australia. I think within 2 weeks, most of them give themselves up into police stations because they just didn't want to be part of it. But they thought, this is too much for me, I'd rather go back and do my time.
What a piece of shit you are!
Detectives immediately suspect that Kath's clan is behind the murders, and on the day after the attack, dozens of officers descend on the house of Kath's son, Victor Pearce, in the Stevenson Street compound.
It would take a particular type of criminal to commit that type of killing.
Get the gun! Get the gun! Get the gun!
Victor's home is demolished, the backyard dug up, and every particle examined for evidence. It's suggested to the investigators that if Victor was involved in the killings, then the key might be to question Kath's grandson, Jason.
I'd retired by then, but the more you get as things go along, I rang the hotline and I told them to pick up Jason. He was their only hope in that house. And I told them if they treated him properly, he'd most probably open up like a watermelon falling off a truck.
The police advice proves to be solid. Jason has had enough of his violent world with Kath's sons. Jason agrees to testify against his uncles. Meanwhile, the war goes on. Police resume their operation against the armed robbers, and 2 more are shot and killed. Both of them also happen to be prime suspects in the Walsh Street murders. The Thai Air investigation continues for more than 2 years before detectives finally make 4 arrests.
Victor Pearce's name was linked with drug dealing.
Victor Pearce, his half-brother Trevor Pettingill, and their associates Anthony Lee Farrell and Peter David McAvoy are charged with the Walsh Street murders. They're immediately sent to Pentridge Prison's notoriously violent H Division.
It was a brutal place. Whenever a prisoner arrived there was a systematic bashing by the prison officers. The prisoner would be stripped naked, surrounded by several prison officers and belted for several minutes. And if he resisted, the bashing would continue.
The prosecution reveals that in addition to Jason, they have a new star witness. She gives police a detailed account of Victor's planning and the direction of the executions. But as the trial's about to get underway, she suddenly withdraws her testimony and the police case collapses. Jason's evidence alone is not enough to convince the jury, and the 4 men are acquitted. As the news breaks, police across Victoria are sent a special radio message urging them to control their anger.
Well, all they found was they're not guilty. They're certainly not saying they're innocent. They just they had a doubt. It's reasonable doubt.
Inside the car, the scenes of jubilation continued.
Good as gold. Good as gold.
What about you, Kath? You got your boy home?
Oh, my oath, I've got him home. Family's nearly all complete now.
He feels sorry for the families of the 2 policemen killed.
They've been deceived all this time that we are the ones what done it when in fact we aren't.
Pretty shocked. Pretty shocked.
Did you expect that?
Not really, no, not at all.
The 42-year-old was sitting in his parked car in the busy Bay Street shopping centre. Another vehicle pulled up alongside. A man got out and fired several shots.
A few years after the acquittals, Victor Pearce is shot dead by a rival criminal, Andrew Benji Benjamin, who is himself then killed.
I could never bring him back, and yeah, miss him heaps.
Well, I'm glad Victor died the way he did, because he wasn't mutilated, he wasn't hurt, you know, he went quick.
Some years after the Walsh Street acquittals, Trevor and Kath Pettingill get involved in a new drug-dealing enterprise. But they're caught after undercover detective Lachlan McCulloch infiltrates Kath's family and narrowly avoids being murdered by a killer named Stacker.
That he obtained the name because he stacked up dead bodies on his front doorstep after allegedly deliberately overdosing certain people.
Detective McCulloch endured a dangerous 9 months undercover inside Kath's family circle.
And Stacker was, and Kath were planning to rob me at one stage because I was rocking up with very large amounts of cash. And Trevor actually protected me from Stacker and stopped him from cutting my throat.
McCulloch's courage pays off and results in 15 people, including Kath and Trevor, being convicted.
Trevor got 7 with a minimum of 5. Stacker got 5. One of the heroin suppliers got 11 years. You know, many of them got very good sentences. Kath received an 18-month sentence, which she'd already served, because the magistrate made the comment that she was showing signs of rehabilitation.
Kath retires to a quiet life in the Victorian seaside town of Venus Bay. Trevor lives nearby. Kath's other son, Peter, who has spent most of his adult life behind bars, has no contact with her.
I have not got a relationship with Kath Pettingill, nor do I need one, nor do I want one. Simple as that.
No, I don't want him here. He doesn't know where I live. And if you try and find out where I live, I'll think that you'll get short shift down the shops because they won't tell you. Leave me alone. Get on with your own life, leave me alone.
Never really fought with her verbally or anything like that, but after Dennis died and all his wealth got distributed amongst people other than his children, and they're living on the street.
Kath is also estranged from her grandson Jason and her daughter Vicky, who remains under witness protection. Kath has received a framed citation from the Victorian Premier for her voluntary work driving women to and from weekly bingo sessions. And it's just one reflection of the range of images she projects.
Kath Pettingill is a woman that's reared murdering, drug trafficking, lying, perjuring, manipulators of community interest standards over a long period of time.
She saw herself as Ma Barker and, you know, I'm the boss of the clan, and she enjoyed it.
I was just being me.
Kathy can be a very warm, intensely loyal human being. So it's wrong to write the whole family off as being unmitigatedly vicious and evil.
She has ruled a clan of outlaws, and outlaws in the true sense. You know, they have lived their life without law.
And she contributed by the fact of probably being the neglectful mother, and they could do what they could do, and she could see no wrong in them. And if the police turned up and said, well, your son's just raped somebody, she'd defend them to the death.
She could have done more, and she would have liked to have been able to have given them a more protected life in their early years. That realisation dawned on her as she saw Dennis more and more out of control in his adult life. But you can't unwind history.
We're talking about a woman who's, you know, lost 2 children to heroin overdoses, who's happy to traffic in heroin.
With all the mixtures of drugs that are out now, no. I'd hate to be anywhere near them.
I've told you before, Charlie, no.
Come on, Helga, wake up! Dennis! Don't let him speak to me like that. Bit of respect around here, eh?
The amount of people that have died at the hands of her family, through directly or indirectly, through their drug trafficking and general criminal behaviour, can never be underestimated. It's thousands and thousands and thousands of community lives have been wrecked in some way or impacted on in some way because of the likes of Kath Pettingill and her family. And that should never be underestimated. A lot of those people don't get up after 5 years or 2 years or 10 years and go on with their life. They're dead, or they've been impacted on where their lives have been forever changed for the worse. And that's not something that we forget. Until the day she dies, she should pay for what she has done to society.
Primed by the gruesome revelations, members of the public waited with police and media, passing their sentence on the
public could see these people. I couldn't get to them. And they were absolutely poured their emotions out at this pair.
Blind your mole will get it when I get in there.
She has not got, to my recollection, one endearing feature about her.
Hang you filthy.
He was a weedy, syphilitic little rat. Undivided devotion from her to him.
Got a little secret for you.
And they are now infamous in this nation.
David and Catherine Burney are without a doubt the most violent couple in Australia's history. Deadly predators who abduct, rape, torture and brutally murder women to satisfy their perverse sexual needs.
A merciless pair who become known as the killer couple.
Australia's most notorious criminal families.
The body of the fourth victim was discovered in a pine plantation north of the city. Police believe the women were forced into the graves and their throats cut before being buried.
It's via television news reports that David Burney's first wife finds out about the couple's killing spree.
2 minutes past 6, Channel 7 News, 11th of November 1986. Not the way to find something out like that. That's exactly how I found out on the news. I was absolutely mortified at the thought that he could have done things like that.
It's believed today's search with David.
Shock, horror, dismay, disbelief. I think I experienced every negative emotion a person can experience.
David and Catherine Burney first meet as children, growing up in Wattle Grove in the 1950s, a quiet semi-rural area of trees and open paddocks on Perth's eastern suburban fringe. David is the eldest child of Johnny and Margaret Burney. David has 4 brothers and sisters, and it's a wild and chaotic family.
Dysfunctional is probably the best word. Mum was alcoholic. Dad, contrary to what the media say, was not an alcoholic, but he worked long hours trying to provide for his family. He was a very frail man with an arched back as a genetic defect of some sort. So he was away working a lot. And the kids really weren't given much of a chance right from the word go. She was a dirty, unkempt woman, and I can say that without fear because I used to clean her unit every week and I know what I walked into. And I can well imagine the kids being raised in that environment, just mess and dirt and filth everywhere. And that's no way to raise a child.
I would be on the local bus coming to and from school. Often his mother would be on the bus too. She would have this wet, filthy, starving, dirty little baby on her knee. She would pass it to the person sitting next to her in the next seat, and if you were unfortunate enough, you too would be all wet. And she would pull out her comics and her cigarettes and her bad language, and she would continue on until it was time for you to get off the bus and then pass the baby back.
Boys, can you hear that? Can you hear your brother whinging?
David's home life becomes worse when his youngest brother Jamie is born.
Go get your brother now. Quick, go! Go get him.
His unstable and alcoholic mother demands the older children look after the little boy.
David said he can remember copying several hidings because Jamie had grunted and he hadn't moved fast enough. And apparently the same with the other 4 kids. If the youngest one grunted, they were expected to jump. He was telling me at one stage Jamie had broken something, and it was something of Mum's, and she picked up a broomstick and she chased him around and belted hell out of him with a broomstick. because Jamie had broken something. And I thought, well, that's so unfair.
David has one little friend who lives nearby, a girl his own age, named Catherine Harrison. The two form a solid bond. Catherine also has a disruptive childhood.
She sort of never really had a chance from the word go. Her mother died when she was 10 months old. She was shipped off to live with her father in South Africa for a couple of years.
There are varying reports from people who knew her as a child who say, you know, that her father didn't want her, then he did, then he didn't, the grandparents didn't want her. There's no doubt that it was difficult and it was, you know, very, very restless for her.
She was a desperate little child that none of the other kids would play with, no one would have anything to do with because of the environment she came from, I think.
From this squalid childhood in the 1950s will emerge years later a ruthless killer couple who will turn a quiet suburban home in Morehouse Street into a house of horrors. October 11th, 1986. 22-year-old Mary Nielsen has come to buy some discount tyres from David and Catherine Burney.
David, Mary's here. Hi,
Mary.
But it's a trap.
Mary Nelson was a young university student who worked part-time at a delicatessen and was a typical young lady. Her parents lived in an affluent area in Perth. He said he had some tyres at home. He got a phone number and she then left. He went home and spoke to Kathy, and as a result Kathy rang Mary and made arrangements for Mary to come and view the tyres.
As soon as she walks in the front door, Mary is attacked by the couple. She's threatened with a knife and then tied to a bed.
Hi, Mary.
David then proceeds to rape her, while Catherine encourages him.
She would stimulate parts of David Burney's anatomy while he was raping the young lady and turn him on more.
When the attack is over, Catherine guards the prisoner, while David drives Mary's car into town. He dumps it in a car park outside Perth's Central Police Headquarters, believing it'll be the last place to be searched.
They researched with local councils where they could leave a car and, you know, for how many days before it would be discovered.
David returns and sexually assaults Mary again while Catherine watches.
Catherine told me that she and David read a book called Perfect Murder before they ever met Mary and used that as a blueprint for what they would do.
Bound and gagged, the prisoner is driven in the Burney's car to the Gleneagle National Park.
According to Catherine, they spent weeks and weeks doing research on the best way to commit murder and get away with it. So there was nothing random about what they did.
After raping her again, David strangles her with a nylon rope and then stabs her through the heart. Taking shovels and a mattock from the boot, they dig a shallow grave. She will be the first of many young women buried there.
She was a missing person, but once again the inquiry team had done a fair bit of inquiry and ascertained it was totally out of character, and they'd progressed it from a missing person file to a suspicious homicide.
This killer couple shares a terrible and twisted relationship, a bond first formed in their childhood that develops into a petty criminal conspiracy as they enter their teenage years. October 1986, and David and Catherine Burney, the killer couple, have abducted, raped and murdered their first victim. David Burney's descent into depravity and murder has its roots in his dysfunctional childhood in the 1950s. His alcoholic mother loses her ability to cope, and eventually all the children go into some form of state care.
Hurry up! Go get him!
I met the mother one day on the bus and she was crying. And she said, "Oh, Arlene, they've taken my 2 little girls away."
David is a thin and stunted boy with an inhibited personality. While teaching him at Sunday school, Arlene Collings notices that he has psychological problems.
But this little boy had strange drawings, really strange, violent drawings. He was ripping his crayon across the paper. He was screwing up his paper. Body language was violent. The body language was angry.
David begins getting into trouble with the police for petty burglary offences.
He, I believe, was first institutionalised at about 8 years of age. Breaking and entering, stealing and receiving, things like that. And compared with what he was accused of in the end and convicted of, reasonably minor stuff. Although if you're on the receiving end, not that minor.
October 20th, 1986, 2 weeks after the first murder. Susanna Candy is picked up and kidnapped by the 2 killers as she hitchhikes along the Stirling Highway in Claremont. She's only 16 and still lives with her family in suburban Nedlands.
With Catherine in the car, it's easy for the Burneys to convince young women to accept a lift.
So they would go out hunting. Hunting is probably the most apt word for a victim.
A lady leans out the passenger side window. "Hi, can we give you a lift?" Or "Hi, can we help you? Which way are you going?" "Of course."
G'day, love, you want a lift?
Let's jump straight in the back of the car.
All right, just jump in the back.
But which hitchhikers will become their victims is not decided by David. It's Catherine who calls the shots.
And then if she fitted the bill, they had a code term. They referred to munchies.
I've got the munchies, David.
Yes, Kath, I've got the munchies too.
If he said yes, they'd bring out the knife and subdue the victim.
Get them on, go straight.
Next thing you know, the lady's in the back of the car with a knife at their throat, holding them down, threatening them that they'll be killed if they don't shut up and just go with them. Best trick in the book.
Once Sue Candy is a prisoner back at Morehouse Street, the Burneys put a sinister plot into action.
Shut up! Shut up!
Got that. Finished. All right.
She's then gagged, chained to the bed and raped. She's forced to write letters to her family, saying that she's gone to Queensland with friends.
Daddy!
Next morning, she's threatened with death if she doesn't make a carefully scripted phone call.
The parents got a phone call from Susanna the following day to say she'd be staying with friends, and then and she'd be home afterwards.
The way that the Burneys had operated, they'd sent letters. They'd had the victims write letters and send them to their families sort of a week apart or two, so not to arouse particular suspicion, or at least early in the missing phase.
After David finishes raping her, Catherine climbs into bed with them. They make an attempt to strangle Sue, but she puts up a massive struggle. Sleeping pills are then forced down her throat, and once she's unconscious, a nylon cord is slipped around her neck, and together they tighten it until she dies. Her body is buried in the same Gleneagle bushland, not far from Mary Nielsen's grave. The rapes and cold-blooded murders are about to become more frequent, the product of sick fantasies dating back to their teenage years. October 1986. David and Catherine Burney's home in Morehouse Street becomes the House of Horrors, where they rape and murder 2 young women within 10 days. In the mid-1960s, David Burney is a young teenager when he meets up again with Catherine. He already has an extensive record of juvenile offences.
Soon, the couple are partners in crime, committing a series of burglaries, house break-ins and car thefts. They're always caught, but at first, because of their young age, they're treated lightly by the courts.
Well, she found a soulmate, someone with the same circumstances, someone that she could relate to. Without David Burney, then Catherine Burney's life probably would have been one of absolute and utter despair and loneliness and misery, given her upbringing.
I think it was a lethal combination of Kath and David together, because every time they get together, they're in trouble. And history has shown that.
They went on crime spree virtually from when they were 13 or 14 years of age. They had sex for the first time at 14. Then they went out on stealing sprees. And
At 15, David leaves school and begins work in the stables of Perth trainer Eric Parnham, where he hopes to become an apprentice jockey. Eric remembers meeting David's parents.
The first time I went to his mother's and father's place, they had an ashtray on the table, 2 foot high, full of shit butts. And I took him because he was little, and I said, I could make you a jockey. He said, all right, so don't smoke. I said, who smokes? That's rubbish. He said, Mum and Dad.
The trainer finds him accommodation at a local boarding house, but soon afterwards the landlady complains that David has tried to rape her.
She said, that jockey bloke you got. And I said, yeah. He said, he's just trying to come in and get into bed with me. Oh, I said, the devil. He wasn't very big either. But she said, luckily, she had a little dog as big as a mouse. And the dog went berserk, and he took off.
David Burney leaves the stables, but he continues his relationship with Catherine.
They were caught together. He'd invariably go off to jail, and the courts would take pity on her, and she'd be given a probation, and then he'd get out of jail, and off they'd go on another stealing spree. By the time that David Burney was 20, he was in the big league. The pair of them had been caught doing his usual things, stealing cars and breaking and entering and shoplifting and multitude of other crimes. And for the first time, she went to jail for 6 months.
In prison, with the help of a counsellor, she breaks her dependence on David Burney. After her release, she takes a job as a housemaid and marries one of her employer's sons, Don McLaughlin.
They married on her 21st birthday, seemed very, very happy together, and had 6 children. One of them, unfortunately, a little boy, was killed in front of Catherine, was run over in front of Catherine, which psychiatrists believe may have contributed to her terrible, terrible future. And she seemed to be perfectly happy for quite a long time.
David also gets married at 21 to a girl named Kerry.
Yeah, but it was no great wine and dine or anything like that. I mean, we'd only known each other a month before we got married.
November 1st, 10 days after Susanna Candy's death. The murderous couple has kidnapped a third victim, 31-year-old Nolene Patterson, who's gagged and chained to the bed.
Can I trust you?
But this time, things are a little different, as David becomes entranced by Nolene, who's around Catherine's age but is beautiful and elegant. Everything Catherine is not.
Catherine Burney was scruffy and scrawny and common and unattractive, and while as this young lady was a very beautiful young lady, and she was elegant, and she had been a hostess at one stage on Alan Bond's aeroplane.
Only hours earlier, Nolene had been standing alone beside her car after running out of petrol on the Canning Highway when she'd been spotted by the Burneys, out cruising, searching for their next victim.
Look.
Yeah, all right.
Bingo.
I'm going to spin back around for her. You're good, Nolene. That was great.
Nolene realises she's in mortal danger, and she makes a daring play for her life.
Because Nolene was 31 years of age, she was mature. What she tried was a bit of reverse psychology, and she tried to befriend David to see if she could talk a way out of being killed.
What the bloody hell are you doing?
She's great, Kath.
For a short time, Nolene's desperate plan seems to work. The prisoner even cooperates with the Burneys' demand that she make a phone call to allay any fears that she's in trouble.
The following morning, she rang a friend to say that her vehicle was parked at a location that had run out of fuel. She was staying with some friends, everything was okay, and would that friend of hers please go and pick her car up and park it up safely.
After holding Nolene captive for 2 days, the Burneys have a major argument. In an insane fit of jealousy, Catherine storms out of the house. And when she returns, she delivers a bizarre ultimatum.
You know, I'm gonna bloody well kill myself if you had her. I hate this.
Okay, she's all right, Kath.
No, it's me or her. I'm gonna kill myself now.
Subsequently, Kathy actually offered to kill herself if David wanted to be with Nolene.
I'm sick of it. I want to know. I want to hurt me. No, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Why are you spending more time with her than me?
It's you. It's just been a mistake.
David relents, and they force heavy sleeping medication down Nolene's throat. Catherine then strangles her, and they drive the body to the Glen Eagle bushland.
David said that Nolene was different from the other girls and she deserved to be put into a different place to the other girls. She was in actual fact buried with her knickers still on and, as I say, away from the other two girls.
A disgusted Catherine Burney takes pleasure in throwing sand in Nolene Patterson's face.
Another girl.
A few days later, the Burneys stage their next attack as they feed their rapidly growing appetite for living out their brutal sexual fantasies. Fantasies they created together only a few years earlier when they reunited after their marriages broke up. By the early 80s, David and Catherine have been living separate married lives. Catherine has 6 children with her husband, Don McLaughlin. David and his wife, Kerry, also live a happy married life for 6 years, and they have a daughter, Tanya. But things start to change after David suffers a head injury while working on a dredging barge at Bunbury.
The barge moved and the guy upstairs lost his grip and the drum dropped on David's head and left quite a nasty gash in the top of his head. It wasn't a quick change, it was very slow. And he would suddenly start picking the way I did things, and he would tell me I couldn't do things properly and I should go and get lessons on how to do things, which he'd never ever said prior to the accident. He had a lot of affairs over the years, and again, all after the accident with a drum on his head. He had several different women every year.
After 10 years, the marriage finally ends when he brings a 16-year-old girlfriend to live in the family home.
He actually moved her in lock, stock and barrel, and moved our daughter into our bed and moved into our daughter's bedroom with her. It destroyed my self-esteem completely for a long time, and it took a long time to come back from that.
When David moves his teenage girlfriend into the family home, his wife Kerry moves out with their daughter Tanya. David and Catherine meet up again, and she finds that she's still emotionally dependent.
She was very, very unhappy in her marriage. And one day she said, "I've had enough," walked out the door and never came back and went to live with David Burney.
I rang up and reported her missing about 1 o'clock that night. A couple of days later, the constable rang back and said, "Oh, no, she reported him to us, but she's not missing." No, heard of nothing. Didn't even know what was going on. She just went, or said she was going to walk and never come back home.
Catherine and David begin living together in Morehouse Street, Willagee, just east of Fremantle. Kerry Burney takes daughter Tanya on visits to see her father and is shocked to see how David is living.
My impression was they'd rather sit watching TV than cleaning the house up. And they'd eat and there'd be food and all that round where they'd been eating. And I thought, I don't know how you can live like that.
Catherine changes her surname to Burney.
She seemed very shy, very quiet, very retiring. Didn't really appear warm to me at all, probably because I was a stranger. And she's also quite reserved around David.
David takes a job in a car wrecker's yard close by. Soon afterwards, he begins to play out sadomasochistic sexual fantasies.
Can you do that for me? David had a amazing sexual appetite. From what he was capable of sexually, day in, day out.
He can't seem to live without having sex with females. He needs it. If he can't get it, he just seems to go all emotional and he just cracks up. He just crawls into a ball and just closes up.
His first wife, Kerry, confirms David's insatiable sex drive, but even she was surprised when she found he was advertising for sex partners.
I was cruising the Desperate and Dateless in the Sunday Times, and I thought, hello, he's advertising in the Sunday Times. Bored husband wants lady for fun times. I thought, well, gee, that really makes me feel good. He at one stage suggested a threesome. And I said, oh yeah, that sounds good. Which guy shall we get? I don't think he expected the reaction, because he just looked at me and that didn't come up again.
When he broke up with his girlfriend, and since he needed to have sex every night, he didn't get it. So on about Wednesday, so 3 nights later, he asked if he could do it with me. I refused, and he kept on asking, I kept on refusing. And I eventually thought I won over him, and I went to bed. But when I went to sleep, he came into my room and started doing it while I was asleep.
Jamie's 21st birthday present from David and Catherine is Catherine.
Well, I didn't have sex at all up till my 21st birthday. As a birthday present, I was allowed to have sex with Kathy.
A Morehouse Street neighbour remembers travelling with Jamie on the local bus.
He was always sort of like stuck in his own little world and just seemed to look straight through you, and didn't matter how many times I'd caught the bus with him and got off at the same spot or tried to avoid getting off, he wouldn't recognise me as being someone that was in the street. He'd just be very, very blank. Like I said, get off at a different stop just to avoid, because I just felt he was creepy.
Jamie will grow up to be a convicted sex offender, going to jail for raping an 80-year-old woman and molesting a 6-year-old girl.
Because I had sexual problems of my own, and I had 2 indecent dealing charges against me. I was just going through a bad time when I was in there, and I try to get my problem sorted out, and that's when I told my parole officer that what my brother did to me.
November 5th, 1986. 4 days after Nolene's murder, 21-year-old Denise Brown is taken prisoner. Denise is a part-time computer operator who lives with her boyfriend and lives a full and happy life. After spending the day with a girlfriend, she sets out to hitchhike home, and she's picked up by the Burnies. She's taken back to Morehouse Street, where she's forced to remove her clothing and jewellery.
Come on, Denise, it's going to be all right.
Catherine makes a meticulous list of the clothing and personal effects and watches while David rapes Denise.
Just stop it, please!
Got a little secret for you.
No, don't!
No, I just got something.
The following morning, having been drugged and chained to the bed overnight, Denise is forced to ring a friend to say she'll be away for a few days.
I was fairly certain through gut feeling, and I mean, policemen need to work on gut feelings, but as a result of speaking with the mother and all the friends, I was relatively certain that this was out of character for Denise Brown and that she was subject of foul play.
Okay, bye.
In a forest at Wanneroo, on Perth's northern outskirts, David Burney rapes her again and then cuts her throat.
Come here, right? Oh.
She's about to be buried when she suddenly sits up in the grave.
Jeez!
David had an axe in the boot of his car. He ran to the boot of the car, got the axe, and the back of the axe, he actually hit her in the head on 2 occasions to kill her.
The murders are now taking place only a few days apart, but it's getting harder for the Burnies to cover their tracks. The disappearances are beginning to stir suspicion in the Perth Police Department, and the 5th victim will stage a miraculous escape and finally expose the killer couple. At first, the sudden disappearances of young women in Perth in 1986 doesn't raise any serious alarms with the Western Australian Police.
At least one of the families was very distressed because the police suggested she'd run away from home, you know, got mixed up with the wrong crowd, and so it was in a climate where there wasn't that media furor yet about there is a serial killer prowling the streets of Perth. It was, okay, a few women have gone missing.
Then on November 10th, 1986, 5 days after Denise Brown's murder, a shocking revelation will finally expose the House of Horrors in Morehouse Street, Willagee. The breakthrough comes when a teenager named Katie staggers half naked into a Fremantle supermarket, screaming that she's been abducted and raped.
So we picked her up from a shop in Willagee, and she related to this, what was then rather bizarre story unfolded about how she'd been picked up off Stirling Highway. She was hitchhiking, and she'd end up back at a house, and she was stripped naked.
She tells the detectives she believed she'd be murdered, so she leaves clues that she hopes will incriminate her killers.
You done? Yeah.
Over the next 24 hours, she befriends Catherine and convinces her to untie her. At every possible moment, Katie hides notes and manages to plant some personal effects around the house.
She told me where she'd recorded and left the driver's license of her friend, and where she said I was, I found it.
Early the following morning, David Burney goes off to work and leaves their captive with Catherine. Katie continues to hide evidence around the house.
She had got on very well with Kathy intentionally. She knew that she needed to do that, and so she gained her confidence.
Hours later, Catherine answers a knock on the door for a drug deal. For young Katie, this is her chance to escape.
Yeah, I can.
She finds an unlocked window, scrambles through it, and half naked, she runs for help to the nearby shop.
The young girl broke out of this window here in the front and ran down practically, I do believe, with sort of nothing on, ran right down and up the laneway.
Having told her story, the hysterical teenager leads the detectives back to Morehouse Street.
So we drove past the house. She actually became quite upset when she pointed the house out. And at that point, we realised everything she said. We were satisfied that everything she said was absolutely accurate. You know, we were convinced it just wasn't a made-up story.
A quick search of the unoccupied and unlocked premises quickly yields the evidence that corroborates Kate's story.
She said that she was given a sleeping pill, which she spat out. That pill was in actual fact found on the floor in the bedroom. She said that she had been chained up and locks had been used, and there was numbers on the locks. We found some chains and some locks with numbers on them.
Police stake out the house and they wait for the occupants to return.
There she is.
A short time later, a female arrived home who we ascertained to be Catherine Burney.
Settle down. Handcuff, Rick. Handcuff.
And she was told that we were making inquiries in relation to a young lady who'd been reported to us that she'd been abducted and held captive in her house and raped, and she denied any knowledge of it.
The Burneys are arrested and taken in for questioning. Horrified neighbours in Morehouse Street wonder how such events could have gone unnoticed so close to their homes. Nadia Jolly was a teenager at the time.
It was quite bizarre, and being a 15-year-old, and in those days it wasn't uncommon that we would be out of an evening and be walking home at midnight and walking straight past their house, and it being quite a bizarre thought pattern that you just think, why hadn't we seen something?
When all this came out, we got a shock. There were people we were really shocked, all of us were very shocked. And for quite some times afterwards, whenever I had to give our address or something, as soon as I said Morehouse Street, they'd immediately, oh, that's that notorious street.
What do you want me to say?
Detectives are getting nowhere with either David or Catherine.
Come on, David. How many is there?
Vince Kadich turned to Burney after they'd questioned he and Catherine, nothing doing, and just in a throwaway line, he said, "It's getting dark, let's get the shovel and go and dig them up." And then to his astonishment, David Burney said, "Okay, there's 4 of them."
Kathy had been informed that David had admitted to us that he had been involved in the death of 4 girls, and that he was prepared to take us up and show us where the bodies were.
Where?
At that stage, she wanted to speak to David. She was told that she couldn't do that, and she then agreed to accompany the boys, Bob and Chris, to the sites.
I was in the back seat with her in a police vehicle, and she directed us to the first one, which was in fact the most recent victim. And then we went to the next one, which was the other side of Perth. directly the other side of Perth, south of Perth, to Glen Eagles National Park, which is a very large area of land. We were fortunate in that they were able to direct us to each of the gravesites.
The last young lady's grave that Catherine Burney took them to, she was very, very proud of that, because this was the young lady that Catherine Burney had killed herself, and she very proudly said, come on, come this way, it's over here. Ah, there it is, yes it is, and then showed them the mound and then spat on it.
Their identities concealed by blankets, the couple were escorted into Fremantle Court under tight security.
Journalist Bill Power covered the Burney sentencing.
And the police are trying to bring Catherine Burney into the dock. And she's got to come up this path. Nobody could see this except me, because I'm, gawking down the stairs. And the two police officers put their hands on her. And if you can imagine a wildcat going off, she went off. Spitting, scratching, swearing, kicking, biting, yelling and screaming like a mad woman because these two coppers had laid hands on her. David Burney was the only man allowed to do that in her mind. She went off her brain until I let her go.
Once they get Catherine into the courtroom, she shows her utter indifference to the suffering of the victims.
Catherine's on the seat behind him, quiet, demure, just gazing around, and she reaches forward with that finger and she starts to stroke the ball of his thumb. Just like this. For about 10 times. I just sat there staring at this. It was unbelievable devotion, and she couldn't have cared what that judge was saying. She had no thoughts about that at all. Her focus was entirely on her beloved David, who had just murdered all these women and raped them to the point that they were no use to him anymore.
David and Catherine Burney are both sentenced to life imprisonment, with the judge ruling that they should never be released. In October 2005, almost 20 years after he's jailed, David Burney hangs himself in his prison cell.
There was no sympathy at all for Burney, who had been a predator on innocent people. And the fact that he pleaded guilty meant that at least they were spared some of the trauma of appearing in court to give evidence, for example.
Because we always felt that there was wasn't quite closure. There was still a likelihood, a great likelihood, that there were other victims that we were not aware of.
Yes, I'm very firm on the belief that certainly David was involved in the death of several other young women. That Cathy, I believe, has a knowledge of those deaths if she was not involved in them.
Catherine Burney is still behind bars in Perth's maximum security jail for women at Baniyup, where she runs the prison library. So far, her bids for parole have been refused. Community education manager and author Ruth Wicks got to know the real Catherine.
In her normal, when she's just being Catherine, she speaks in this very childish voice. She's very almost passive and willing to please.
One day, Ruth makes the mistake of criticising Catherine.
And I just said, Catherine, don't come the helpless female with me, it gives me the shits. She turned around and grabbed me. Her face had completely, when she kind of had me up against the thing in the library, her face had completely changed. It changed in an instant from just being this passive, quiet, mousy woman to someone whose eyes were almost, they were glowing with rage or something, I don't know. She said to me, Ruth, you don't know what power is until you've held someone's life in your hands. My base instinct then was to think, okay, now I get it. Now I see the woman who has committed murder. because I did. I saw that complete change in her, and it happened in a second.
Ruth Wicks discovered that Catherine was corresponding with other infamous female killers.
Well, she certainly used to write to Myra Hindley, who was one half of the partnership with Ian Brady, known as the Moors murderers in England. She told me that she was writing to Myra. She also said that she wrote to Aileen Wuornos, who was an American serial killer in Florida who was put to death a few years ago. I actually think that she enjoyed the notoriety of being able to communicate with other people who were infamous killers on the same level.
Catherine also tells Wicks how she once called for help when a fellow inmate attempted suicide.
She could hear the woman in the next cell to her gurgling. They were already in lockdown, it was night time. And in relating that story to me, she said, you know, only someone who has strangled somebody, basically, and is familiar with that sound of gurgling knows exactly what it is, and I was able to recognise it and tell the prison officers to alert them. But what she was intending to do in relating that to me was telling me, reliving, if you like, what it's like to strangle somebody.
You can't walk around the streets at night dark by yourself, but you can't put yourself in a position that people can attack you or isolate you away from the community or from members of your family. And if we do know that, there's people like crimes of opportunity. And so there are people and predators out there who do take advantage of the existence and the innocence of people.
Just like the families of the murder victims, Kerry and her daughter, fathered by David Burney, must try to move on. But David and Catherine Burney's murderous rampage has left deep scars.
Because she said to me one day, Mum, why did he kill them? Why did he feel that he needed to take ladies off the street and kill them? I said, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I remember at one stage we had a disagreement about something, and out of the blue she said to me, oh, you only think of me as the bastard child of a murderer. And it floored me because I had no idea she was thinking like that. And I know for a fact I wasn't thinking like it. I was amazed when she came out with it.
In February 2010, the Western Australian Prisoners Review Board met to consider whether to recommend a bid by Catherine Burney for parole. It was rejected by the Attorney General the following month.
I'm glad that they refused parole, because when you look at the big picture of these homicides, they were committed and convicted of 4 of the most vicious killings that you'd ever want to read about, but you don't want to read about. Their behaviour, from kidnapping to the deprivation of liberty, the sexual assault and then the murder of those young girls was totally unacceptable to behaviour in society today.
I say, if you are accused and convicted of murder, you should never be allowed out of prison. Your victim doesn't get parole, why should you?
I would safely say that any future parole hearings, however regularly apart they are under West Australian jurisdiction, would be rejected. There would be a huge uproar in Western Australia if Catherine Burney was ever released.
I think she's beyond redemption. I think that, you know, it's kind of like that scorpion and the frog. You can't change the core nature of somebody, and I think the core nature of Catherine is bad.
Alright, who's in the back? You guys. Alright, seatbelts.
On a winter Saturday morning in 2003, at a children's football clinic in suburban Melbourne, the notorious gangster Jason Moran is sitting in his family van, chatting with one of his men. In the back seat are 5 children, including Moran's 6-year-old twins. A hired killer steps up to the car, and both men are assassinated. The killings are the latest and most brazen in a string of 17 gangland murders over the previous 5 years. They've been carried out on the orders of one of Australia's mass murderers, a pudgy, spoilt suburban upstart with a perpetual smile, a coward who buys his courage by paying others to ambush and kill his enemies. His name, Carl Williams.
Australia's most notorious criminal bandmates. Generation after generation, on all sides of the wall. Crime Investigation Australia, families of crime.
In the late 1990s, Carl Williams decides he wants a slice of the millions being made from party drugs in Melbourne. His challenge soon leads to open warfare with the ruthless Moran family who control the trade, and Carl becomes one of Australia's worst mass murderers.
The Morans ruled by fear, passion, extortion, all that sort of thing, bluff. Lewis had the boys, taught the boys from an early age.
Jason, his father Lewis, and his half-brother Mark are regarded in Melbourne as criminal royalty. They operate a vast illegal drugs empire and are estimated to have amassed a $100 million fortune.
If they owe you money, and they don't pay, you bash them. If they don't pay, you bash them again. Until you get paid, or you put them down as a lost cause. You cripple them, you maim them. You get your money at all costs.
They felt unassailable in the mid-90s because they had a massive slice of the party drug scene. They were also accepted into the racing set. You could see them at the Young Members Bar, at Flemington, during the Spring Racing Carnival. They were supplying the cocaine to celebrities.
The Morans first begin dealing with Carl Williams when he sells them bulk chemical ingredients to make party drugs.
There's this myth that Carl had worked for them as a driver or some sort of associate. That's completely false.
The Morans thought of Carl Williams as a bit of a lightweight, and they thought, like they thought of many people, that they could bully him.
Carl was a lank at the start. And then it suddenly dawned on everyone, and I think probably me first, that Carl had balls.
He doesn't bow to people, Carl. He treats people how they treat him, but he won't be bossed by people. He doesn't like people bossing people.
Most underworld drug barons deal with each other, but doing business with Carl Williams will prove to be the Morans' biggest mistake. They're taken in by his plump body and his friendly smile, and they fail to see him as a serious rival.
Everybody, the Morans, all the gangsters thought that Williams was a bit of a joke. He was a flabby, chubby kid, but he was a smiling assassin.
A ready laugh, cheerful, looked like he'd be, a good bloke on a building site. However, the difference between him and good blokes on the building site was that he was making $100,000 a month from drugs.
He didn't have enough balls to shoot anybody. Carl couldn't shoot anybody to save his life. But he had the balls to see where the trouble was coming from.
Carl Williams is the second of two sons born to George and Barbara Williams, and he's brought up in Broadmeadows, a crime-ridden, working-class suburb on Melbourne's northern fringe.
Well, in those days, the detectives often found themselves investigating burglaries, car fires, almost on a daily basis, serious assaults, sex crimes, suicides, drug overdoses, pretty well everything that you'd get in that sort of area.
George works as a labourer and an occasional debt collector, and there are few luxuries in Carl's childhood.
He was interested in money from a very early age. That was certainly his guiding preoccupation as a kid.
Carl's very close to his mother and idolises his older brother Shane, who's a heroin addict and a thief.
I think Barbara mummied Carl a bit, I really do. I think that she thought Shane was a big boy and Shane would be all right. And from what I understand, even as children, Shane was very close to George, you know, like they go to footy together and whatever, whereas Carl was a mummy's boy. He really was. And he still would be now.
Carl retains his baby-faced features as he grows into a lazy and inept teenager, avoiding work and learning the ways of petty crime from his brother.
He'd be the lookout man as Shane was doing various thefts and burglaries and so forth, and he was picked up by the police a couple of times, and during that, in fact, there was one time where the police hit him with a phone book so they could extract information about Shane, and Carl burst into tears and told his mum that the police had beaten him with a phone book.
Carl's world is shattered when Shane dies from a heroin overdose in 1997.
Shane didn't want to be saved. In the finish, Shane said, I don't want to live here anymore, Mum.
And I think when Shane died, I don't think any of them coped really well. You know, they sort of put on a brave face, but you could see it. You could see it in all of them, that it did have an effect on all of them. And I think especially Carl, because him and Shane were so close.
But even though heroin has killed his beloved brother, Carl decides to set up a major drug-dealing operation. He even enlists the help of his father, George, and it's not long before they're doing business with the Morans.
Well, for every amount of drugs made, bought from overseas, etc., one person can't sell them on his own. He sells, it goes down the chain.
Carl begins developing his own cheap recipe for party drugs and convinces a friend to test some.
And it sent him into this sort of spasm and epileptic fits and all this kind of stuff, and Carl went, a bit too strong, that one. Go back to the drawing board. So they finally got it right.
Around this time, Carl begins a serious relationship with Roberta Masica, the woman who'd become his wife.
Roberta Williams is colourful, loud, boisterous. She can be good fun. She's got a volatile temper. She had a shocking upbringing. She was the victim of violence both from her mother and stepfather. She was out of home by 11. She was a ward of the state.
They're soon in a serious relationship, and it's not long before she's pregnant.
He recognised that she was having a hard time and I guess provided a shoulder to cry on and an ear to listen to her problems.
Roberta will say she didn't know much about what Carl was doing. Police disagree.
We're just an everyday suburban family who get up every morning, take our children to school and cook dinner of a night.
Obviously there were bugs in Carl and Roberta's house, and the police who listened to it said it was like listening to the Jerry Springer show about 24 hours a day.
Carl's new party drug generates huge profits, and he and Roberta spend lavishly, living the high life. The Morans try to intimidate him. They even have their men give him a pistol whipping. Things get worse when fire destroys a drug lab that the Morans are operating with Carl, and valuable chemicals disappear.
This set up a suspicion. The Morans believed that Carl had been involved in this whole thing, and he would blithely say, no, mate, no, I'm not involved in that, no way. But apparently he was.
The hostilities continue to fester and will soon become a gangland war that will leave a trail of bodies across Melbourne.
They were having a dispute over several issues. One was that Carl was undercutting them on the price of drugs. 2, there was a dispute over the ownership of a pill press. 3, they weren't happy that he'd married Roberta, who'd previously been married to a good friend of theirs. And 4, there was a dispute over a debt.
The confrontation comes to a head at a meeting in the corner of a deserted suburban park, far from police surveillance microphones.
G'day, Mark. Hey, Jason.
The Morans argue furiously with Carl over money and drugs.
No, you got it all wrong. We're losing thousands of dollars. Pill press,
Shouldn't even get it over and done with. Come on.
I'm not killing him.
No, Jason! All right.
The Morans walk away laughing and suggest he gets the bullet removed from his stomach and sent back to them. The Morans will soon be getting bullets returned, and with interest, and they'll be brand new. Carl is later treated in hospital and the bullets removed.
At the time that he was shot, we weren't aware that it was the Moran or a couple of the Moran families that actually did that.
But the Morans have underestimated Carl Williams. Instead of being intimidated, he unleashes a wave of revenge shootings. The first victim will be Mark Moran.
No, Jason!
Carl Williams has been shot by Jason Moran as a warning not to interfere with the Moran drug business. But he's not intimidated. And he's soon back, busily making party pills with his father George, when police suddenly stumble upon their drug lab.
Police from Broadmeadows were doing a fairly straightforward, average crime investigation, and they went to a Housing Commission property in Broadmeadows.
On their arrival, I can recall one of them actually saying he heard what he thought was a washing machine coming from an upstairs room.
And when they went in, there was the pill press working. And when they went upstairs, they found both George and Carl Williams hiding.
They were both covered in powder. The whole premises was covered in powder. There was bags of drugs and piles of pills laying around all over the place. So it was a full-on amphetamines manufacturing facility.
George had been involved in it for some time, you know. People speculate about George's final role in the family business, but he was there, make no mistake.
To this day, the police deny that they were tipped off by the Morans.
If there was any indication whatsoever to me that there was a man armed with a 9mm semi-automatic pistol with a considerable amount of drugs and a pill press in a flat in Fur-Close, Broadmeadows, I wouldn't have sent 3 detectives around there armed with a warrant regarding a fraud matter. They were there on a completely unrelated inquiry. In police parlance, this was just good luck. Sealed off the entire area as a crime scene, called in the forensic science people, called in the drug squad to assist, because obviously this is quite a significant catch, and the rest is really history, isn't it?
Carl and his father are arrested and they face lengthy jail sentences, but their trials delayed by a drug squad corruption scandal.
When it came time to put George and Carl on trial, the corruption probes had all the notes from the detectives who'd been doing, so it delayed everything.
These drug squad detectives were to be witnesses in a number of cases, including Carl Williams. Therefore, Carl Williams' case could not go ahead until the drug squad charges were first dealt with.
So suddenly they'd had 3 or 4 more years of liberty to prosper, to get square with enemies and so forth.
Carl and George Williams are released on bail, and they quickly resume their lucrative trade in defiance of the Morans.
Shortly after that, George had been down at a pub in Richmond. Jason Moran had turned up on the scene and said, you know, just tell Carl that next time I'm going to kill him.
As Carl sees it, he has 2 choices: give in to the Morans and get out of the drug trade, or strike first. It's the dawn of the 21st century when he takes the fateful decision to make the first move. Carl's target is Mark Moran. It's 6 months since Jason shot him, and Carl can still hear Mark Moran yelling, "Kill him!" The order to shoot to kill is typical behaviour for Mark Moran, who has a formidable reputation as a tough and merciless gangster.
Carl feared Mark Moran. He was smarter than Jason. He was more ruthless. And he did feel that eventually Mark might get him. So it was decided, I believe, to make a preemptive strike on Mark, and also to show the Morans that Carl would not take this lying down, that he would take out their most brilliant strategists, their leading businessmen, if you like, in the drug world, and there's nothing they could do about it.
Mark Moran lives with his family in a luxury home in the Melbourne suburb of Aberfeldy.
Nice two-storey house, he'd done well, he had his kids there. He didn't think there was any threats to his life whatsoever. He thought that life was great, you know. He dealt with Carl Williams, life was good, nothing would happen.
In June 2000, Mark is assassinated outside his home.
And on this particular night, the phone rang and he decided to go out. His wife said, "Don't go," but he went outside. Now, stupidly, instead of, say, parking his car near security lights or closed-circuit cameras, he parked it outside in the street.
At first, neither the police nor the Moran gang know who to blame for Mark's execution. Everyone suspects it's an Underworld payback because Mark is known to have murdered several mafia leaders.
The Morans had a council of war that night. A group of 7 people got together and they started going through their enemies, and they did a list of the enemies who could have killed Mark. Carl was on that list, but he was the last name.
And when Mark got shot, it was one of total bewilderment. In hindsight, I suppose, it wasn't very hard to work out that who was behind it all, because there was a clue here, a clue there, a phone call there, an explanation there, etc., etc. But I don't think anybody in the camp knew how financially flush Carl had become by then.
And Carl's always denied that, but you know, whoever did it, Mark was dead, and there was no doubt that it was the Williams crew that was responsible.
After extensive Underworld inquiries, the Morans decide that Carl is behind Mark's murder and war is declared.
And Jason immediately swore vengeance. He was in jail at the time and came out of jail for his brother's funeral.
On the day of Mark Moran's funeral, shots are fired outside Carl and Roberta's home. Carl Williams and Jason Moran are now laying elaborate plans to kill each other.
Carl Williams had decided that he really wanted to kill Jason Moran as a payback for shooting him, and also because he feared that if he didn't do it, they'd eventually finish the job on him. But in a ridiculous set of circumstances, when Carl Williams was finally bailed on the drug trafficking matters, within 3 days Jason Moran was convicted of an assault matter in King Street. So he went to jail. So they sort of swapped sides, if you like. Carl was out, Jason was in, so he couldn't get him.
There were multiple plots that Carl laid in order to get Jason. Meanwhile, Jason was plotting to get Carl.
One of Jason's plots is to order his toughest henchman, a merciless killer named Benji Benjamin, to befriend Carl and then to murder him.
Benji was now getting close to Carl. He was actually spending time with him, and at the same time as he had a contract to kill Carl Williams. So it was this bizarre gangster drama being played out.
But Carl's charm wins Benji over to the Williams side, and they become best friends. With Benji's defection, Lewis and Jason Moran decide to replace him. 2 Sydney hitmen are contracted to kill Carl at the christening of his new baby daughter, Dakota. Police get wind of the plan, and to avoid a bloodbath, they rearrest Carl on drug trafficking charges, and he's held in prison for the next 14 months.
Stay away from people like that, you know what I mean?
Benji, meanwhile, continues his professional career as a hitman, murdering Victor Pierce, a notoriously violent drug dealer and cop killer.
Victor Pierce's killers certainly appeared untroubled about carrying out what amounted to a public execution.
As soon as Carl's released in the middle of 2002, he resumes his plan to kill Jason Moran. It takes him almost a year to achieve his goal, but in the meantime, he has other scores to settle. Nick Radev, a man known as the Russian, is becoming a serious competitor in Carl's party drug trade.
Nikolai Radev was a very serious villain here in Melbourne. He'd been involved in all kinds of things. A very extremely violent man.
As usual, Carl won't do his own dirty work, and instead, one of Carl's hitmen kills the Russian.
Pumped him full of holes, basically. He then grabbed another gun and shot him a few more times to make sure he was dead, and that was the end of Radev. So the cycle had really begun now.
Carl Williams is now embroiled in a game of kill or be killed. Two of Carl's rivals have died, and Carl's target now is Jason Moran, the man who shot him in the belly 3 years earlier.
No, Jason!
It's 3 years since Carl is shot by Jason Moran.
All right. No!
And 2.5 years since the revenge killing of Jason's brother Mark. Jason knows that Carl has put a contract out on his life, and he's living in fear.
Jason was on guard at this stage. He was travelling all the time with a gun. He was changing cars. He wasn't staying at home very much. He was elusive and hard to get. But information came that every Saturday morning, Jason would take his kids down to the Auskick clinic.
They tracked him to the Cross Keys Oval. They realised he would go there every Saturday. And on this particular Saturday, the runner and a fellow named the driver were waiting.
Jason feels quite safe at the children's football game. He's sitting in the driver's seat of a family minivan with 5 youngsters in the back and his henchman, Pat Barbaro, sitting beside him. Suddenly, a man appears at the driver's side window and fires a shotgun at Jason's head. He then pulls out a pistol and shoots Barbaro before running off. Carl has a night out on the town with Roberta to celebrate Jason's death.
Roberta says she really didn't know what Carl was doing. When Jason was killed, she was picked up on a telephone intercept saying that she couldn't wait to party that night. So she actively hated the Morans.
By this time, Carl's party drug business is booming, and his main interest now is staying alive. Next on his hit list is a drug dealer who owes him $900,000 and can't pay. Carl fears the dealer, Willie Thompson, is planning to kill him in order to clear the debt. So Thompson is brazenly murdered in a crowded street.
He was coming out of a gym in Warrigal Road, Chadstone, about to get in his car. There's apparently a theory that someone in the gym called the killers and said he's coming out now. He was positioned. So as he got in his car, 2 cars pull up, boxed him in, leapt out, shot him multiple times and killed him.
In the shooting of Willie Thompson, one of the bullets passes through a nearby bookshop and lodges in a wall, narrowly missing horrified bystanders. So far, the public has watched this war with fascination, and many police have been apathetic, to say the least, at the spectacle of criminals killing other criminals. But shooting around a children's football clinic and in a crowded street means everyone is now at risk.
The public outcry was enormous. Here was a situation where this was no longer just a self-cleaning oven, as the police like to call it, an oven that just gets so super hot and just burns up everything in it, and there's nothing to worry about. The police just stand by and put the toe tags on the victims and move on with life.
The Police Commissioner Christine Nixon establishes a special task force of 30 detectives to investigate the Gangland killings. It's called Task Force Piranha. What Carl does next could have come straight out of a movie. Carl's people spread rumours that Willie Thompson's been murdered by hitman Michael Marshall.
This now created suspicion amongst Thompson's friends about Marshall. And it was suggested that someone put up a large amount of money for Marshall to be killed, and Williams took up the contract, even though he knew his men had been responsible for killing Thompson.
So Carl and his hitmen accept payment to take revenge on a murder that they themselves have committed. Carl's hitmen carry out the contract and shoot Michael Marshall outside his own home.
And shoots him with a .45, kills him right in front of his son, for nothing. To really cover up what Williams had apparently done in killing Willie Thompson, that was all. Just a bit of housekeeping.
Carl is now convinced that a man named Mark Malia, a loyal lieutenant of the dead gangster Nick the Russian Radev, is planning revenge. And so Carl again hires hitmen. He orders them to torture Malia to get him to reveal where the Russian has stored his drugs and cash.
They lured him to a house in Layla and took him into a garage there and tied him to a chair, tortured him with a soldering iron, with cigarettes, with baseball bats, and you name it. And he didn't reveal, apparently, where the drugs were or anything, and he died.
Malia's body is incinerated and it's dumped in a wheelie bin.
So again, it was one of those grisly moments that just shocked everyone and shocked the nice people of Melbourne to think this was going on in their suburbs.
But Carl doesn't care. He's about to order more cowardly murders, and more blood will flow on suburban streets. With police pressure intensifying, the Gangland war is now causing disruption to other criminal businesses, and the ruthless old guard of Melbourne's Underworld is about to get involved. With people being murdered on the crowded streets of Melbourne, police are desperate to put a stop to the bloodbath. They arrest Carl Williams for allegedly planning to murder a task force detective.
Telling the story, he didn't look too swaggery and too brave when they got him and rolled him on the grass. They got a median strip and cuffed him. They said he was blubbering like a child and peed himself.
The police evidence in the case against Carl is flimsy, and he's released on bail.
Carl Williams would leave court like he was on a game show. I mean, he would swagger. He would swagger. They'd be out there.
And I'd like to get on with my life, that's all.
Can I ask you where to from here?
Where to from here? Something to eat and something to drink, that's all.
Carl now thinks that he's the king of Melbourne, and he stages a lavish $200,000 party at the giant Crown Casino to celebrate his daughter's christening.
Like some Godfather sort of function, with the bassinet being filled with, showered with money. It was $100 notes filling the bassinet of this baby. It was like some grotesquerie out of a Hollywood movie. And I think they started living that sort of life.
By that stage, he'd become a public figure. And by that stage, any amount of reporters had his number. And he thoroughly enjoyed the notoriety. We had the ridiculous situation at one stage where Carl Williams was holding the press conferences and the police were saying no comment.
It's all police corruption, which is corruption from everywhere in the police force. I never ever made a threat to kill anybody, and I've never ever killed it. I've never had nothing to do with no violence. I've never been caught with no guns. I've never owned anything like that.
Are you saying you're a clean skin?
Yeah, I'm telling you I don't get involved in anything.
How do you make your money?
I don't have. What do you mean? This isn't about how do I make.
No, I'm asking you a question. How do you survive?
Do not sell drugs. This is Victorian police corruption.
Hang on. What? Mr. Williams, they haven't come looking for Derek Hinch. They haven't come looking for Derek Hinch. They're looking for Carl Williams.
My things will be sorted out during court, and that's when they'll be sorted out.
Okay.
Thanks very much, Darren.
They haven't come looking for Derek Hinch.
I spoke several times on the phone to him. I've had other phone calls. One fight we had on the phone, he hung up on me and then called back to the line had dropped out. It was quite funny.
Carl Williams' next target is the leader of the old guard of Melbourne's Underworld, who are known as the Carlton Crew.
The Carlton Crew was said to be criminals of an Italian origin. That's not exactly true. Basically, they were the people who made their start out of illegal gambling, SP bookmaking, two-up, which tended to be around Carlton.
Carl gets word that the Carlton Crew leader, Graham the Monster Kinebra, is meeting with the Morans. To Carl, it looks like a conspiracy, and so Benji Benjamin and one other lie in wait outside Kinebra's suburban home in Kew.
So he drove back to his house in this December evening in 2003, parked his car, got out, and there'd been two men sitting in a Ford Falcon across the street, and they came out and opened fire on him.
Benji Benjamin's execution of the old gangster Graham Kinebra takes the Gangland war to a whole new level.
No one's ever been charged over that, although Carl Williams was considered a person of interest in perhaps organising that.
These people, Carl Williams' team, wanted to be known as the toughest team in town. They wanted to be known as the mob that no one would mess with. And killing Graham Kinebra was a massive step.
With Kinebra's murder, the Moran patriarch Lewis has now lost two sons and his best friend.
Real tears. Real tears. Tears for the loss of his money, tears for the loss of his mate, tears for whatever reason, but they were real tears. And he said to me, "I've got no one else."
Throughout the war, Roberta remains close to Carl, helping him with his drug dealing and even serving a short prison term.
She's done time for drug offences. She always invokes her children and how she wants to go clean, go straight for the sake of her children, where she, Carl, Vietnam, the Morans, none of them gave a damn about anybody else's children. I mean, they made a fortune, lived the luxury lifestyle by making and selling drugs to other people's kids.
Carl Williams and Benji Benjamin decide, for their own safety, to move into a luxury penthouse in the centre of Melbourne. Roberta, who's had enough of Carl's philandering, moves into her own apartment in the same building. But they still see each other frequently, and Roberta has also formed a close friendship with Benji. She's apparently unaware that Benji's string of murders means, like Carl, he has enemies all over town and is living on borrowed time.
And when the police went to him at one stage and tried to get him to cooperate, they said, "You know you're going to die if you keep going this way." He said, "Yes, I know. And I've already told my parents not to cooperate with you when I'm killed."
Benji suspects the killing of Graham Kinebra has probably made him another powerful enemy, the Carlton Crew wheeler dealer, Mick Gatto.
Graham was like a father figure to Gatto, and that became intensely personal.
Mick Gatto makes big money from his reputation as a mediator, settling big business disputes for high fees.
Gatto is charming. He's a master networker. His contact book, or the numbers in his mobile phone, would be very, very interesting. He's a person who doesn't get angry quickly, and a person whose name in certain circles instantly brings respect, in other circles fear.
He goes off with a couple of his beer-bellied heavies to sort things out and talk sense to people. This man is a thug and a standover man. Mick Gatto called me after I'd criticised him over this.
It's ratbags like you that sort of put me in the limelight, where I want to be left alone and mind my own business and get on with my life, but I can't because I've got maggots like you drive me mad.
Mick Gatto's friends warn him that he's Carl and Benji's next target.
He was being told by other people, there's a contract out there on your life, apparently $400,000, the biggest contract of the whole war to date.
Benji.
Hey, Mick. Tell me, mate.
Thanks for coming.
No worries.
You're looking good.
In April 2004, Mick Gatto invites Benji to a meeting at his hangout. It's a restaurant in Carlton. After Gatto meets Benji, the two walk to the back of the restaurant for a more private talk.
I have to sort out this Carl Williams business.
Oh, Jesus, Mick, don't start with that shit.
What, his puppet now, are you?
I'm not his puppet, it's just good business, mate.
He's no good!
You haven't even sat down with him.
Will be consequences. Stop running with him. Stop running.
Andrew Veneman left the Melbourne Magistrates Court with alleged drug trafficker and close friend Carl Williams earlier today, but hours later the man known as Benji was dead.
Carl hears the news of Benji's death, and he and Roberta rush to the scene, where they're besieged by the media.
Carl, have you got anything to say about the shooting?
I don't know nothing about it. This is harassment. Get out of here.
Why are you running, mate? If you've got nothing to say, you've got nothing to do with it. Don't run away.
Go on, listen, you're like fucking vultures. Get out of here. Someone's just been shot.
You were seen coming out of the Magistrates Court today with Andrew Veneman, and now it's believed that he's been shot. What have you got to say about that?
I did have one phone call with Andrew just hours before he died, which kind of often makes me think, what was it about? When he called me and said, happy birthday. And we would always say, I love you to each other, or it was just a friend thing, all of us said it. And Andrew goes, no, I really love you. And I said, yeah, I know, Andrew, I really love you too. And he goes, no, I really love you. So I've often thought about that last word that come from his mouth to me on that last day with that phone call and think, where was it going?
Mick Gatto is arrested and charged with Benji's murder. But since Benji's gun is used in the killing, Gatto pleads self-defense, and eventually he's acquitted. Benji's murder sends Carl into a blind rage, and he immediately lays plans for a dramatic and very public revenge attack on Lewis Moran. Carl Williams has been directing an underworld war in Melbourne, but his most lethal weapon, the hitman Benji Benjamin, is now dead.
In my discussions with him at that time, I sensed the first inkling of fear in him.
But it's soon clear he intends to avenge Benji's murder, and his target is the old patriarch Lewis Moran.
So it was suggested that he in fact engaged two hitmen to kill Lewis Moran in the Brunswick Club. He knew that Lewis would always be in the Brunswick Club because Lewis had given up, at this time. He'd lost everyone that was close to him.
One who stays by Lewis Moran's side is his long-term bodyguard, Bert Rout.
Night after night, Carl would be on the phone to Lewis. I'm coming to get you, you bastard. We're coming to get you tonight. Lewis would say, go and get. Effed. We wouldn't back down. We wouldn't change our routine for some young punk.
Lewis Moran tried to put a contract out on Carl, but was only offering about $50,000 when Carl was offering $100,000 and others in that area were offering up to $300,000.
We had a terrible argument at the Brunswick Club. I said, Lewis, are you effing mad? Are you out of your mind?
It's just a matter of time before Carl's men strike.
We were both walking dead men. It was inevitable that someone would have a crack at us. The first I knew, I heard the clump, clump, clump of running feet towards us.
Shit! No! No!
As gangland executions go, this was very public. Moran was killed instantly. His friend is critical.
It's like a bloody freight train. Like a freight train hitting me. And it didn't hurt. There was no pain at all. None at all. But the thoughts that go through your mind. I couldn't understand why my arm was swinging in all directions and around and around. It was hanging on by some tendons and muscles and skin.
It's almost surreal what's happening here. It is beyond comprehension.
Lewis Moran's audacious public execution stirs a fresh wave of outrage.
It was senseless, and I think the police then really felt they'd lost control, that there was no way, no one was helping them, people were being shot left, right and centre. There was no end to this, it seemed.
No, not in the slightest do I miss Lewis. And you can take this, put this on your film. Not in the slightest do I miss Lewis. Not for one moment. And that I can swear on my grandchildren's life. Not for one moment do I miss Lewis. I miss Patty. I miss Mark. I regret some of the other victims in this feud, this dispute, which in 100 years' time will be a blip in a history book, a line in a history book, a blip on a computer. I don't miss Lewis, not for one moment.
Carl's paranoia knew no bounds at this stage. He regarded anyone remaining of the Carlton crew or the Moran set as a potential target or a potential threat to him.
Piranha Task Force scores a sensational breakthrough. They receive intelligence that Carl Williams has hired 2 shooters to murder the Carlton crew's lawyer, Mario Condello.
The police had a listening device in a particular car where they heard 2 men talking about killing Mario Condello. So they secreted him away to protect him, and they started to set up a surveillance operation. On the morning that they finally were to do it, there was an extraordinary number of police in the area waiting for their moment. Those 2 men were charged, and ultimately Carl was grabbed and charged.
So that was finally, after 7 years, 6-7 years of this going on, finally Williams was in custody for a murder, for an attempted murder in this case. So finally his run was over.
The following week, Mick Gatto is acquitted of Benji's murder.
Task Force Piranha detectives continue gathering evidence against Carl for other murders. They score a major breakthrough when the 2 hitmen they arrest for the Michael Marshall murder suddenly agree to roll over and give evidence against their boss. Carl is convicted of the Marshall murder and he's jailed for 21 years. Carl's downfall comes from not paying his hitmen their promised fees.
For example, with the runner, he promised $100,000 to kill Jason Moran. And when the runner did it, Carl Williams turned up, opened his jacket and produced $2,500. And that's all he paid him, which was fairly stupid because ultimately the runner became a star witness for the police.
With detectives preparing to charge him with more murders, Carl seeks a deal. The Director of Public Prosecutions agrees to negotiate, even though police believe Carl Williams is responsible for at least 10 murders.
So when Carl finally decided to plead guilty, he was in court by himself, and George and Barbara Williams were allowed in to see him. And Barbara pleaded with him not to plead guilty on the 3 counts of murder, saying we're going to fight it.
But in the end, Carl pleads guilty to the murders of Jason Moran, Lewis Moran and Mark Malia.
And if he had not pleaded guilty, he would have not been able to get a discount, which meant he would have been sentenced to life with no minimum, and he would have been destined to die in jail.
But if Carl Williams thinks his guilty plea will get him a lighter minimum sentence, he's in for a shock.
Judge Betty King lined him up, and she didn't miss him. You know, she said, you know, people think that you're a hero in the community. You've been lionised in interviews, and people think that, you know, you're some sort of hero. You know, she said, no, you're just a killer. You're a cowardly killer as well, one that actually gets other people to do your dirty work for you. You know.
Carl Williams is sentenced to a minimum 35 years in jail, and he'll be aged 72 when he's released.
And the penny is already dropped with Carl, that what he did was a total waste of other people's lives and his life. And he's quite a sad and sorry person who would do anything to get his sentence changed.
He regrets that his last 10 years of his life's been a waste. He said that a couple of weeks ago. He said, I wish I could turn the clock back, Mum.
6 months later, Justice King sentences Carl's father George to 4.5 years for drug trafficking. A year later, Carl's mother Barbara kills herself.
Barbara was shattered when Carl was put inside, and while everybody else carried on about him being a gangster and all this sort of glamorising, Barbara was broken-hearted. And in 2008, she took her own life. She lived basically as a recluse. She had the shutters down on her house. Her neighbours didn't often see her. And broken-hearted, she just said to somebody, I just want to go to sleep and never wake up. And she took some champagne and some sleeping pills and took her own life.
My first reaction was Dakota, because I knew how much Barbara loved Dakota, and I knew how much Dakota loved Barbara. And I suppose I looked at it and thought, well, that's Dakota's stability in her life. I remember when it came on the TV and I looked up to the sky and I said to Shane, oh well, your mum's with you now. And that's sort of how I looked at it. Carl's in jail, George is getting older, Dakota's going to have nobody. And that's the way I look at it. I feel sorry for all the children involved in all of this. I really do, I feel sorry for the whole lot of them. They didn't ask for it, you know, and they're all of the families that all of this is involved have all been devastated by drugs and by greed, for no good reason. Because in the end they've got nothing to show for it. It doesn't make them any happier, and half of them are dead. So how is that any good?
You know, you may think you have a short life of being able to wear all this bling and all these gold chains and have all the hookers you want and all the beer you want and all the parties you want, but you end up dead.
So there, he lost his brother to drugs, he'd lost his liberty to drugs, he'd lost his mother because of the Gangland war over drugs. So what was all this for? It just doesn't seem to make any sense. It was an irrational thing driven by fear, you know?
In fact, the public view was, well, who cares, they're only killing their own. My view is, if they're only killing their own now, how long before they're killing you or killing someone else? Or is that good? Is that the sort of society we want to live in? It's not the society I want to live in. I don't want to live in a society where people get gunned down because they're standing at the bar of the Brunswick Club.
Carl Williams says, I won the war. That's not true. Piranha Task Force won the war.
I'll be 100 when Carl gets out of jail. And I hope to Christ I can be standing there outside the jail and blow his head right off. And I hope he's got a television when he sees this.
Williams was fatally bashed by a fellow inmate in Barwon Prison yesterday.
The other prisoners came up from behind, struck him on the head a number of times.
The puzzle is how anyone got near enough to him to carry out the attack.
It may have been a random attack, but it may have been something more sinister.
Bert Rout will never get his revenge. On April 19th, 2010, Carl Williams died from a heart attack after suffering traumatic injuries caused by a brutal bashing by a fellow inmate at Victoria's Barwon Prison. The prisoner, who can't be named for legal reasons, was charged with his murder.
Obviously, a man like Carl Williams has a lot of enemies.
After a 6-week trial, Sydney businessman Abe Saffron was found guilty of conspiring to defraud the Commonwealth of tax. The trial had centred on allegations.
The 3-year sentence was unanimously dismissed. It's estimated that more than $1 million of tax was evaded in a 5-year period alone.
For half a century, Abe Saffron is the Vice King of Sydney. He controls the illegal gambling, prostitution and liquor rackets by bribing and blackmailing police and politicians. He's accused of arson and even murder. But like Al Capone, Abe Saffron only goes to jail because of tax evasion.
This man, my father, changed the face of Australia. There is no question that he did. He changed it completely. In the entertainment world, gangster world, everything. He changed everything. He is probably one of the most significant people in Australia's history, good and bad.
Australia's most notorious criminal
Some people said worse than Al Capone, Lucky Luciano and Bugsy Siegel combined. And he was in the beginning.
I don't think you can characterise most criminals as being the sort of 4x4 tattoo-covered thugs. It's the thugs, the ones who are in the front line, who are carrying out the deeds of the tacticians, you know, the Abes, if you like, who are more in the back room.
I knew it was shady. I knew it was illegal in some way, but I couldn't pinpoint it. I mean, he had a whole life, which is different.
There were varying reports. I mean, you know, some people said that he was on the fringes. Others said that he was immersed in it. Some would say that he was in the heavy stuff up to his eyeballs.
But then, as he didn't need to commit acts of violence and had other people doing it for him, or not necessarily killing people, but just, you know, beating them up or whatever, it was an element of fear. That's what it was.
All of the suggestions are untrue. Untrue, completely untrue.
Born October 6th, 1919, Abraham Gilbert Saffron is raised in Sydney's West by parents of Russian Jewish heritage. He displays entrepreneurial talents from an early age, buying and reselling cigarettes and school textbooks for a profit.
He's a very astute operator, and he was also, of course, one of the first car radio thieves. Abe was managed to picked up and I think arrested for goods in custody of having one of the very early valve radios. So he was obviously a man who saw an opportunity fairly early on and went for it hard.
Before his 21st birthday, Saffron has already pleaded guilty to gambling and theft charges. He enlists in the Australian Army and Merchant Navy during World War II, where he runs a black market enterprise supplying contraband such as alcohol, cigarettes, and pornography.
Now, whatever the sailors wanted, he had available. And he partnered up with in each case, with the captain of the ship. The captain got a slice. Then he started a bookmaking business where he went to the track and was a bookmaker. And he always claimed that he lost everything in the book. He was a bad bookmaker. Well, nothing could be further than the truth. My father was brilliant at math and brilliant at business. By saying he was making nothing, he didn't have to pay taxes.
Cashed up after the war, he quickly accumulates a number of pubs, using family and friends as dummy owners to get around the law that limits any individual to just one hotel licence.
I think it was 4 or 5 hotels. He would put it in his brothers and sisters' name, Beryl, Flora and Phil, and had it in him, of course. So he had 4 hotels.
But it's Abe Saffron's move into nightclubs that sees his empire and influence flourish. Within a few years, he becomes known as the King of the Cross, the seedy heart of Sydney's strip clubs and prostitution. And it all begins with the Roosevelt Club.
First time I met Abe, I was offered a job at the Roosevelt. The reason I wanted the job because they had the best looking ballet girls in Australia.
I was a dancer. I learnt a lot from the Roosevelt. It was a high-class nightclub, very well run, very strong doorman to keep the riffraff out. And we all had a great time. We met a lot of famous people that used to come there, you know, terrific.
Paradise. Paradise. If you took a girl to, say, the Roosevelt, they dressed to the nines, you know, and that was their night out.
Guys in lovely dinner suits, women in their finery, superb food, chicken in a basket on the menu, and wine flowed, provided you ordered it before 6 o'clock. And judges, politicians, lawyers, all that sort of jazz. Everyone was up there enjoying it, even though it was slightly illicit.
Mr. Saffron used to come round to every table and introduce himself. Even though I was only a humble student drinking a bottle of beer, he was polite and shook everyone by the hand.
Oh, we used to sit with lawyers and barristers.
Gangsters, doctors, showgirls, models, prostitutes, married women with their husbands. Sometimes they'd come in without their husbands.
Every night was fantastic.
And it was open till 3 o'clock in the morning.
It's a time when alcohol sales are subject to strict rules, including 6 o'clock closing, regulated prices, and post-war rationing.
In those days, you had to drink as much as you possibly could by 6 o'clock, and then it was all over. Abe did, and as a lot of other publicans were doing at the time, they just simply made sure that grog could be provided discreetly after hours in their hotels.
Saffron makes a fortune selling alcohol from his numerous pubs to patrons at the unlicensed Roosevelt at horrendously inflated prices.
And I remember, you know, going down and getting bottles and bottles, carts of them, and we bring back to the nightclub, and the girls there would write down Mr. Robertson, Mr. Johnson, Mrs. so-and-so, you know, Bill Watson and that like that. Then they'd stick him on the bottle like that.
Which I think he charged £5 for. Well, that only cost 4 shillings to buy.
Wine and beer flow into the early hours of the mornings. Saffron pays police bribes to turn a blind eye to the illegal sales of alcohol.
The Vice Squad would come and see the show, have a meal.
Boys, enjoying yourself? Yes, ma'am. You just make sure your glass...
And get their money on the way out. So, that's the way it was done.
It's not unlike Prohibition in America. It was an insane law. Prohibition in America breeded corruption. Well, the 6 o'clock swill was anti-Australian. So that bred corruption.
Eventually, the blatant illegal activities in the Cross cause a public outcry and result in a royal commission into the liquor trade. Abe Saffron is called as a witness and is caught lying about his hotel interests.
They did some digging and they found out that Abe was actually very heavily involved in a number of hotels, I think. So he came really unstuck. He lied and he got caught. He got caught heavily.
It's a major setback for his business, but it doesn't affect his private life. Abe's healthy sex drive sees him take numerous lovers, mistresses, and become involved in a sex scandal that makes front-page news.
Did you enjoy the show?
I mean, there was talk that my father was extremely well endowed and insatiable. That's about the best way I could describe it. Insatiable, and had no moral compass whatsoever.
Abe realizes he needs powerful friends in high places to protect him and his expanding illegal operations. And so he sets about building a network of businessmen, politicians, and police to achieve his goals. Abe Saffron has a criminal record for theft and illegal gambling by the time he's 21. He goes on to break the liquor laws to establish a flourishing hotel empire after the war. His love life also flourishes when he meets and marries Doreen Krantz.
Doreen was a darling. She just loved Abe to pieces. She loved show business. She was in charge of the concerts at the Roosevelt. She had everything to do with the costumes and the running of the show.
The newlyweds have a son, Alan, who later attends Randwick Boys High.
When it got around the school that the son of Abe Saffron was in the school, they started to tease me and they started to say, your father's a gangster, your father's a mob boss, your father's this, your father's that.
I mean, other kids just tore him apart. His father was, this Sodom and Gomorrah figure who was polluting Sydney with vice and crime. He took a, really horrendous time in the school ground.
So I wasn't good at defending myself right away. And then one day I came home with a black eye again. The next morning, when I was going to go on the bus to go to school, a very large, I won't say tall, but large man came and said, I'll take your son to school. And he says, point out the boy who gave you the black eye. He walked over, he said something to the boy, God knows what, I can imagine. And then the whole thing changed. Everything changed at school then. Then I became a leper.
Around this time, Abe commences an affair with Rita Hagenfelds, and they have a daughter, Melissa. Abe is increasingly becoming more absent from the family home.
Well, his excuse was business. Of course, I later found out, probably around 9 or 10, that he had many mistresses and was in other homes, with other women. He always had one regular mistress at least, and then he had many others on the side, but he had like one main one.
I never understood that, how a man could leave his wife and have an off time, and my grandmother would always be, oh no, it's fine, it's all okay.
Abe, I'd like you to meet Anastasia.
Anastasia?
Isn't she something else?
Sir Wayne, you have excelled yourself.
Oh, I thought he was gorgeous. And he was married. I was really silly, wasn't I? But anyhow, that friendship did last all those years. 55 years is a long time.
and they accepted pretty much their role in his life, all above board. They knew what the score was, and they were absolutely besotted with him.
It wasn't about the women, it was about using women. There was no real love per se. It's not the description of love as a conventional person would understand. He didn't have the immediate feeling for any one woman. His attitude was very simple. Take me the way I am, that's it.
Saffron is organising sex parties for close friends, politicians and crooked cops.
If you want a party, we can give you a party.
Yeah, bit of S&M, you know, goes a long way with something.
That feature prostitutes, showgirls and homosexuals. One of the most notorious gatherings occurs at Palm Beach on Sydney's northern peninsula and involves his longtime employee, Wayne Martin. A woman involved in the orgy spills the details to the police, and Saffron and his cohorts are charged with scandalous conduct.
And of course, then the next thing, they'd arranged for the newspaper, the Sunday newspaper, headline. 4 businessmen arrested on morals charges.
The charges are dismissed, but Saffron's reputation is tainted.
And these days we don't do that sort of thing. But in that period, you know, it was sort of like the old throw your keys in and see who you end up with. Yeah, absolutely. And there are stories of Abe with girls brought in from various brothels and prominent Sydney businessmen. Completely true.
Remember the other night?
Saffron has easy access to prostitutes as the brothels are operating from the many buildings that he owns in the Cross. According to Alan Saffron, his father gained control of the prostitution racket at the end of a gun.
3 of them went into a Sydney brothel, supposedly the biggest brothel in town, and he said, "We're taking over." The guy in the brothel grabbed from the wall a shotgun, went to fire. My father shot the guy in the head, dead, right on the spot. And I was told this by my father's enforcer. I mean, I can't have it's eyewitness representation. Well, the word got out, of course, and that he was the new boss. And it continued like that in such a fashion that no one else disputed it, and he ultimately built one of the biggest brothel empires, if you will.
Later, Saffron hires well-known standover man and career criminal Jim Anderson to manage the brothels.
That was last night.
Hey, Bill.
Listen, have you worked out the figures for the Venus room?
Yep, I've been looking at the books.
Every brothel that Jimmy Anderson operated on he got it off Abe.
Club takings, give him 75%.
For you?
Yeah.
No, too much.
The view was that Abe was central to a lot of what was going on in relation to prostitution.
He ran a prostitution industry on the side out of his clubs, out of his nightclubs.
Anderson rented and paid rent to Abe. I don't think Abe ever told Jimmy that he couldn't run this or run that in the premises he was renting off Abe.
I know we're mates, but it's too much.
But he would not class that as sort of vice or prostitution. He would say, I'm offering a sex service to my customers.
He didn't see prostitution and sly grog as being anything other than some sort of social construct.
And through it all, Doreen Saffron suffers the public humiliation of her husband's indiscretions.
I think she would have been a really nice woman. I only encountered her once at the Roosevelt, but you know, he had other girlfriends and they sort of got their share, and they didn't want to protect her at all and didn't care, didn't have any respect for her. And so she would have had a bit of a hurtful life.
She tried to commit suicide 3 times, taking overdoses of sleeping pills, and, you know. It's hard to say that she accepted it, because that would be a wrong characterization. I just guess she didn't want to fight it. It's incomprehensible to me. It's just, I've never been able to quite understand how someone could put up with that.
My grandmother was dosed on Xanax and all kinds of different pills that she was taking. She was always very happy, but completely out of it, clearly out of it. Just not caring. It's like sort of like living your life numb.
Anyone to have put up with what he did and what he was, and I hate to say this, it's a really nasty thing in a way to say, I am absolutely convinced that my father killed my mother. Broke her heart and caused her to stop the desire for living.
Alan believes his father betrayed him as well. He suspects his first wife, Susie, of having an affair with Abe.
I mean, my God, my own father with my wife. I mean, I don't want to believe it, but there were so many rumours about that. For every time a child was born, he'd give her diamonds and jewellery and everything else. There was the issues of suspicion about the birth of two of my sons. Can I substantiate them? Absolutely not. Did I sign the birth certificate? Absolutely. Do I love them? Yes, I do.
Abe Saffron finds himself back in the headlines, receiving even more bad publicity when the heiress and publisher Anita Nielsen disappears in 1975. She's last seen in one of Saffron's clubs, and everyone believes she's been murdered. Abe Saffron rapidly expands his illegal brothels, strip shows, gambling clubs, sex shops, and property development, predominantly in the King's Cross area.
There was an Abe Saffron establishment on every corner and every sort of 50 metres. He really owned that strip.
Ballpark, he would have had half the businesses in the Cross. And plus, he also had a lot of real estate in the Cross as well, because he kept expanding his real estate holdings. He was one of the bigger landlords around town. So he kept ploughing the capital from his businesses back into buying more and more property.
Two of those properties were licensed clubs. And that was the All Nations Club in Bayswater Road and the Aquatic Club, which is near the Manhattan Hotel, just off Macleay Street. You know, both of these clubs were very well run and very successful clubs at the time.
But not all of Saffron's clubs are illegal.
There was illegal casinos in which he had a hand. He had places where they played baccarat. He certainly had sly grog shops where he could get alcohol.
Saffron opens the Staccato, which becomes the first legal strip club in Australia. He adds the Carousel Club and decides he wants the highly popular Les Girls. But to get that show, he has to play hardball.
Abe Saffron got the lease on the building. He had the rent put up that high that Les Girls couldn't pay the rent. And so they had to move. And in the meantime, he'd already had the show rehearsed. We'd already rehearsed to go in there. And we moved in there, I think it was 1973 or 74. So Eric Dare sold the name Les Girls to Abe Saffron. And it started again at King's Cross.
Louis and I came up with Dudley with the thing of, hey, they won't let us charge to go in to see a strip show. They made the law. And Dudley said, well, why don't we beat the law like this? We'll give them a free show, and Wayne would give them a quarter of a chicken and a handful of chips. We'd charge, $2 for that and give them a free floor show.
But yeah, the strip clubs were in place and then Vietnam happened. That's a windfall no one could have predicted.
Saffron is making friends in high and indeed low places. He's linked to the gangster Lenny McPherson and multi-millionaire Sir Peter Abels. He socialises with the police commissioner Norm Allen, and perhaps most famously of all, Bob Askin, the New South Wales Premier for a decade, from 1965.
He came to the house, a couple of times as Premier. My mother made him lunch. I mean, it was a very open relationship. It wasn't like a hidden relationship at all.
He picked up some of his gambling debts. He certainly entertained him at his place.
As a matter of fact, it was the first real open relationship, him and the Commissioner of Police. They were really open in those days.
And Norm Allen financially benefited, which is not a great thing for a police commissioner.
High-profile visitors arrived weekly to pick up their bribes at Saffron's office at the Motel Lodge 44, just a stone's throw from the Cross.
Friday afternoon, usually about between 3:30, 4 o'clock, I would have to take up sums of money to Lodge 44, where Abe had his office at that time. I was never really sort of privy to the actual meetings. I was only taking cash from the businesses. Vinifrum, Bastille, Les Gilles, VIP, Showbiz. That was basically rents up to there, which was $30 per gill per night. And as you had 23 flats, it would vary from between 5,000 to 15,000. The black cash, that is, which Abe then obviously was distributing amongst the gentlemen that he was meeting there.
I can remember plenty of times outside the Lodge 44, there'd be a car parked with a driver, whether it was a detective and the high-ranking coppers inside wouldn't have a clue, or whether it was city council, or whether it was members of parliament, wouldn't have a clue, because when you went up there, yeah, listen, come back in 3 hours.
Abe was a great networker. He was a networker before we knew what networking was.
And one of the things that he had was unique is he was silent. And that was a perfect partner for police or government.
Abe Saffron knew most of the movers and shakers in Sydney. And I'm talking about in the political classes, in the law and order, law enforcement area, certainly in entertainment, the media, industry, and even the judiciary and the legal profession. He knew them all.
Like Sammy Davis Jr., for example, sold out performance in Queensland. Sold out, can't get in, $1,500 a ticket. And Grandfather rings on the day of the performance. He rings up, he goes, to Mr. Saffron, I'd like 6 tickets for this showing tomorrow night. Okay, Mr. Saffron, 6 tickets, right up the front row, stage. Impossible things like that.
It's Saffron's relationship with standover man James McCartney Anderson that has the most profound consequences.
Well, both my mother and me said to him he made a terrible mistake with Jimmy Anderson, but in a way he didn't. He had so many clubs. He needed someone of that kind of animalistic behavior. Nighttime business is a tough business. It really is. You get into a lot of problems, you get a lot of fights, you get a lot of stealing. He needed someone with an iron fist, and Jimmy Anderson was that.
I was regarded with a great deal of suspicion originally. I was reasonably fit. I wouldn't stand any nonsense. In those days, you used to get quite a lot of girls getting beaten up in the clubs, customers getting robbed. I put a stop to that. And again, there's a certain amount of respect as not to trifle with him.
He was a horrible, horrible man. Like, if anyone wanted to big note themselves, Jimmy did.
Anderson was a monster and shady character. He was just evil.
I remember one time he came to the dressing room and some of the girls were mucking up. And he pulled a gun out. And he said, you girls can play your game. He said, I can play mine. Your choice. And then just turned around and walked out. The girls didn't play up much after that, I can assure you.
I think that if Abe ever wanted to impress someone who was doing something wrong, that there may be trouble ahead, James McCartney Anderson was able to certainly menace them.
One woman who's menaced by Jimmy Anderson is Juanita Nielsen. She's campaigning against a multi-million-dollar King's Cross development in Victoria Street, being proposed by Saffron's friend, Frank Tiemann. She's also threatening to expose Saffron for blackmailing powerful people over their sexual exploits. Saffron's Carousel Club is the last place that the King's Cross publisher and activist Juanita Nielsen is seen alive. On the morning of July 4th, 1975, she meets the night manager, Eddie Trigg, to discuss the club advertising in her newspaper, which is called Now. She disappears and her body has never been found. Jimmy Anderson is thought to be involved.
It was the most appalling crime. I think the police investigation into it was a joke. I've no doubt, and talking to Abe just before he died in later life, that he did knew a lot more than he ever told the police about what happened. I don't think he personally was involved.
In fact, he told me it was odd when Frank Tiemann was on his deathbed. Abe said he went to see him to ask him how it all unfolded, and Tiemann refused to tell him. And Saffron was, I think, pretty upfront with that. I think Juanita Nielsen will remain a mystery.
The public attention that Juanita Nielsen's disappearance draws to Abe Saffron creates a rift between him and his once loyal enforcer, Jimmy Anderson.
I don't think the man could lie in bed straight. He's a puppet master. He thrives on corruption. Actually, he creates corruption.
Their falling out will eventually lead to Saffron's downfall when Jimmy Anderson, fearing for his own life, decides to become an informer. The King of the Cross is about to be dethroned.
Make yourself at home.
Thanks, Abe.
By the mid-70s, Abe Saffron has built up a group of powerful allies in business, politics, entertainment, and corrupt police.
You have a good time now.
One of his tools for gaining favours is blackmail. From the early days, he has two-way mirrors and peepholes installed in some of his clubs to take photos of those involved in sex acts.
The girls were in there serving them drinks, and there was nice lounges and everything, and of course his friends would go in there and other friends would look through the peepholes. They were compromised, so I think he blackmailed them. They were having sex and all sorts of nonsense, and they were being filmed. So Abe would say, well, you do me a favour and I won't let this get out, sort of thing. That's the sort of thing that happened.
Cheers to a good night.
So I have no doubt that this was one of the things that Abe did employ. In a lot of cases, I think if you ever went to the archive of Abe Saffron, you'd find film, cans of film.
In my safety deposit and in my lawyer's safety deposit, I have photos that would turn anyone's head of sex acts with high-ranking politicians and police who are still alive today and who are still in the police and are still in government today.
Throughout his life, Saffron fights numerous allegations of bribery and corruption, some of them in court, but remarkably, none are proven.
He told me himself in later years that one of the things he got out of Sydney was he was having to pay too many people. He at one stage had most of the people in senior positions in the vice squad, the licensing squad, who policed what he was doing, the consorting squad, making sure that they left him alone.
Lots of police officers. I never understood why my family was so involved with police officers, my grandfather in particular, where he'd go into the dining room and he'd talk with them for hours and then he'd leave. And then the police officer would leave and they'd get into squad cars and drive off. And my grandfather would go, oh, I have to change this, I have to change that. And he'd be ringing on the phone, close the club tonight and open the club tomorrow and, don't do this now. And
we used to see a lot of police come in during the day, collect their envelope from the reception while we were rehearsing. They used to just step inside the showroom and then step back outside.
Count out 300 for friends of the family.
A young Alan counts out the bribes and asks his father who the money's for.
He said, but I will tell you one of them is Bob Askin and one of them is Commissioner Allen. He said, the rest you don't need to know. So I knew. I put the money in the envelopes a lot of the weeks. I was right there doing a lot of his work, and I did the money for him.
So who's this going to?
And at one time there was like 20 envelopes. In other words, he was paying off 20 people. 20, that's a lot.
I paid possibly between $5 and $6 million over a 15-year period to Abe Saffron to pay the police and the politicians.
Saffron doesn't try to hide his relationship with one senior policeman, Deputy Commissioner Bill Allen.
I dropped him off at the police headquarters. I said, Abe, you're making a effing blue. He said, no, I'm just going up to see Bill Allen. I knew that Bill Allen was going to be the next Commissioner of Police.
I think it was unwise to allow Mr. Saffron into police headquarters. It's sort of waving a red flag at a bull, isn't it?
I aligned myself with the popular view in the police that Abe was an extremely dominant person around King's Cross who may have been involved in corrupting coppers, but certainly we knew full well that the coppers turned a blind eye to most of the businesses at King's Cross.
There's little doubt that Abe Saffron gets considerable favours from the New South Wales power players, but the tide begins to turn when federal authorities begin investigating accusations of his involvement in the drug trade.
I made a statement to Saffron that the one thing I would never be involved in was drugs, and that if I ever found out, to my satisfaction, that he was involved with drugs, then we were finished. I established beyond any reasonable doubt that he was one of the main bankers, I think would be the best word, involved in it.
This is the beginning of the end for Abe Saffron. By the 1980s, the National Crime Authority begins investigating what it describes as serious and incredible allegations against Saffron in relation to arson, fraud, bribery of police officers, and the supply of illegal drugs.
Probably Abe Saffron had more investigations into him than any other person in New South Wales in the post-war years. I'm talking about royal commissions, I'm talking about commissions by the federal government, state government, whether they're into sly grog, licensing, vice, drugs and everything else. It didn't stop him. When the reports came and went, Abe kept going.
But in the end, like Al Capone, it's tax that brings Australia's crime boss down, and it's Jimmy Anderson who betrays him.
The NCA used Jimmy Anderson as one of their witnesses, and I think Neville Rand once quipped that you wouldn't convict a dog on the evidence of Jimmy Anderson. But yeah, I have no doubt that there would have been some sort of little shenanigans here and there with tax.
The rocky association between the two will end up leading to the downfall of the king. For decades, Abe Saffron is king of the cross and all its vice without being touched by the law. Now, the newly formed National Crime Authority does a deal with James Anderson to give evidence against Saffron about his elaborate bookkeeping system.
Anderson was the architect of Abe's demise. Absolutely. And Anderson tried so many different ways to do it. Some were quite successful.
Anderson hands over a set of Abe Saffron's accounts that reveal how he's been defrauding the tax department.
Oh, they were the records of the girly places and gambling places, and I went through them, and you can't construct something like that. It was detailed information on who was paid what and so on, and they were certainly genuine. Well, the Income Tax Commissioner was certainly pleased to get them.
Anderson tells how Abe's clubs have two sets of books, official and unofficial accounts. The official book is used for taxation purposes. The black book includes cash takings that are never declared.
Now, Of course, at that point, a lot of people say, oh, you know, lucky Abe. You know, he's been doing all of these other really shonky things, you know, throughout his life. And he's been pinged on something that is probably at the lesser end of the scale, when given some of the very serious allegations that were made against him.
He was arrested at the Raffles Hotel, which was one of his establishments. And he was subsequently brought back to Sydney to face the charge in relation to tax evasion. Always carried on like a gentleman, never a cross word, accepted the fact that he was under arrest and came quietly.
Saffron is arrested in November 1985 and he's charged with tax fraud and 12 counts of making false declarations to the tax department. He denies all the accusations, but after almost 2 years and 2 aborted trials, he's found guilty and is sentenced to 3 years. Saffron's new address is Long Bay Jail.
Phony accounts were used over a 13-year period, starting in 1969.
Oh, the first few days were very hard on him. All the photos and the humiliation of having to take off his clothes and strip and things like that. That was the most disturbing for him.
It was a traumatic shock. I was bewildered, and it was only due to the kindness of other prisoners who attempted to comfort me in the circumstances I was in that I was able to bear with it. And then after a few days I realised that it had happened, and
I went out to visit him a few times. He was as happy as Larry, always a smile.
And the boss of the jail, first of all, going in the laundry, which had been difficult, and they weren't commercially minded. So he was given the job of taking over the laundry and making it a viable business, which he said I thoroughly enjoyed. Every day was a challenge, and he turned it from a loss-making concern to a hugely successful operation in a reasonably short period of time.
I mean, he'd be in the courtyard and there'd be all the people around him, and he'd be like, Mr. Saffron, we'd like a cupcake, or like a, you know, dinner tonight would be steak, you know, like, he'd be sitting there in his cell, all the people would be sitting in the mess hall. He'd have a phone in his cell. Yeah, he'd be doing business as usual in the cell.
when you're talking within the prison system, no, I wasn't given any special privileges at all there.
Most famously, while behind bars, Abe Saffron organises the lay girl dancers to come to the jail to perform for the inmates. He even orders takeaway Chinese to make it a real celebration.
I think he was the king of Long Bay. He went without very little. Anything he wanted, he sort of got, including a drag show. Yeah. And of course, the press the next day was headlines, you know, Abe Saffron gets drag show into Long Bay Jail.
Who else but Abe Saffron could be in the slammer, be in Long Bay Jail, and then organise a party when you're being convicted of being a tax cheat, and have about 100 prisoners there, and have a great night of entertainment going on for several hours? Only Abe Saffron.
In the end, Saffron serves just 17 months of the original 3-year sentence.
He says, Alan, do you think I was upset about going to jail? I said, well, you seem to be. I was there. You took the impression that you would never go down. He said, that was the impression I gave to everyone. I already made the deal so they wouldn't investigate me any further.
And I know that there were certainly many efforts to nail Abe Saffron in relation to things that were a lot more serious than that for which he was ultimately convicted.
Any comment, Mr. Saffron? It came to a point where if they continued to investigate deeper, I could have been put away forever. He said, but I reached a deal with the highest level of people.
Of course, when Abe went to jail, Jimmy Anderson thought he was kingpin then and thought the cross was his. It didn't last long. When Abe came out of jail, Jimmy Anderson went to the Philippines to live.
After his release from jail, Saffron faces a bribery charge involving the disgraced Deputy Police Commissioner Bill Allen. It's dismissed, but he loses a ruling on what he owes the taxation department, and he fails in his various attempts to regain his liquor licenses. However, Saffron does win a defamation case against a newspaper that described him as Mr. Sin.
Mr. Saffron took the Sun to court and won. He told me he hated it. He's a man who shows no emotion at all, but he actually looked angry when he came to my chambers and said, "I've been called Mr. Sin." It really upset him.
Abe Saffron's empire keeps expanding after his release from jail. He becomes one of the country's most successful property developers. But too often to be a coincidence, buildings he owns burn down.
If he couldn't get property rezoning or he couldn't take down a building in order to build a new one, suddenly that building would vanish, and it'd be vanished by fire.
Jimmy Anderson got burnt in one. I don't think he got out the door quick enough, and it exploded and got burnt. Very seriously burnt all down his back. Or there'd be little fires, but enough to close the place down for 3 months or something to renovate it.
The arson side of his operation was never investigated fully. I don't believe there's a single case wherein he was caught, charged, prosecuted and convicted of these offences, but they happened. But what is interesting, that the insurance industry, after half a dozen of these, gave up almost insuring Abe Saffron properties.
The fire at Luna Park, which claimed the life of his 13-year-old son, Jonathan.
The most damaging allegation of arson is that Saffron is linked to the Luna Park ghost train fire in June 1970. Tragically, 7 people are killed, including 4 Year 7 teenagers from Sydney's Waverley College. Saffron has a business interest in Luna Park.
Now, I asked my grandfather years later, were you involved in this? And he goes, look, my interests in Luna Park were varied. I had interest in the land up to a certain point. I had video arcade machines in Luna Park, but he had no involvement at all in the fire.
It was more likely that this was a rival who was trying to either get his hands on it or stolen money from it. Abe got anxious about the amount of money that was being lifted from the place, and the person to hide their theft of money from it somehow torched it.
No matter how Abe Saffron is ultimately remembered, he undoubtedly changed the face of show business in Australia.
He brought out entertainers such as Frank Sinatra, the first time this had been done in Sydney.
He had nightclubs, he was providing entertainment to tens of thousands of people that was otherwise not there. He was brilliant, he should be credited for all of that, and I'm proud to be the son of that man who did that.
Abe Saffron suffers a heart attack while on vacation in Israel in 2006, and he returns to his Potts Point home, adjacent to his beloved King's Cross. He initially recovers, but 2 months later he's admitted to St Vincent's Hospital with food poisoning and symptoms of pneumonia.
He opened up to a lot of stuff that he did, never violent acts. But he admitted that he had brothels, he admitted that he ran the after-hours drinking. Now, he denied it to everyone, but the fact of it is he opened up to me. And I actually recorded some of the things.
After he was released from hospital the first time, and they told him that you might have to have a chair for the rest of your life, that was unacceptable. And I know he went back to that hospital, to die.
On September 15th, aged almost 87, Abe Saffron dies, and 3 days later, his funeral service is held. Saffron's fortune is estimated at between $20 and $30 million. The will provides $1 million for each of Abe Saffron's 8 grandchildren. although the major beneficiaries are his longtime lover Terry Kazik and his love child daughter Melissa Hagenfels. His son Alan receives the comparatively modest sum of $500,000.
My father treated me terribly in his will. Terribly, terribly, terribly. Worse than anyone. Worse than the assistant to his secretary. The sister. She got more, I believe, than I did. And this is someone who's not even family, for crying out loud, just because she happened to be the sister of his current mistress.
Abe Saffron, in my view, will be remembered differently by different people.
I know there's a lot of jealousy in the world, and he would have got a lot of that because he was attractive and successful and wealthy and charming, you know, because there aren't many people that have all those qualities, are there? And he was self-made.
Saffron was a hard-nosed businessman. Saffron didn't give you a buck unless he thought there was a bloody good reason for it. There's one comment I do remember quite clearly. He said, all I've ever wanted to do was be remembered fairly. That was pretty much summed him up.
His ability to corrupt the system and use it for his own ends really did a lasting damage to our system of justice.
I mean, he was the King of King's Cross. It was a very reputed, it was a name that was adopted to him, given to him, King of King's Cross.
They're crimes that shock the world. 7 young lives cut short by a serial killer known as the Backpacker Murderer.
I'm Bill. I'm James.
Deborah.
Bill.
Hi.
When he strikes in the same place and targets the same kind of people. Hitchhikers he picks up heading south from Sydney. 5 are foreign, 2 Australian. All die in the remote Belanglo State Forest in the most cruel and depraved circumstances. When the killer, Ivan Milat, is eventually unmasked, he's sent to jail for life without ever confessing. Yet to this day, argument rages about whether he acted alone or was helped by one of his 12 surviving brothers and sisters. What we're about to reveal are some of the bizarre secrets of the Milat family, including new information that Ivan Milat did confess guilt to his mother before she died, and that he'd had a sexual relationship with a sister who's been linked to the murders.
Ivan was deceitful, super deceitful. He didn't have a burning light in his soul. It would have gone out.
Australia's most notorious criminal
April 1992. 2 British girls, Joanne Walters and Carolyn Clark, are hitching from Sydney to Melbourne when they're picked up by a man who calls himself Bill. At first, he seems friendly enough, all muscle and piercing blue eyes, a typical knockabout Aussie bloke. Yet all of a sudden, his mood turns. He veers off the Hume Highway, into the Belanglo forest. He produces a gun.
Rip your fucking head off! You don't want to die here. We got a couple of hours of fun to have yet. Bitch!
Having promised they won't be hurt, Joanne watches as Carolyn is forced to her knees. Her death by shooting is at least mercifully quick, though he keeps pumping bullets into her skull. Joanne's killing with a hunting knife is agonizingly slow. The knife plunges into her spine. She's still alive, but paralyzed, a trick her captor evidently learnt from a mate who fought in Vietnam. Then he rapes her, and when he's finished, tears into her flesh again and again until her life finally ebbs away. And it's over. Bill, of course, is Ivan Milat. But did he act alone? And if he didn't, who was with him? Nearly 2 decades on, that is still a mystery.
There was good evidence to suggest that the girls were killed in such different ways that this was done by 2 different people. I can only say that the evidence still supports that.
But it's what the courts say that leave this case wide open. They choose to ignore the police and keep the 2-killer theory alive. At Ivan's original trial, the presiding judge says that he believes it's inevitable that the prisoner was not alone.
Everyone's entitled to their own opinion.
And the spectre of 2 killers is raised again 2 years later, when Ivan's case comes up for appeal.
Bearing in mind that some of the victims were travelling in pairs and having regard to the way in which they appear to have been bound or otherwise restrained, it was possible that more than one person was involved.
Well, I think he's got it correct. I mean, there is a possibility. He doesn't say it's a probability, and that's a big difference.
Today we executed search warrants on 7 locations.
The man who heads the investigation always maintains there's one killer and not enough evidence to charge anyone else.
My own view is that Ivan committed the murders by himself.
But if there is a second killer, who is it?
It seemed as though the second person would be submissive to the first one and could be a younger brother.
The finger always comes back to the family, especially Ivan's younger brother, Richard.
I never had nothing to do with it and never knew anything about it.
But Richard Milat not only boasts to others at the time about being involved, some of the victims' belongings are found on his property, including Carolyn Clark's tent and Joanne Walter's sleeping bag.
I never killed anybody. I never knew about them being killed until the police come here.
But the trouble with the Milats is they've never believed that old saying about honesty being the best policy. Richard confirms the family code has always been, if you can't think of anything to say, think of a good lie.
Just because it's our code don't make it any part of the truth, but does it?
It implies, though, that you'll tell a lie before you'll tell the truth.
Could do, that you could imply that.
You're always saying, I'm innocent, even if you're guilty, you're innocent.
Which begs the question, can you ever really believe a Milat? Whatever the truth about the murders, this isn't your usual family, and never has been. Hard as it's to imagine now, the outer western suburbs of Sydney in the 1950s and 60s are still largely rural. The developers have yet to move in, and small allotments dot the landscape where houses now stretch as far as the eye can see. On one, a Croatian immigrant by the name of Stephen Milat ekes out a living, growing tomatoes with the help of his older children. He's a hard man from a hard part of the world who isn't what you'd call an ideal father.
Don't you bloody see what you done? You cost me money. Can you stop coming here?
I don't know if Dad showed any love or the right kind of guidance. He was too busy doing his own agenda, which was working hard. I was thinking, how many times did Dad ever take us out? And I can't remember, but it'd only be 3 or 4 times. I remember going to Manly once. I can never remember going to a picture show with Dad or anywhere at all.
With wife Margaret, a devout Roman Catholic who obeys the church on contraception, there will eventually be 14 children, 10 boys and 4 girls.
I want you to wake up in the morning tomorrow and go in the market and sell this bloody tomato. Yes, 5 and go and sell this bloody tomato in the market. Get up your bum and go and sell it.
If Dad is tough and remote, Mum is the opposite.
Shirley, you want some more soup?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
The glue that binds the family together, Margaret still evokes strong emotions in her children 9 years after her death.
She was very good to the kids. We're always well dressed, super lioness defending of her family. Even right up until she passed on, she defended me. She never deserted me.
I'm telling you to don't bloody dig it this way. Bloody. How many times I'm telling you that?
The lioness defends her cubs as they're reared in an atmosphere of shocking brutality.
Don't you bloody dare!
Oh, I'd been belted, knocked unconscious, you know. I see it as a nightmare. And it did affect me. I had psychiatric problems from the age of, I would say, 10 to 12, 13. I couldn't live at home. I couldn't stand all that fighting and, you know, sort of, it was violent. It was violent.
If you've been too much of a rat bag, well, you'd hit you if you needed hitting. I suppose I thought, Mum would, he would, so like that's just the way it is, isn't it?
Ivan is the 5th child. Then the brothers who've agreed to talk to us, Boris, number 3, George, number 10, Richard, number 12, and David, number 13. And among the girls, Shirley is child number 6. She's particularly close to Ivan, sharing a home with him at the time of the murders. Now there are allegations that Ivan and Shirley's relationship is incestuous.
Did your mother die knowing this yarn?
Yeah.
So people in the family knew?
Oh, yeah. You'd be surprised what people knew.
Miko, Richard, let me have a turn.
Hey, Richard, get off that boat.
The experts tell us that every family is dysfunctional in its own way, though on any test, the Milats are in a league of their own. As Mother Margaret gives birth to one child after another, all the classic signs are present. Few boundaries, no consistency, extreme conflict, and a tribal notion of us and them.
The family was always broke, always did it very hard, became very self-defended. I've actually described it several times as more like the family you read about in southern United States rather than families you read about in Australia. But they were very close for a period of time out of necessity.
Well, I didn't trust my brothers as it was. I watched a couple of my brothers turn on each other with hammers, bricks and things. The family wasn't educated.
The Milats basically were Milats just to themselves. I mean, to say, I wouldn't catch the school bus. I'd run home 3.5 miles without trying to beat the bus home, so I didn't have to ride the bus. If I did there and somebody even looked at me, you know, it was on.
I've got the shotgun. Bow and arrow.
Most kids of the era play cowboys and Indians, but the difference is the Milats play with real guns.
I had a slug gun fight with Wally. We're going like this. I nearly got ya. I nearly got ya. And one day I pulled the trigger and Wally caught the smack of the slug right in the face here.
I was shot in the face with Alec shot me. We'd play air guns. We'd play with the air guns with. They were high-powered air guns too. We'd play cowboys and Indians with them. It did hurt. It did hurt. Dad come up. He tried to kill Alec at the time, but Alec outran him.
The kids have cause to run, for what everyone remembers most about Stephen Milat are the beatings.
Well, you give your belting all right. Throw you across the room and says enough. A belting didn't always pull you in line. He'd throw a shovel or something.
If you did something wrong, Like if we pulled tomatoes off and had a tomato fight saying, you get a whack across the head real quick. Tomato steaks, God, whatever you got hit with, that was it.
While the kids recall being occasionally beaten by Mum too, she's mostly a refuge in the cyclone of family life and has a particular soft spot for Ivan.
Certainly Ivan was described as being a favourite with the mother. He would have gone to her for protection, and I've often described Ivan as being somewhat of a mummy's boy.
She didn't believe anything about any members of the family. As far as she's concerned, she didn't believe it, or didn't want to believe it.
A brutal father who beats you, an indulgent mother who thinks you can do no wrong. And all along, the Milat kids are being given conflicting messages, and that is a recipe for trouble. Many of the Milat brothers do turn to drink, and don't need a shrink to explain Ivan's tendency to go psycho.
I reckon if I got $1 for every time he snapped, I'd be a millionaire. He'd carry on stupid. He used to put his foot through the cupboards. Ivan went off too much. I remember Alex saying it, a few of us said it, watch out one day the way he is, he might kill somebody.
In the Milat family, the means to kill becomes an important part of everyday life. It's not just the high-powered cars and motorcycles that will eventually kill one sister, Margaret, and maim a brother, David. It's also an obsession with guns.
It was cars and guns. Then anyone could own a gun then. I had a 325, I had all sorts of guns. It's like the V8 engine. It's power. It's power. It's the grunt, what it can stop, what it can do, what destruction it can do. I think that's what a lot of people own guns for, not just the Milats.
Even when they're declared illegal, the Milats don't allow anyone to come between them and their guns.
Like when I got, say, a SKS rifle, 30-shot automatic, they sold them down the gun shop. John Howard made them illegal after we brought them and said, hand them all back in.
Did you?
No.
You didn't?
Why would I? He only said that. So did Adolf Hitler said, hand all the guns in. And they can't hand it all in just for everybody like that.
So, as kids and adults, the Milats celebrate the bullet.
Shoot a dog or a cat. Actually, I'm still doing that here. Because it's a pest. You've got to keep your own animals at bay.
But even as they fire away themselves, the brothers begin to notice something different about Ivan.
The only one that could shoot anything and everything was Ivan. He'd go down to that block of ground down there and I don't care how small it was, it could be a frog or whatever, it got a bullet.
And as he becomes an adult, when it comes to sex, nothing gets in Ivan's way. Ivan Milat grows up knowing no boundaries at all, no respect for the normal conventions of family life, and he thinks nothing of moving in on his brother's wives and girlfriends.
Marilyn, Maureen, Karen. How many more wives you want to steal, Ivan? You treat him like shit.
He went in and started sleeping with me wife, but he was also sleeping with Wally's wife.
I do what I want, when I want. Treat him mean, keep him keen.
Upset, same as anyone else would be. Basically very upset. And I do believe Ivan fathered my last child.
Normal people don't have sex.
Well, maybe
with
you
their
should.
family.
Maybe you get a bit.
You have no idea how this affects us, do you? You
I
don't give a stuff about you or anybody.
Neither of Ivan Milat's parents is ever in trouble with the law, but it's a gene they don't pass on to most of their 10 sons.
We're just a big family getting in trouble. Animals let loose.
It's like pretty close. There's like at times when it, I guess times you want to blow their heads off or kill them, but it's just the way it is for families, isn't it?
They were a pain in the neck,
to be quite honest with you, around the place. They were forever in trouble and forever causing trouble.
Bill Newell, the local cop, remembers arresting Ivan Milat for his first offence as an adult, the robbery of a local club in 1962.
Took the lock off the front door and jemmied the safe off the wall, took it away and took it out the back of Rossmore somewhere or other and chopped it to pieces with an axe and helped themselves to what money was inside there.
At first, the smash and grabs and break and enters are all a bit of a lark. But then things get a lot more serious as armed hold-ups become part of the Milat criminal repertoire.
Well, I did a lot of stupid things, got in the fights, picked up objects, because we were right out of control. Well, somebody's going to end up in jail for a long time here, because they're out of control too often. Big power surges.
For me, I was a young fella. I was only 15. I busted for armed robbery, so just seemed, that was a normal thing. Back then, a lot of armed robberies, a lot of people's brothers busted for armed robbery.
Here we go again. Yeah, I wonder what we'll find this time. Look at this place. What a dump.
When the police come calling, the hardest part is getting past Mum.
If they wanted to grab you or hit you or something like that, yeah, she'd step in. There you can see. But if they were just being cool, wanting to talk, yeah, she was okay.
Not you lot again.
Mrs. Milat, we're here to see one of your sons.
Which one?
Ivan.
He's not here, okay? He's not here. Just go away. Just get out.
You'd go there.
Can we please come and have a look?
No,
Mrs. Milat would front the door and say, he's not here, I don't know where he is. She'd tell kids, you know. And we went past her and we went into the bedroom and Ivan's hiding under a bed in the far corner of the room and pulled him out from under the bed and I said to him, what are you doing there? He said, I'm looking for my shoes.
Well, I remember getting booked there one time and Mum says, where are you going? So I've got to go and pay a police fine down in Granville. Mum screamed out through the house, George is going to the police station at Granville, who's got a fine to pay? And everybody come out. So what's this? I turned into a mailman.
The family eventually moves from the acreage at Moorebank to this house in Sydney's outer west, and from one police jurisdiction to the next.
When we heard that they were going, we went up to the shop and bought a sympathy card and posted it across to the detectives at Lidcombe, telling them to expect the worst. And our loss was their gain.
Warning the new local police about the Milats is in order, for as Ivan goes in and out of prison, things suddenly get much darker. 20 years before the Belanglo murders, Ivan shows a taste for kidnapping and rape against the same kind of targets in the same place. He picks up two girls hitchhiking south from Sydney and takes them into the forest.
There are a number of elements that seem as though they were the run-up to later events.
What are we doing here? What are you doing?
He was going to have sex with one of them at least, and if they didn't have sex with him, he would kill them.
I'll kill you if you don't have sex with me!
He did have sex with them. What was interesting, and I think is interesting for the facts of the later murders, is that one of the women was on the back seat and he told her not to look at him while he carried out the attack.
No! Shut up! Why are you looking at me? Don't look at me! Turn around!
Now, the fact that he didn't want women or anyone looking at him while he was having sex with one of his victims, I think can explain why there were two crime scenes at most of the later scenes.
Remarkably, Ivan is acquitted. The jury's persuaded that the alleged victim is a willing participant and he walks free. And this gives him the idea that he'll be able to beat the system again.
But he beat the charge in a way that courts today would not allow. The two women involved in this matter were lesbians, and in effect, the proceedings revolved around their own sexual inclinations.
Quite frankly, stuffed their evidence badly.
and admitted that it was a consensual act. I never know whether it was or was not, you never know that, but the jury found him not guilty.
And it was put to them that you would rather have sex with a man, wouldn't you? And one of the women said, look, that might have affected her when Ivan tried to force himself on her. And there was that sort of doubt, and it was a pretty nasty affair, and the jury quitted.
Ivan Milat's defence lawyer is the flamboyant Sydney solicitor, the late John Marsden.
And he, I think, had an awful lot of remorse about the tactics he used in the case, John Marsden himself being gay. I think in his book he describes it as the worst thing he ever did in legal practice.
I can't believe Ivan raped that girl, I really can't.
But while Ivan Milat escapes another jail term, something's about to happen that makes him lucky to escape with his life.
He's a bloody disgrace.
In a startling twist, the person who's given him up to police pursuing him for the rape is his lover, Marilyn. She's the wife of his brother Boris, and Boris forces her to dob him in as he rages over their continuing affair.
Right now.
While angry that the family code has been broken, Father Stephen understands when Boris tells him why.
And Dad said I should kill him when I told him about that. He said, you should? He said he deserves to die for betraying you like he did with me wife. He said he deserves to die, he said, but he's my son, so I don't want you to do it.
At first, Boris complies with his father's wishes, but the hatred welling in him finally spills over.
I walked up the path. Dad and Mum were all sitting around the table. Got the gun, fully loaded, 9mm, and I'm pointing it at this guy, straight at him. But every time I went to go to shoot, Mum would walk in front of him. He looked straight at me. He must have been able to see me. And he stayed as cool as a cucumber. And here I've got this thing pointing at him, no further than 4 metres away. And I could have shot him stone dead. I couldn't do it. Because there's a light burning in my soul. There mightn't be one in his, but there's one in mine.
In the late 1980s, Ivan is laying tar for the Department of Main Roads when hitchhikers begin to go missing travelling south from Sydney. We know now that he killed 7 people between 1989 and 1992. Melbourne friends Deborah Everest and James Gibson, German Simone Schmidl, German couple Anja Hapschied and Gabor Neugebauer, and the British girls Joanne Walters and Caroline Clark. When they find the bodies, the police are struck by the savagery the killer inflicts. He even decapitates Anja Hapschied. This is not about sex, but control, a reflection of Ivan's turmoil about the women in his own life.
Whenever he was in what he regarded as a dominating and controlling relationship with a woman, he seemed okay. But whenever he lost that situation, or never had that situation, there are indications that he reverted to violence against women and men in quite nasty ways.
When it comes to women, Ivan likes to keep it in the family. He has lengthy affairs with the wives of his brothers Boris and Wally, and then marries a third woman, his cousin's girlfriend. She walks out on him in 1987, tired of his brutal treatment.
My view of Ivan was that he was never a person who you would describe as had a romantic relationship or a loving relationship, but rather it was one of control and him being in control. There was one occasion I can recall where we were told how his wife had disagreed with him in front of a friend. Ivan dragged his wife into a bedroom, pulled a gun out, put it to her head and said, if you ever do that again, that is, embarrass me in front of friends, I'll shoot you.
Before Ivan's wife finally leaves, she's again exposed to Ivan's unique brand of charm.
Ivan and his wife were driving along And he just said to his wife, with no prompting at all, "Oh, you see those hitchhikers?" And his wife said, "Yes." And he says, "You know what's going to happen to them, don't you?" And she said, "No." He said, "They're going to be killed and rooted." Now, you can become too pedantic, I guess, but what I found interesting in that statement is he used the word killed first and then the sexual assault later.
You think he might have had sex with these people after they were dead?
I think there are some indications to support that.
But the two women in the family Ivan adores and places on a pedestal above all others are his mother and one of his sisters. Now there's a new revelation from within the family that takes this sordid saga to a whole new level. Child number 10, George Milat, says that Ivan was having sex with his younger sister, Shirley.
From what I know of it, yeah.
For how long and under what circumstances, do you know?
Oh, I don't know.
Are we talking years here?
Could be.
We were told that he's in a very, very close relationship with Shirley. We understood that there had been some incest in the family, precisely with whom and at what points we were never clear on.
And I believe brothers were mucking around with Shirley.
Okay, so you've confirmed that Ivan was mucking around, as you say, with Shirley.
Yeah.
You said brothers.
Yeah.
One or more than one? Other?
There's more than one.
No, that wouldn't have morally been capable. That would have been immoral. Shirley had other people in her life.
So you don't believe that?
Not one for 1 second.
Yeah, it was possible. Everything's possible.
Why would you think that was possible? Because for most people...
Like two people.
A brother and sister having sex would be terrible.
Would it? If you think about them two guys over there, is that any nicer? Even if they're strangers, two blokes, is that any nicer, two blokes doing it? Yeah, to me, what's the difference, one or the other? If you're doing it with your sister or your mate up the road.
Richard Milat insists he's never had sex with Shirley.
I didn't. I know that. I know that is a fact. I never.
You're not one of them?
No, I'm not one.
Boris is a dick. I'm going to punch him in the face, I swear to God.
It's just your brother.
But to the experts, George's revelation comes as no surprise.
No need to get riled.
I think incest in families of this nature is more the rule than the exception. You're well aware of the hillbilly story of the girl, a virgin being a girl that can run faster than her brothers.
We can't get Shirley's side of the story because she dies after a long illness in 2003. But what makes this more than just gossip is that some suspect she was Ivan's accomplice, present at some or all of the killings. More than 30 years after he successfully defends Ivan Milat against rape charges, lawyer John Marsden makes a sensational claim shortly before his own death.
I don't think Ivan did it alone, and I've said, and I'm on public record, that if any of his family were involved, his sister, who's now deceased, had a very close relationship with him. At the end of the day, yes, I think he had someone with him, but were never his brothers, never his brothers.
Shirley does live with Ivan for a time, and if incest is occurring, it may well have put him in a position of control.
It would give a special relationship and a tendency perhaps to act together.
His sister was living in the same house as him, where all the gear was. His sister, there were books in the house on serial murders. You know, you can't, when a person is committing such horrific murders, share the deepest of life with them in the same house and not have some inkling something's going on.
But the police never take John Marsden's claim seriously.
He was dying of cancer. He wasn't far off dying. He was heavily sedated for the treatment of cancer, and I suspect heavily sedated by some other influences.
You mean other drugs?
Other drugs. And I think to take his comments in those circumstances, one would have to be very careful.
And the family says Shirley specifically denied any involvement or knowledge of the killings before she died.
People used to think that they were living together.
So she must have known.
You must have known, you must have known. Yeah, and people used to say that I must have been there. It must have been me.
And?
But I weren't there.
But the case against Richard Milat is much stronger. He has much more to explain. For a start, how does Joanne Walters' sleeping bag wind up in his shed?
Yeah, they're saying that we had a sleeping bag and they're saying it was hers. Yeah, I know, I can see where you're coming.
But do you accept that you had this stuff that belonged to the back?
No, I don't accept that at all.
But this was their property that was found on your property.
No, but this is my shirt. Now your shirt looks just like my shirt, is it? It didn't have your name on it. Nothing had their name.
So you're denying that all of this stuff...
All of this stuff?
Which was accepted in the case as belonging to the backpackers and was found at your place, you're saying it wasn't their stuff at all?
Yeah, it weren't their stuff. They'd arrested me. Them people are just not that nice. They'd have arrested me.
Did Ivan give you these things after the event?
No.
So how come this stuff was all found at your place?
I moved from my mum's house down to here, and I just took it all out the cupboards. Mum said anything was in them cupboards, I took it all.
All right, so the stuff belonging to the backpackers was in a cupboard
at home.
At your mother's home?
Possibly, yeah. If you believe that was their stuff.
And then there's what Richard tells his workmates.
Stabbing a woman is like cutting a loaf of bread.
Yeah.
Did you say that?
Naturally.
To know something like that, you'd have to have done it,
That's
wouldn't
right.
you? So you've stabbed a woman?
Never stabbed anybody.
For Ivan, time is running out. A call to police from the other side of the world will seal his fate. And it comes from the one person who got away. By late 1993, the net is closing in on Ivan Milat.
Oh my God, what's that? Oh, God, what is that?
A year earlier, two bushwalkers stumble across the bodies of Joanne Walters and Caroline Clark, who vanished 5 months before. And then the forest gradually yields the remains of Ivan's other victims. The Melbourne Friends, Deborah Everest and James Gibson. The German, Simone Schmidl. And the German couple, Gabor Neugebauer and Anja Hapschied. A police task force, headed by Clive Small, sets up a special hotline.
There was a flood of information, as you'd appreciate, occurs in these cases. The Milat family was named in several of those pieces of information, but not in ways that would put them as number one on the priority list.
But if the police don't put two and two together at the time, some of the family does.
I thought about things like this. Would you be surprised if your brothers were in it? After all your life of being in trouble, well, nothing surprised me anymore.
As soon as they started to find the remains of these poor people, that's when I clicked in. I did nothing about it. It clicked in.
You knew it was Ivan?
I knew it was Ivan.
Do you think anyone else in the family knew what he was doing?
Some of them did.
George Milat says he didn't, but even if he did, doubts whether he'd have broken the Milat Code of Silence.
And if I'd have dobbed him in and found that it was me, where would I have stood in the family?
As the investigation progresses, there are several key breakthroughs. Police establish that the same gun, a Ruger rifle, is used to kill both Caroline Clark and Gabor Neugebauer. Batch numbers on ammunition boxes found near Gabor's body lead police to a gun shop that sold them to a man using the name Ivan. And then police learn of Ivan Milat's trial for abduction and rape more than 20 years before.
Once we found out about that, and we looked at the facts of the 71 incidents and the circumstances of the later murders and saw a number of similarities, it certainly heightened our interest in both the Milat family and in Ivan.
But it takes human evidence to seal Ivan's fate. It's a call to the police hotline from the United Kingdom from the one who got away.
Right, this is a hold-up! This is a hold-up, relax!
3.5 years before, hitchhiker Paul Onions has the same terrifying experience as the others when he's picked up by the man calling himself Bill. But unlike them, he escapes.
I heard him shout, "Stop else I'll shoot, stop else I'll shoot." And then I just heard the gun go off. And that was like, it was like a massive jolt to your system, like you knew it was for real then, like, you know, oh God, really panicking then.
The local police treat it as an attempted robbery, but the penny drops for Paul back home when he hears about the discovery of the bodies.
So that's when I decided to speak to somebody then. I just got in touch with the embassy and the Australian embassy, and they just gave me a telephone number in Sydney.
The task force flies him back to Australia and shows him 13 pictures of men with moustaches. Twice he picks number 4, Ivan Milat.
I went through all the pictures, and that was the one that gave me initial reaction. It made me uneasy when I looked at it, and then when I looked closer I said to him, that's the person who I think I met that day.
Ivan, I don't think even at the time he was arrested, believed for one moment we were going to get the evidence to charge him and then later convict him. And I think there was a sense in which Ivan actually was enjoying this arrest. These police have come to arrest me for something I did, but they'll never prove it, so I'm still in control of the situation.
But the evidentiary smoking gun, parts of a Ruger rifle, are found hidden in a wall cavity in Ivan's house. Ballistic tests prove beyond doubt it fired the bullets that killed Caroline Clark. Also in the house, victims' possessions and a kidnapper's tools of trade.
Ivan had literally an Aladdin's cave of property belonging to the victims, of ropes and tape and that had been found around the victims' arms and legs and so on, had been used to bind them.
I just can't get the idea that Ivan's is set up or framed for this job when, to say there's more stuff found around there than what you'd find in a hardware store.
But for the rest of the family, and especially Ivan's mother, there is scorn and disbelief.
She flew off. He was innocent again. None of us were ever guilty.
I think all mothers will protect their sons. It's just that a lot of them will give up under a certain pressure. Mum didn't give up even when the bodies were turning up.
At his trial, Milat's lawyers try to shift the blame to two of his brothers, Richard and Wally. They deny any involvement, but Richard has said things to other people that leave him wide open to suspicion.
You allegedly said, quote, "There's more bodies out there, they haven't found the 2 Germans yet."
No, I wouldn't have said that. Well, I might have said that too.
You did?
I might have said that.
How could you have known that unless you were there or Ivan had told you?
This is how I can say it. When you go up the bush today, do you think there's anybody dumped in the bush today who was dead? Only normal. They were all missing. You found a couple of bodies and now you haven't found the 2 Germans. What would you say? You read the paper every afternoon.
And then there are the backpackers' things found at Richard's place, a tent and sleeping bags belonging to the murdered British girls. As Richard tells it, they're all really his things and were there all along.
Amazing coincidence, that weren't their tent, that was my tent. The blue tent was mine, the Freeman tent was mine.
And Caroline Clark's bedroll was your bedroll?
No, I don't know. I never had Caroline Clark's bedroll here, but...
Well, you did, according to the police.
Yeah, that's the police. They said a lot of things.
You had Joanne Walter's sleeping bag here too?
Yeah.
You had Caroline Clark's Ultimate brand sleeping bag here. You had poles and other accessories belonging to Caroline Clark.
How would they know a pole or a rope would belong to their tent? Just think about that. A tent pole, how would you know who would that belong to?
However unconvincing it may all sound, the fact remains that Richard Milat hasn't been charged with any offence relating to the murders.
We found nothing to suggest that any other person was involved.
At all?
At all.
The court accepted I had nothing to do with it. Otherwise they'd have charged me, wouldn't they?
But the two-killer theory persists, not the least because the presiding judge in his trial said it was inevitable that Ivan was not alone.
I simply think that it is almost certain that Ivan carried out the murders by himself, and that all the evidence strongly points in that direction. If you were to ask me, is it possible, even remotely possible, that there was a second offender, I would say, I can't say that that's not the case.
Who helped rob the banks with him? He didn't do that on his own all the time either. Didn't rob shops and banks on his own.
And it would have been the same with the killer?
I don't reckon he did it on his own either.
And so the speculation continues. We know Paul Onions is picked up by one person, Ivan. But is there someone else waiting inside the Belanglo turnoff, as is canvassed at the trial? Was Shirley Milat sometimes bait, making it more likely hitchhikers would get into the car? Speculation is all it is.
Ivan still believes that he's in control of the situation. He regularly talks about another appeal. I mean, he's had quite a few attempted appeals, but they've all been dismissed. And this, I think, goes to his belief that he's still in control and that one day the gates are going to open and he'll walk out.
Ivan is fortified by the support he still gets from most of the family, their unwavering belief in his innocence.
No, I don't believe all of it.
And what will it take for you to believe it?
For him to say it?
I believe, from what I've been told, he's committed up to 29 of them. And what he did is just work of an animal.
But Goulburn's most notorious inmate is in for a shock, a loss of control where it'll hurt most. To this day, Ivan Milat has never publicly admitted his guilt, but brother George says he did, to the one person who meant more than anyone else to him, his mother. As George tells it, their mother, Margaret Milat, is nearing the end of her life in 2001 and wants to know the truth. Finally, in a visiting room at Supermax, she gets it.
Next time she goes down and she comes back, and I was having some lunch with Mum across the table, and I looked at her and I says, Mum, did he tell you something you didn't want to hear? He admitted he was guilty. That's how they feel. Mummy's out of the way. You can rest up.
But he definitely told your mum that he did it, did he?
I asked her.
Because all along he said he hadn't done it.
You're never guilty. You're never guilty no matter what you've done. Prove it. How do you know it's me? She said she was disgusted and disappointed. She wasn't really over surprised.
Why was that, do you think?
Constantly in trouble too much.
In the family, George's disclosure has been greeted with dismay. There's acknowledgement that Ivan and his mother were especially close.
She would have told Georgie. She had a close relationship with Georgie.
But total disbelief that Ivan would ever confess.
I don't believe Ivan would say that. And if he did say it, he wouldn't say it to Mum.
So he wouldn't have been telling my mum, who had only upset her really bad. So even if it was true, he wouldn't have said that at all to her.
But George's account rings true, says the man who put Ivan Milat behind bars.
The mother went down there, basically said, look, I'm dying, I need to know the truth, and Ivan confessed to her. Ivan always was a mummy's boy in many ways. I think that bond and the fact that this was not long before she died, would have a big impact on Ivan, and I don't think he'd be able to lie to her.
What Ivan will make of this story, we can only guess. The man for whom control is everything is seeing the last of his power slip away.
His mental condition in the jail is deteriorating. He certainly doesn't look as young and fit as he did when he was arrested, and he's certainly ageing. And you can see signs of his mental deterioration in the self-harm that he's done to himself over the years, cutting off his finger, swallowing pins and needles and so on. And that self-harm comes with, I think, a deterioration and an increasing frustration.
Ivan's murders have ripped the Milat family apart. They're now at war. The battle lines drawn between the majority, who still think Ivan is innocent, and those convinced he's guilty.
I have seen more hatred in that family come towards me than I've experienced in 30 years.
You know why that is, because you've broken the code.
I've broken the code, and I'm a creep, and I'm all of those things.
To much of the family, Boris is a traitor, still motivated by revenge for Ivan stealing his wife.
And I'd say today he hates him more today than he hated him 10 years ago. Because he thinks all his troubles come from that too.
But for Boris, it's about finally burying the Milat family code of lies and confronting the ugly truth.
I hear Ivan, Ivan till I go bloody crazy. And I hear all this denial. And they know that there's people out there that lost their lives. And the mothers and fathers sitting there and their lives might as well been killed as well because they're dead, you know, inside. And we're all brought up the same. I'm not out killing anyone. So you can't blame the family, you can't blame mum or dad because I didn't do it. Dad used to say that 1 in 10 is mad. 1 in 10. Boris, be careful where you go. 1 in 10 man is mad, he wants to kill you. And here we have 1 in 10. He's a psychopath, that's all there is to it. The Milats need to accept that.
Inside the Victoria Club in Queen Street, Melbourne, bookmakers and big punters are meeting to pay off credit bets. It's the week after the Easter Racing Carnival in 1976, and security guards are delivering millions of dollars in cash. A tempting pot of gold for thieves.
Gentlemen, it's not a big rough. This is not a hoax. We'll pull you out. Do as you're told and no one will get hurt. Now stand up and move back now.
No one knows exactly how much is taken in the legendary Great Bookie robbery. Some say it's the equivalent of 40 million in today's dollars. But the gang gets little chance to enjoy its loot because of two cruel and very ruthless brothers, Brian and Les Kane. Australia's most notorious criminal bandits. Generation after generation, on the wrong side of the wall. Crime investigation operator, Bentley Surprise. The Great Bookie robbery is Australia's largest single hold-up, and its millions in loot attract the city's crime bosses who are looking for their share. First in line for his cut is Les Kane, a member of the notorious Painters and Dockers Union, whose reign over the Melbourne Underworld is at its peak in the 1970s. The union is made up of the toughest of unskilled waterfront labourers, men who take on the filthy, stinking job of cleaning ships in dockyards. It's work that attracts men unable to find employment anywhere else, including those with criminal records.
Certainly the toughest union in Australia. You didn't mess about with painters and dockers from Melbourne under any circumstances. You could finish minus an arm and a leg or maybe a head.
So they were thugs, they were gunmen, they were assassins, they were murderers, they were robbers, they were, you name it, A1 criminals.
After World War II, these tough men and their trade union become the main criminal force in the city. Rivers of cash flow in from armed robberies, safe breaking, money laundering, and massive tax evasion schemes. The most lucrative of all its rackets is the scam called ghost payrolling.
Ghosting, in waterfront language, means collecting pay packets for men who haven't worked. Hidden cameras film payday at the Australian National Line's web dock.
And they were all registered painters and dockers, but most of them never turned up at the docks, but they were paid.
Union delegates are on hand each payday to collect the extra wages.
4 men working, 12 pay packets, whatever. The pilfering of the cargo and other stuff that went on. So whoever controlled that, it was money for old rope. So it was worth fighting over, and they did fight over it. Whoever controlled the union controlled the rorts on the docks.
Painters and dockers are frequently being murdered, some publicly. Others are kidnapped and killed in secret, their bodies dumped where they'll never be found.
It was well held that some of them were buried beneath the freeway and beneath some building, or out in the bay, or out through the heads in deep water, or through the dim sim machine.
Are you protected in any way?
No.
Do you have any police protection?
No.
Do you carry a gun?
No, certainly not.
One of the most notorious of these murders is that of union leader Pat Shannon, who shot dead in the Druids Hotel in South Melbourne in 1973. Renowned painters and dockers tough man Bill Longley and 2 other men are convicted of the murder.
I've said it before and I'll say it again, I didn't kill Pat Shannon.
Longley claims rivals have been trying to kill him, including one brazen attack after a union election.
I was outside the union rooms. I got out of the car there once, and there was a car parked in front of mine, then there was a car behind that one. Well, a bloke got out of the 3rd car, and he started firing shots at me. Yeah, he let go with about 6 shots, I reckon. I just kept jumping and hoping and jumping back and forwards and hoping for the best. He must have been a bad shot.
Billy Longley was called the Texan because of his bad habit carrying a 6 gun, and a huge one, about that big. I don't know what they call them, but it was a huge one.
Over the years, Longley survives more than 20 attempts to kill him by rival union members.
Well, my house was bombed once, and shards of steel were found as far down as the kitchen, which was, 3 or 4 rooms down the passageway.
During the dockers' bloody reign, as many as 50 men are murdered. In the 1970s, their chief enforcer is a killer who will later be described by his own wife as the most violent man in Australia, Leslie Kane. Les and his brothers Brian and Ray have a violent childhood.
There were 3 boys and at least 1 girl. Their father was Reg Kane, who was an old Collingwood scrap metal dealer, very tough, hard-drinking old bloke. I think he brought the boys up to fight a lot, and I think they might have learned to fight early and fight hard.
Brian Kane was just a difficult man, but he was smarter and cleverer and more devious than his brothers. And he was a man to be feared. I've got to stress, he was a man to be feared. Les was to be feared because he was irrationally violent.
The 3 Kane boys are accomplished boxers who hone their skills in the ring and on the streets of Collingwood and Richmond.
Brian was a Golden Gloves fighter. Les wasn't regarded for his weight as a very good street fighter, a very dangerous street fighter.
Brian and Les become leaders of one of the union's most violent factions.
They and several other of their associates were known as the Richmond Mob. And the Richmond Mob, until the time of the bookie robbery, ran Melbourne.
Detective Paul Higgins, who was once jailed for corruption, had the tough job of tracking the toughest criminals on the city streets.
Brian and Les and Ray always used to get thrown in the mix. But I mean, there was nothing ever that we could ever get for them to actually charge them. I remember that Ray, he was the quieter one of the 3 of them, although he was still had violent, a violent streak in him.
I knew Brian quite well, and Les I knew particularly well. Les and I suppose you could say we got along like a house on fire. He used to seek my company, Les.
There was a protection fee for looking after people so their shop windows wouldn't get broken in Lygon Street. And of course there was a tax that was imposed because they regarded themselves as the lords. And they were like feudal warlords.
One steady source of protection money is from illegal gambling debts, including the city's biggest 2-up school, run by Nappy Ollington.
You've got to look at the situation in those days. What was there in Melbourne? There wasn't the amount of restaurants there are today. There was nothing. Now, people wanted somewhere to go. Where can we go? Well, let's go to Nappy's 2-up. And it was the tourist attraction of Melbourne at the time. I was smart enough to know the police could close me down overnight if they wanted me. But no, I was too good of a service to them at the time. But the mere fact that people realise that Brian Kane was virtually, what was the word you used, the minder of the game, or the protector, well, they didn't think twice or 4 times or 10 times about doing anything wrong.
Brian also builds up a reputation as a ferocious debt collector for the illegal off-course SP, or starting price bookmakers, who flourished in that era.
Brian Kane one day had a debt to collect from a solicitor's office, and he just marched straight in, pulled out an axe, and chopped the bloke's desk up, smashed everything on the desk, and the solicitor sat in the corner and he peed his pants. And he paid the debt.
Consorting Squad Detective Brian Murphy has the job of tracking criminal associations inside the Melbourne underworld. He establishes a wary rapport with Brian Kane after they run into each other in a coffee shop.
Then he sat down at the table. He said, "I know who you are." I said, "Good, I know who you are, so that makes a square." The conversation got around to killing people, and Brian Kane said, "I could kill you now. There's not a thing you could do about it." I said, "Well, that's not quite right." I said, "You get them to pull the table away, and we'll see how good you are." And I had my police revolver pointed at him under the table. But when we pulled the table, he looked at it and he said, "Will you put that away?" I said, "Yeah." So I put it away. He leaned over and kissed my head. He said, "It's the fucking way coppers should be." He said, "They should be ready all the time." We both had a laugh. Actually, I had a sigh of relief.
The brothers stick together and support each other, ready to fight anyone who challenges them.
Les Kane had an unbelievable temper. It turned out later to be part of his downfall.
I witnessed him one day having a fight with a bloke and give him an awful kick, and with shoes that had pointy toes on them, you know, it was terrible. And a few people had to pull him off the bloke.
Les's terrible temper sees him frequently involved in pointless public fights. He shoots an off-duty policeman in the foot and bashes and almost kills 2 innocent motorists during a road rage incident. Inevitably, the Kanes come up against rivals in the Union, and chief amongst them is a notorious armed robber and gunman known as the General, Ray Chuck Bennett. He's the mastermind behind the great bookie robbery, and the clash with the Kanes is about to become a very public bloodbath. By the late 1970s, the ruthless Painters and Dockers Union has controlled most major crimes in Melbourne for more than 30 years. Dozens have died in the war for control of the union and the proceeds of its crimes from across the city. Leading the pack are killers Les and Brian Kane. Then the stakes are suddenly raised by a cunning criminal named Ray Chuck Bennett.
He actually changed his name from Ray Chuck to Ray Bennett. Chuck was never actually a nickname, really. It was really his original surname.
Even the toughest cops are wary of Bennett.
He, in fact, told me that he was going to kill me. And he said, I don't care where or when, but one day I'm going to kill you. And I believed him.
Bennett spends time in England, learning from some master criminals. On his return to Melbourne in 1975, he recruits a gang of 9 and puts in place meticulous plans for the bookie robbery. He rents an office 2 floors above the Victoria Club, and it's there that he gathers his gang on the day of the raid. It's the 21st of April, 1976.
Commencing her run and then perhaps followed behind those horses then on the...
They picked the perfect time because it was the Easter weekend. There were races on the Saturday and on the Monday. So there was not only the official money changing hands that was on the books, there was other money, other cash floating about that wasn't on the books.
The robbery is so well planned, it takes just 11 minutes. The bandits are armed with machine guns.
They made everybody lie on the floor with their face down.
Down on your bellies! Get out!
With more than 30 terrified bookmakers and their clerks lying face down on the floor, the cash bags are moved out quickly.
I have heard it suggested there was inside information in that the consorting squad usually went to these settling days in a sort of a semi-casual, semi-official capacity. They'd be there, they were detectives, they were armed, they were unofficial security. On this particular day, the funny thing was the consorters were called out on a job just before the robbery happened.
Everyone thinks the bandits packed the money in the white getaway van. But more than 30 years later, a lawyer for one of the robbers suggests that's not what happened. Instead of taking the loot down to the getaway van, the gang hastily transfers the bags of cash up the stairs to their secret office. The gang members then gradually retrieve their loot over the following weeks.
Not one solitary witness saw them leave the place, get into a vehicle, carry money out. Not one. We couldn't find one solitary person.
Bennett orders his gang members to hold on to their share of the loot and not attract attention with any spending sprees. Shortly after the robbery, Ray Chuck Bennett's mother collapses in a lawyer's office and she suffers a fatal heart attack. Ambulance officers trying to revive her find her underwear stuffed with $90,000 in cash. The gang's identity soon spreads throughout the underworld because one of the victims, the noted boxing trainer Ambrose Palmer, recognises one of the robbers.
The bloke we'll call the boxer, this robber, said, "You too, Ambrose, put your head down too." And he knew who Ambrose was, and Ambrose knew who he was. Word filtered out about who was in the gang.
One of the robbers, Norman Lee, is said to have invested his share in his Chinese food business.
A lot of the cash did float around. They say that Normie bought a lot of new machinery for his dim sum factory, which was a very notorious factory because it is alleged that the odd crook went through the dim sum to the meat mincer.
While the Kane brothers' violence ensures they're kings of the underworld, Les Kane's violent temper has destroyed his marriage. He's 25 and alone in a nightclub in Toorak Road when he catches sight of Judy Gay. She's a beautiful and vital young woman, and Les is smitten. They marry and have 2 children, first a daughter, then a son. After the Great Bookie robbery, animosity between the rival gangs reaches a new level as the Kanes try to intimidate Bennett's crew.
I think they went after their share of the proceeds, and those people that were involved couldn't have given tuppence with it about the Kanes. They weren't frightened of them.
I don't know how you'd stand over Chuck Bennett, you know, it'd be a dangerous occupation so far as I'm concerned. Yeah, you'd want to be prepared to die, that's the way I'd be looking at it, you know.
The hostility spills over into a pub fight between Brian Kane and a bookie robbery gang member, Vinnie Mickelson, a former close friend of the Kanes.
And during the fight that took place, Brian had a piece bitten out of his ear and spat on the ground.
A humiliating defeat for a standover man, which could ruin his underworld reputation and be very bad for business. The Kanes are now firmly lined up against Vinnie Mickelson and Ray Chuck Bennett, the mastermind of the Great Bookie robbery. War has been declared, and Les Kane makes it known he intends to defend his brother's honour.
You know, if somebody's treading on your toes too hard, you just say to yourself, well, bugger this, you know, my name's Bill and I shoot to kill, and you go and do something about it, I suppose.
The atmosphere is poisonous, and each side knows it can't allow the other to strike first. Les Kane decides to move with Judy and their children away from the city to the outer suburbs, but it's not far enough. It's October 1978.
Come on, get into bed and I'll tuck you in.
2.5 years since the bookie robbery. Les and Judy have been out to dinner with their small son Justin and 6-year-old daughter Martine.
Tuck him in, love.
Yeah, sure. Ready for bed?
The children are put to bed in separate bedrooms.
Come on. Oh. Sleep well.
Les is in the bathroom when Judy turns on the light in the master bedroom. Standing there are 3 heavily armed men, Ray Chuck Bennett, Vinnie Mickelson, and a man named Laurie Prendergast. Judy recognises them instantly. She's grabbed and pushed into the bedroom, where she throws herself over the little girl.
It's alright, baby.
Oi! Shit!
It's okay, Mummy's here. My son! I want my son! My son!
Come on, mate. Vinny, mate.
Bring me my son! I want my son! Don't you dare hurt my son!
You don't have to do this, mate. You don't have to do this.
Ray Bennett appears and shoves the boy into Judy's arms. Judy is left alone with the children.
about it. Think about what you're doing, mate. Come on, think about it. Just...
And two of them opened up with some machine guns with silencers and killed him. They then dragged his body to the front door, where he bled profusely on the carpet, left a massive bloodstain. They backed his car. He had a Ford Futura, backed it to the door, opened the boot, threw Les Kane's body into the boot, and drove off.
Her husband's body is gone, along with his car. Neither will ever be found.
There was talk that he was taken to a meat crusher up at Mernda, and that he was put through the mincer up there.
There's an old saying, catch and kill your own. Well, perhaps we could add a bit more onto that and keep and bury your own.
Judy Kane has been well schooled in the criminal code of silence and sets about removing all traces of her husband's execution. But the underworld knows this murder will be avenged. Unwritten laws protecting women and children have been broken. Both the murder and the brutal retribution, when it comes, change the nature of crime in Melbourne forever. Gangster Les Kane has been shot dead in his family home and his body taken away, never to be found. The murder changes forever the rules of gangland warfare.
Nobody invaded a house to terrorise wives and children. But the night that Les Kane was murdered, all that went out the door. And now it was open slather for people to go into homes, home invasions.
So the Les Kane shooting upped the ante in sort of barbarity. It was regarded as very bad manners by all the old-timers.
Judy says nothing to her neighbours or to the police, maintaining the code of silence that she's been taught. Despite dozens of underworld murders in Melbourne in this period, no one has ever given evidence against any of the killers. But all of that is about to change. The day after Les's murder, the head of the homicide squad, Detective Chief Inspector Paul Delanus, gets a reliable underworld tip-off that Les Kane has been murdered.
I got a couple of my detectives to go out and find Judy Kane, and they did, and they brought her into the office.
So Judy Kane here to see you. Bring her in. Hi, Judy.
Hi.
Pull up a seat. How you feeling?
I'm okay.
Well, Judy.
And I said, Judy, I understand Les has gone off.
What do you know about that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
And I said, expanded and told her that the information I had was absolutely reliable and that indeed he had been murdered, and she looked me straight in the face again and said...
Look, I don't know what you're talking about. Les is okay. There's nothing wrong.
Thank you for coming in.
I believe that Brian hinted to her that maybe it wouldn't be so silly to have a word with the law.
Yeah.
Brian reasons that he's probably the next target, but if Les's killers are arrested, they won't be able to strike at him. And if Ray Bennett is thrown into jail, Brian might even be able to strike at him there.
And I received a phone call from one of the boys to the office to say Judy wants to see you. So I went into the office and saw Judy, and she told me this true story.
My husband
that
has
Les Kane had been murdered.
Did you see who did it?
Yes. It was 3 gunmen, and they weren't wearing any masks.
She told us who the offenders were. It was Ray Chuck, Vincent Mickelson and Laurie Prendergast. She was absolutely sure of that. There was no doubt. She knew them.
We had just gotten home from a friend's place. I tucked in Martine and Jason, and Les went to the bathroom.
Sleep well.
Then I went into our bedroom, and there were 3 gunmen. They threw me into Martine's room and brought Jason in there as well.
Come here. Oh!
I heard gunshots and something being dragged along the corridor and a bit of a car being closed. Then I came outside and went to look into the bathroom. And there was blood everywhere. And there was blood all along the carpet. And then I went outside and the car was missing.
She went around to see her father-in-law, Mr. Kane, Reg Kane Sr., and he said, "Are you being tailed, are you being followed?" And she said, "I don't think so." And what she did, she went back to the unit with her brother-in-law, and she cleaned up the entire area, the bathroom, the doorway, the whole thing. She cleaned it up, scrubbed it. From there on in, she was one brave woman.
There are no formal witness protection programs at this time, so Chief Inspector Delanus invents his own. Judy is taken to a secret location and guarded by a senior policewoman. Les Kane's assassins know they're now the most wanted men in the underworld. Ray Bennett and Vinnie remove their children from school and take their families into hiding. But police soon find them, and all 3 are arrested and charged with Les Kane's murder. The day the trial opens, they're provided with extra police protection.
They were fearful they were going to be murdered in the courthouse. Murdered in the courthouse. And they weren't the only ones who thought that was going to happen. So did Victoria Police, because that courthouse was guarded night and day from the roof to the cellar by police officers.
During the trial, cunning defence lawyers attack Judy Kane's credibility. This tactic, together with the absence of a body, sees all 3 acquitted.
The smart barristers suggested that Les Kane was here, there and everywhere. They produced witnesses to say that they had seen him here and everywhere, and that the whole thing was just a non-event, her imagination, blah, blah, blah. And the jury didn't believe her. The jury were wrong, very, very wrong. I have a lot of admiration for the woman. She was very, very brave. She had a lot of guts to come forward and make a statement, give evidence at the coroner's court. She gave evidence at the Supreme Court. She never wavered. Once she made up her mind, she was determined to give the evidence. The jury made a big mistake in not convicting these people. They released them without conviction, but indeed sentenced them to death.
A barrister called Michael Kelly, who went on to become a judge, acted for Prendergast and gave the finest jury address I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen a trial like it before or since, because the 3 accused men all ran an alibi as their defence to the murdering of Les Kane. And the alibis were complicated and totally believable.
Brian Kane is furious with the jury's decision. He vents his anger at Vinnie Mickelson's lawyer, Philip Dunn.
I was having a coffee in a coffee shop in Carlton. I thought that I was just doing my job and impervious to all of this when suddenly I had a hand go around my throat. I'm pulled off a chair and I'm told I'm going to die. And in that split second I believed it.
As soon as they're released, Mickelson and Prendergast go into hiding. Their leader, Ray Chuck Bennett, will be the first victim of the revenge attacks in one of the most brazen and shocking assassinations in Australian criminal history. Ray Chuck Bennett and his two henchmen, Vinnie Mickelson and Laurie Prendergast, have been tried for the murder of Les Kane. But with no trace of Les's body, and with wife Judy as the only witness, it's a difficult case to prove, and they're acquitted. Despite getting their freedom, they know that they're still hunted men. Ray Chuck Bennett, who's facing another charge of armed robbery, chooses to stay in prison instead of seeking bail. But he doesn't realise that even inside, he's in mortal danger. Some months after his acquittal, Ray Chuck Bennett is taken to the Melbourne Magistrates Court for a committal hearing. In the holding cells, someone has scrawled,
"Ray Chuck, you'll get yours in due course, you fucking dog."
Strangely, after all the security at the murder trial, this time the police escorting Bennett aren't even armed.
It may just be a coincidence that they were not only unarmed, but they weren't handcuffed to him.
A man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses and a false beard approaches them.
Suddenly this mild-mannered fella says,
"Cop this, you bastard!"
shoots him,
Don't make me do it! Don't make me do
and
it!
points the gun at the cop and says, "Don't make me do it." And I think he threatened somebody else that was in the room, another fellow, a witness.
Ray Chuck Bennett, shot through the heart, collapses and dies soon afterwards.
Slow down, slow your breathing down.
The shooting took place in a matter of moments. It took place despite the presence of police and despite the fact that the City Court is straight across the road from the Russell Street Police Headquarters.
And I could hear screams. There were these shots and then there were footsteps. There were footsteps running and there were yells and all the rest of it. And it was bedlam.
I can remember everybody being ordered to hit the ground, and so we're all lying on the floor. Nobody knew what was going on. I mean, this is like an attack on the whole system.
There's ambulances and coppers and the SOG are sent over and they sealed the whole building, and you can imagine.
The gunman makes his escape through a hole recently cut in the fence at the back of the court. He will never be found. With an obvious lack of security, the press has a field day, and accusations abound that Bennett is set up by the police.
Somebody who had access to the police car park and to the courthouse had provided the escape route for the killer.
I don't think police at any stage would get involved in something like that. I don't believe that at all.
Brian Freddie knows that he had to have somebody within the Department of Justice as a caretaker of the building, or somebody that knew the police garage layout. Whether they were police or whether they were officials of the caretaker's position there, I wouldn't have a clue.
The detectives who were escorting Bennett at the time of his murder had told the court they knew nothing about threats or a contract to kill Bennett.
A coronial inquest into Bennett's assassination finds no evidence of police involvement, and it doesn't identify the killer.
More than 50 people turned up for the funeral of Raymond Bennett.
As usual, the Underworld is not talking to authorities, but everyone agrees Brian Kane has personally avenged his brother's murder. Vinnie Mickelson's brother-in-law becomes an innocent victim of this gangland war. Before Vinnie goes into hiding, he sells his car, The hard-working, clean-living man is sitting in it when two gunmen mistake him for McPherson.
The 33-year-old was warming up his car to go to work when he was shot 4 or 5 times.
So a father and husband who'd never done anything wrong in his life but have a beer with his brother-in-law who was a crook and buy a car from him, was gunned down in cold blood in his own driveway, executed in a case of mistaken identity.
For Brian Kane, time is running out, and the end, when it comes, will be every bit as sudden and violent as his brother's death. The war between rival gangs of Melbourne criminals has so far featured 3 terrible murders. Standover gangster Les Kane, Ray Chuck Bennett, the bookie robbery mastermind, and an innocent man killed by mistake. No one doubts that Bennett's brazen murder in a crowded court building is carried out by a disguised Brian Kane, Les's younger brother.
Come that, you bastard!
Soon after the Bennett hit, Brian Kane leaves home. After that, he seems to drop his guard.
Brian Kane got out of a Jaguar motor car. I was walking towards my car. He was inebriated and full of bullshit and bad manners on that night. And I said to him, "What's going on?" I said, "I wouldn't have seen you like this 6 months ago. What are you doing to yourself?" He said, "I'm frightened of nobody." All right?
Do it!
3 years after Bennett's murder, Brian Kane is sitting in one of his regular haunts, the Quarry Hotel in Lygon Street.
It's great, had a great time.
He's with a friend, Sandra Walsh, who's carrying his gun in her handbag.
I need to do that. I've been telling you this.
2 men wearing balaclavas burst in, firing snub-nosed pistols.
Oh my God, babe. My God, you'll be right. Someone come in.
He's hit in the head and chest.
Somebody get the ambulance. Someone.
The gunmen quickly disappear, and Sandra is left cradling the dying Brian in her arms.
2 shots were fired and Kane slumped to the floor. He was rushed to hospital but died shortly afterwards.
He had dropped his guard to the degree where he didn't have a gun on him. Should have had it in the front of his trousers on his lap with a serviette over it, but he didn't. He had it divorced from him in somebody else's control. You don't put a back pocket in a shroud, do you?
Less than a week ago, Brian Kane told Father Brosnan that he wanted him to conduct his funeral service.
He knew he would die before me and told me I was not to praise him or canonise him. There was a side to his life that I didn't know.
One of Melbourne's emerging crime families, the Morans, publicly expressed their sympathy, including a message from young Jason Moran.
Jason Moran, as a little boy, when Brian was shot dead in 1982, put a death notice in the paper, "From your little mate." Jason Moran grew up to marry one of Les Kane's daughters from his first marriage. And they had kids, and those kids were of course present as little fellas when Jason was shot dead during the Gangland War.
No one has ever been convicted of any of the killings. But the investigation into Brian Kane's murder continues. 3 years after Brian Kane is killed, Laurie Prendergast is living in an outer Melbourne suburb with his wife and child when he disappears. Vinnie Mickelson also vanishes.
You don't see or hear of him much, but now and again you just run into somebody who knows somebody who's seen him, and he is, if that's true, he is one of the great survivors because all his contemporaries are dead.
bloody war that kills the Kane brothers and Ray Chuck Bennett has attracted a lot of media attention. The former Painters and Dockers leader Billy Longley is in jail when he agrees to an interview with the Bulletin magazine in which he exposes the union and its whole range of criminal activity.
I personally regard Melbourne as the homicide capital of Australia. I mean, I know you get some pretty big outbursts of shooting in Sydney, but I don't think they rank with Melbourne so far as homicides go. In the dock war, there was 40 killed, and I heard somebody on TV saying one night, he said, oh, it would have been more like 60 than 40.
The details of mass murder and organised crime on a scale unknown in Australia sends shockwaves around the country.
Billy Longley was the man that introduced the gun. The gun today, as far as the union is concerned, is completely out.
The union's leader, Jack Putty-Nose Nichols, appears on 60 Minutes to deny his union is part of any criminal activity.
Who am I to say what people do after dark? I'm only in charge of this. I'm in charge of it 24 hours a day, but only for union problems.
It's an important issue, and the government is going to have to give it very close consideration.
The Prime Minister, Malcolm Fraser, orders a full-scale royal commission to be headed by the prominent lawyer, Frank Costigan, QC.
Putty-Nose Nichols, Jack Nichols, who was the secretary of the association, was subpoenaed to give evidence. And he went out and met a few friends and sort of had a drink with them. And he went up to Albury and said goodbye to some friends. He bought a bottle of whiskey. He drove down the highway and he Wangaratta. He pulled up the car. He drank the bottle of whiskey. And he put the gun to his head and shot himself. So he didn't have to go.
The coroner found by his own hand. And only now, Longley says, he's sorry.
Costigan spends 4 years digging into the union, and his final report is devastating.
They treat the law with contempt and are scornful of its punishments. They treat law enforcement agencies as their enemies. They're motivated by greed and are not controlled by any consideration for their victims. Violence is the means by which they control the members of the group. They don't hesitate to kill.
But you had to be armed in my day. I mean, that's just the way it was. As I said to you before, it was a case of kill or be killed. And if you wanted to stay alive on occasions, you know, there were some places you wouldn't dream of going unless you're armed. Some pubs and beer, you know. There's a tradition in Melbourne of barrels, you know. You'd have a turn to help someone and you'd go there and crikey, there'd be some pretty dangerous blokes at some of those turns. There wouldn't be much use taking your handbag with you, you know. You'd want something a little bit stronger than that.
Among the scams Costigan exposes is the union's role in massive tax fraud, known as bottom-of-the-harbour schemes, worth more than $1 billion. Less than a decade later, the union membership has dropped to less than 1,000 members, and it's deregistered. Costigan's report leads directly to the establishment of the National Crime Authority to fight organised crime in Australia. The Kane family survives the deaths of Les and Brian. Their brother Ray Muscles Kane moves to Western Australia, and Les's wife Judy makes a new, quieter life for herself and her children.
The Kanes were one of the great crime families of Melbourne. They were tough blokes rather than money makers. They sort of predated the rise of the drug barons. Soon as they sort of went under, then the crime market was flooded with drugs, drug pushers, big money guys. Guns became a dime a dozen because there was money to pay for them. But the Kanes really belonged to a fiercer and more simple time of really inner suburban gangsters. And you know, they wanted to be the toughest bloke in the pub. When the painters and dockers had their the dock war, as we now call it, a lot of people, dozens of men went missing, as they used to call it, on the missing list. But you never found out about it. People didn't talk about it. And there were no bodies left lying around. So generally it was all sort of kept in-house.
A lot of things changed to bring kind of the end to that old-fashioned lawlessness, but in its own way then opened the door for the new breed to come.
The lessons that you learn through the Kane era, that money speaks all languages, and greed and ego, the downfall of most criminals. And with the downfall of the Kanes.
On a hot February evening in 1986, a gang of 5 suburban thugs is drinking at a hotel near Blacktown in Western Sydney. They're burglars, armed robbers, and rapists.
Whack!
And one is also an escaped prisoner on the run. At the same time, 40 kilometres away, in what might as well be another world, Anita Cobby, a 26-year-old nurse and former charity beauty queen, is having dinner at a city restaurant with 2 of her workmates. Within hours, she'll be abducted by the gang and tortured and raped and murdered.
Go, go. Let's get a voice. Australia's most notorious criminal bandits. Generation after generation, from all sides of the war. Crime Investigation Australia, Families of Crime.
News of the arrest spread quickly and a large angry crowd had already gathered by the time the 3 men were brought to court.
A storm of revulsion sweeps across Australia as the news breaks that 5 men from 3 distinct families, the Murphys, the Travers and the Murdochs, have been arrested for the senseless and brutal murder.
Late last night, more than 20 detectives raided houses in Wentworthville and Westmead.
The oldest in the gang that kills Anita Cobby is Michael Murphy, who's born in 1953 to Dulcie and Leslie Murphy. It's Michael who leads his younger brothers, Gary and Les Murphy, into a life of crime.
Michael Murphy was the eldest of 9 children. There were 2 girls and 7 boys, and Michael didn't really have a good time with his dad Les. He clashed a lot with Les, and by all accounts Dulcie was pretty hard on all the kids.
The family lives in the inner western suburb of Erskineville.
The police car was always down, double parked outside their house in Binning Street.
They were in trouble for stealing. They'd steal things from homes, they'd steal cars. But by the time Michael Murphy was 12, he was having real difficulty with his dad, so he moved out and went to live with his grandmother.
Michael's grandparents dote on him, and he leads a wild and mostly unsupervised teenage life. After leaving high school early, he works briefly at a car dealer's yard before returning to life as a thief. He's soon arrested and sent to a juvenile detention centre.
Apparently he was in boys' homes and being continually gang raped himself as a child in boys' homes, and apparently he wrote letter after letter after letter pleading for someone in the government to help him, and of course that was all ignored. So I feel very sorry for Mick, but he wasn't someone that I ever warmed towards.
On his release from the boys' home, Michael Murphy becomes part of a gang called the Sharpies. Two of his younger brothers, Gary and Les, soon join him, carrying weapons and fighting the surfer and the bikie gangs.
Let him go. No, you can just get the hell out.
Wherever they go, it's Michael Murphy who takes the lead.
Go on, get out, both of you.
Great. Michael Murphy, who was the older one, who was always in trouble from all the records against him, and they're public, was sort of the leader, and Gary, not being the highest of intelligence, followed the leader, and Les, being the little brother, in stature as well as age, followed them.
The younger siblings, I think, were almost saying, you know, oh, Michael's respected both in jail and out on the streets, and I don't care what I do. If I end up in jail, well, he'll look after me and I'll be respected as well.
Well, let's go, boys.
One of the Murphy's boys' hangouts is a Christian outreach centre in the city, run by the Reverend Fred Nile.
They did know how to fight. I don't know whether they used to go to a gym or somebody taught them to fight, or their father, but they certainly knew how to hit hard, right in the face, break a nose. But one night the phone rang, and it was Mick Murphy's mother, and she was saying to Mick, the police are hanging around the house over at Glue. If you're coming home with a stolen car, don't come home tonight. So that was the message, and I had to pass the message on to them. So obviously they were, at least in the car stealing business, or stealing cars just for transport.
As well as car stealing and burglary, the boys also branch out to mugging. The Murphys stage cruel personal assaults, bashing and robbing women in the street.
They had no money, so I guess they just lived off other people, and often I'd find the toilets to be blocked up, the cisterns in the toilets, and we lift off the lid and you find it stuffed with women's purses.
The Reverend also has serious trouble with older criminals who regard the Murphy boys and their followers as their helpers and trainees.
We did have one big brawl where another group came in, which I later found out were young older men, but still young men who'd come out of prison, and they tried to wreck the place one night and actually bashed me, and I had a 9 stitches put on my lip here. It was all cut with probably a bottle or something. I found out later they were upset, these older men, that I was actually influencing what they called the apprentices. These are the young blokes that they were actually helping to train into more serious crime.
The antisocial nature of the Murphys' personalities would have been developed and ingrained in them during, their childhood.
The Murphys' neighbours finally get some relief when the family moves away to the outer western suburbs into a housing commission home near Blacktown.
Very much working class, and also the lower socioeconomic unemployed. It wasn't far from Parklea Jail, so often single mothers used to live there because they were close to visiting at the jail.
And they started to gather new friends out there because they were with other people who were very much like them, who would truant school, not be employed, and be a bit bored, so they'd start drinking together.
And a lot of the crime went unreported because people in that area were just accepting it as part of life, and they almost became used to it.
The Murphy boys are soon well known to the local police.
Though they were going nowhere and probably going to repeat, because Mick's father was in prison, probably we're going to go down the same pathway. So it was a pretty antisocial, like the world has nothing for us. We hate the world, perhaps.
They were our prime suspects for most of our, I guess, crime, like car stealing, car parts, breaking in, bag snatching.
Is that they did seem to have a big chip on their shoulder. And sometimes I know they would bash other people, and we'd have someone with a bleeding nose. But sometimes I've actually watched them, whether it was Mick, but I remember some of them, they'd actually just bash the wall. They'd actually just smash the wall until their knuckles were bleeding.
After finishing their shifts at Sydney Hospital, nurse Anita Cobby and two of her workmates have enjoyed a night out at a city restaurant.
Had a great time, three of us, just talking, making plans, generally being three young women, giggling, all that kind of stuff. And then we left. It wasn't a late night. We said goodbye to Elaine, and I asked Anita if she wanted to lift to the station, and I drove her to the station. She said, "I'll see you tomorrow." I said, "Yeah, see you then." And that was the last words we spoke.
It was a train trip Anita had taken all her life, but this one would be the last. In the Doonside Hotel near Blacktown in Western Sydney, the Murphy brothers have been drinking with two mates for most of the day. Michael Murphy has escaped from Silverwater Prison, where he's been serving an 8-year sentence for burglary and larceny. It's his second lengthy prison sentence, and at 29, he's spent most of his life in custody. As evening approaches, the gang decides to leave the hotel to buy drugs. They pile into a car they've stolen some days earlier, but it has little petrol, and the gang has no money. They decide to rob some vulnerable female, and while they're at it, to have what they call some fun, and rape her as well. With Michael Murphy constantly in and out of prison, his brother Gary, who's 5 years younger, steps into his shoes as the family protector. A congenital heart defect and a speech impediment, he's the quietest of the wild Murphy boys.
I've never met anybody who's more popular with girls than Gary, or has had more girlfriends, and remarkably, even whilst he's been in custody, he seems to have new girlfriends all the time. Like every now and then I'll get a phone call and go, "I've got a new girlfriend now."
By all accounts, he was very popular with the women, probably more so because he had a more gentle nature and quite a nice smile, and he was a bit smooth talking.
Gary was, he was more compliant. To your face. He'd, when I was working, I'd come up and say, "What do you got on you, mate?" And he'd say, "Nothing, search me." And so, you'd stop, search and detain and check him out.
But Gary's seemingly gentle nature hides a hair-trigger temper.
He would have bouts where he'd get into trouble with other men, though. He'd fly off the handle very easily, and he'd get into fights. He got barred from the Rudy Hill RSL for life for getting into a fight there, and because he drank a lot, he fought a lot.
As Gary gets older, his temper gets worse, particularly when he's drinking or smoking marijuana. He's caught stealing a motor vehicle and driving without a license, and he's placed in a juvenile home.
Shit!
After his release, he gets a job with a local builder who describes him as a good worker and a good kid. But he also uses his mechanical skills to work on stolen cars, changing their markings so that they can't be traced. Over the next 14 years, he's charged with multiple offences, with his specialties being home burglaries and car stealing. He even builds a master collection of keys to fit various types of cars.
One night I was on jetty and I stopped a young bloke and there was a wire ring with about, it must have been 60, 70, I think, keys. And I noticed, I had a look at them, they were all car keys, like Holden keys. And I said, what do you got with these for, mate? And he said, I'm holding them for one of the Murphy boys.
When the younger Murphy brothers get into violent street fights, it's Gary who'd come to their rescue. Neighbours also tell of regular outbreaks of violence inside the Murphy home.
They would hear noises coming from the house and violence, but often they'd call the police there. But when the police went there, it was, which you see quite often, sadly, in domestic violence, where they clump together and actually the offender lies and the victim lies because they don't want police intervention.
They didn't have what you'd call a super upbringing. The father, I think, was quite violent to them. No education, on the drugs, on the booze, roaming around, petty larceny. Doesn't excuse anything, but there it is.
Incredibly poor, very uneducated, very violent, I think, home lives. And really, nobody was terribly bright.
I'd see Mrs. Murphy and she often expressed her inability to control them. But at the same time, I heard on the streets that she was advising them not to steal cars, although she did say that, don't steal cars, but in fact never get caught. So there was a philosophy in the family by Mrs. Murphy, I can't stop them, Mr. Raymond, but I don't want them to get caught and end up in jail.
The brothers appear regularly in court, charged with various stealing offences, and they're mostly given small fines and good behaviour bonds.
And often they didn't care about getting caught, but they knew that the threats they gave to the witnesses or victims, that they wouldn't be indicted, that we couldn't charge them.
The third Murphy brother, Les, is best described as a tough little nut who becomes a thief at the age of 10. But soon afterwards, he discovers that he can make a lucrative income by selling his body in the evil world of underage prostitution.
Les Murphy was the smallest of the Murphy brothers and quite a different sort of fellow to the other brothers. He had a real hard edge to him and he was quite intimidating. He would argue a lot, even with his brothers.
Les begins to hang out in an underground bar in King's Cross where young male prostitutes meet their clients.
And he was known to be the frequent companion of quite a few well-known Sydney figures.
He also works the streets, being picked up by men at night at the notorious High Stone Wall behind the New South Wales Supreme Court on Darlinghurst Road.
That famous wall by the very courts in which they were tried. Yeah, he was a young, underage male prostitute. And he would be on the wall.
At the age of 19, Les is charged with 2 counts of rape and he's sentenced to 3 years in an adult prison. The older man who emerges is much tougher and more violent.
You know, he'd say, what do you got on you, mate? He'd say, who wants to know? And he'd rear up and get cranky. And I'd say, I'm just doing my job, mate. You know, that's all I'm doing. I'm just asking you. And he'd say, well, you're not searching me.
He leaves the world of prostitution to return to his proven skills in assault.
There was a bag snatch on 2 older women at Doonside as they came out of the Centrelink office where Les Murphy had jumped out of a car with another man and grabbed bags off 2 women. One of the women didn't let the bag go and he dragged her up the road as they jumped back in the car. So it was a common thing for them to get money that way.
someone was saying that they heard them speaking with some other local criminals, and they were discussing the MO or methodology, the modus operandi of bag snatching, and it was never let go. Make sure that you hang on until the victim let goes, no matter what.
Nurse Anita Cobby has caught a late train home to the outer western suburbs of Sydney. She steps off the train at around 10 p.m. and finds there are no cabs at the station rank. Anita tries to call her parents from a public phone, as this is the era before mobiles, but all the phones have been vandalised. She decides to make the half-hour walk home. It's a warm summer's night, and this is Anita's home turf, the streets where she grew up, and she has no reason to feel that she's in any danger. Stranded at Blacktown railway station, Anita Cobby decides to walk home. A couple of blocks away from the station, she turns into Newton Road. The gang is driving around Blacktown in a stolen HT Holden, looking for a woman to attack.
You be looking for the preschool, eh, murder?
They turn into Newton Road, and here, two worlds collide.
Slow down, mate. Slow down, mate.
When Les Murphy is released from prison, he takes up a life of violent robbery, attacking women, stealing their bags. He moves in with girlfriend Lisa Travers, the sister of a young criminal named John Travers, the man who will lead the gang attack on Anita Cobby. Born in 1967, Travers is the eldest of 7 children of bus driver Ken and his wife Sharon. He has a miserable childhood. His mother suffers from both physical illness and depression.
She was such a large woman that she would just sit in the house most of the time. And when she did go out, it became difficult for her to walk and breathe and do normal things like shopping and accompany her children to school.
His father apparently was incredibly violent to him, from what I understand. Anytime John showed any tenderness towards his sister, his father would bash him with a steel pipe, you know, as a child. That's what I'm told.
So he said on more than one occasion his father would choke him until he fell unconscious. So you can understand that he was exposed to a violent sort of environment from a very early age.
You almost always find in cases like his that the familial environment does not provide a normal socializing atmosphere in which a proper personality can evolve and develop.
Travis is still a boy when he begins stealing cars to go joyriding and get away from his violent and squalid home life. He spends much of his time committing petty crime, usually with an accomplice, his best friend, Mick Murdoch, who's quieter and much less volatile than Travers. The two have been mates for as long as they can remember, growing up in the same suburb of Doonside and wagging school together.
Michael Murdoch came from a single-parent family, and his mum was a pretty quiet sort of person, although when she first found out that her son Michael was smoking when he was 13, he was smoking marijuana with John Travers, she ended up calling the police. She rang Sharon Travers and told her that they were smoking and she was going to dog them into the police to teach them a lesson. So their first conviction came at the age of 13 for smoking marijuana.
So how much do you reckon you got for that stereo in it last week? 20 bucks. 20 bucks.
Mick idolises Travers, getting similar tattoos and body piercing, and joining him in getting drunk, taking drugs, and breaking into houses and stealing cars.
You know anyone that's not home? It's holidays. No one's home.
They were inseparable. They did everything together, and while they had other friends in a wider circle, John Travers and Michael Murdoch were always together, and many of them did think they were twins because they had the same haircuts. They were quite lean in the face, about the same height. Many thought that they were homosexual lovers. They both denied that, although when they were arrested they were found in bed together naked, still denying that they were gay. Murdoch was a quiet sort of fellow, much quieter than John Travers. He had a cold side to him, but probably not as cunning and as sadistic as John Travers.
With a true psychopath, there is no emotional attachment to others. They are completely egocentric. The only thing that matters is their needs, their desires. Everyone else are just objects for their self-gratification, objects to be manipulated and exploited. And Murdoch would have clearly fallen into that category.
While Travers is displaying psychopathic tendencies, Mick is exhibiting some feelings and emotions.
Murdoch is more someone who, due to a lack of familial attachment, has sought out his emotional needs elsewhere. And he found it in his childhood associate Travers.
The two are barely in their teens when they make a pact to be blood brothers, promising to be loyal until death.
Get it!
Anita Cobby's abduction in Newton Road is witnessed by two teenagers, a brother and sister, in a nearby house.
All right, get it! You got it! You got it!
The boy runs out to try to help, but just as he gets to the car, it speeds away.
They were driving around the car after they got her, and they'd stripped her off pretty well straight away in the back of the car. They'd punched her. Her nose was broken. Both the cheekbones had abrasions on them. Someone holds a knife at her throat, tells her to be quiet, punches her, lays her down on the floor behind the front seats, and someone fills up with petrol. They go to a handbag. They took the money out of her purse.
Shut up.
Paid for the petrol, and then went down to Green Park to carry on with it.
Sunday, the 2nd of February, 1986. 26-year-old nurse Anita Cobby has been abducted by a gang of thugs. She's bashed and raped in the back seat of a car as the gang heads for a deserted back road in nearby farmland. Two teenagers have witnessed the abduction and report the incident to their older brother when he arrives home moments later.
Dragged her in the car and they drove off up the road that way.
John Travers grows up to be a sexual predator after getting a bizarre introduction to sex in his youth.
He was encouraged by his father to take girls under the house so that his father could sneak and secretively watch what went on. So he would have a very distorted concept of morality.
Travers is expelled from high school after exposing himself to a teacher. Soon afterwards, his father leaves home, and Travers begins to steal poultry from neighbours to feed his siblings. At other times, he sits on the back porch shooting birds, which he then plucks and cooks for the family's dinner. It's at this time that he develops a new and sadistic streak.
The psychologist's report says that he was certainly interested in witchcraft, and he was cruel to animals, and this was probably or possibly born out of his difficulties that he had with his father. Neighbours told me, and there was evidence presented to the court, that he would be unkind to birds. He would throw stones at them, then stun them, and then catch them and kill them slowly.
Mick Murdoch's mother, Rose, strongly disapproves of her son's friendship with Travers and even moves to another suburb trying to separate them.
Give it to the slut, she loves it.
But Mick stays close to his mate, and they spend their days around a suburban pool hall where they pick up young girls, many of whom are subjected to sexual attacks.
Yeah, Johnny, you're right. Wrecked a man.
They begin to prowl the local railway stations looking for girls to rape, with Travers always the leader of the pack.
They're actually forced down, usually in premises and sometimes in public parks, forced down and their clothes taken off them, particularly underwear, and then, viciously raped, And with assaults too. But again, with the threats, you tell anyone about this and I'll kill you.
He also goes out hunting for men that he suspects of being homosexual and then raping them.
Travers' sexual drive was simply nothing to do with love or romance, or it was just simply sexual gratification. Just a few minutes, gratified, no matter, from what we hear, no matter who it was or what it was, he just wanted that sexual gratification and couldn't care less about the object of that gratification, whether it was anybody, human, animal, or whatever.
A psychopath like Travers doesn't see human sexuality in the normal way that people do. He doesn't see it as a form of emotional and physical interaction and attachment with others. He sees sex as something that he can use to demonstrate his dominance of people. He sees it as something that he can use to exploit others. He sees it as something that he can use to degrade others. And it doesn't matter whether the object of that is male or female. It's all the same to him.
His depravity deepens as he begins stealing larger animals and committing ugly atrocities on them. It's not long before he gains a reputation for bestiality.
That he had tendencies towards violence with animals, and there were suggestions that he had involved in sexual behaviour with animals.
One of his neighbours talked about the night that he had a sheep in the yard. He had jumped on its back and had sex with it, and while he was doing that, he pulled its head back and cut its throat, and then he put it on a spit, and it became a barbecue.
Rumours also circulate among locals that Travers is responsible for at least a dozen sex attacks on local girls.
At different times he was aggressive, and he would go in and out of that aggression depending on what he was on. And he took drugs and he drank a lot, and he experimented with those drugs. A lot of marijuana, a lot of hard alcohol. He'd drink, in the end he was drinking a bottle of spirits a day towards the end of being on the run and being caught.
Who was that bird you were with? Don't even know.
Fearing one of his rape victims might be able to identify him to police by the distinctive teardrop tattoo under his left eye, Travers flees interstate.
Travers and some of his mates, including Michael Murdoch, took a drive from Sydney across the desert and went to Mandurah, just below Perth. And they'd been buying drugs and stealing things. So they came to the notice of police for stealing first up. And one of the men that they got to know over there was an 18 or a young fellow in his teens.
At first, the teenagers welcomed into the group, but after a few days, Travers suddenly turns on him and he's viciously raped.
threatened to cut his throat at the same time, and thankfully for some reason he didn't do that. And so he used to get strange gratification out of these. It wasn't even ritualistic, it was simply just a physical thing.
It was quite a brutal rape. The victim, the young man, had a lot of bruising, some broken ribs. He was so terrified that he didn't want to tell police, but the injuries were so severe that they were determined to press ahead and charge John Travers. So they did put an alert out for his car, but he managed to escape.
Wanted by Western Australian police for the rape, Travers and Murdoch return to Sydney, where they meet up with Gary and Les Murphy.
One of them's going in. Don't get that one in. Yeah, good one, mate. Didn't get that one.
This is the gang that will soon commit the terrible crime that will define the rest of their lives. Anita Cobby is bashed and raped in the back seat of the gang's stolen car as they drive her to Reen Road at Prospect, near Blacktown, in Sydney's western suburbs. It's poorly lit, well known as a lover's lane and a dumping ground for stolen cars.
I think by the time she got down there, one if not two, they probably already had sex with her in the car. So she'd been forced through the barbed wire fence rather than thrown over it or helped over it, absolutely dragged through it. And as I said, she had defensive wounds where she tried to stop doing what they were doing with the knife. She grabbed the knife and they pulled it out of her hands. Knuckles and her fingers were broken. They'd had sex with her. Nothing more worse that you could think of.
Egged on by the Murphys and Murdoch, Travers commits the final atrocity.
Seen all that face?
They were talking about whether they should let her go or what should happen, and it was decided, because she had heard their names and that she'd seen their faces, that she couldn't live. She was lying face down at that point, and John Travers jumped on her back and grabbed her by the back of the hair. She was conscious at that time because the coroner said that she had defence wounds on her hand, and she put her hand up to stop that knife, and he'd almost severed several of her fingers.
Leaving her naked body lying in the field, the five killers take Anita's clothes to Travis's home and burn them in the backyard. Anita is reported missing that night, but it'll be 2 days later, on the 4th of February 1986, that farmer John Reen sees his cattle all gathering under a tree, and he goes to investigate.
I just couldn't believe it was a human there laying in the paddock. I thought it was, a doll or something at first.
The horrified farmer calls police, who quickly descend on the scene, followed soon afterwards by media helicopters.
She had suffered a cut throat and lacerations to her naked body, consistent with falling on a barbed wire fence.
As barbaric details become known, the murder makes international news.
It was a crime that really created an enormous amount of community and media attention.
A massive reward of $100,000 is offered for information, and gradually public assistance puts both Travers and the Murphys among the chief suspects. The stolen car proves to be the key.
Well, someone came forward and gave us a report that they had information that the Murphy brothers and Murdoch had been seen in a car of that type. There were other people that just came forward and gave information about John Travers and others. And eventually we got information from another person in relation to the car. They put us onto the car and those that had possibly stolen the car, and it was the car they were looking for.
The first of the 3 men charged was arrested late last night, more than 20...
Detectives arrest Les Murphy, and soon afterwards they locate Travers and Murdoch naked in bed together at a house in a neighbouring suburb. A large blood-stained knife is found hidden under the mattress.
John, tell me more about the knife.
When Travers is interviewed, he denies any involvement, but his crude denial only makes detectives more certain of his guilt.
You didn't kill Anita Cobby with it? I didn't slit that slut's throat.
The real breakthrough comes when a female acquaintance of Travers, later to be known as Miss X, comes forward with shocking information about him.
And he had a habit of confiding in her about a number of his escapades, including his behaviour towards women, violent behaviour, and she was able to give us a profile, if you like, of Travers' activities and his attitude towards women, which involved a high degree of violence.
Shut up. Shut up.
Included in the information Miss X gives police are details of the brutal rape Travers committed in Western Australia. She tells them about how proud he was as he told her the whole gruesome story, and it was then she realised he was completely out of control. Miss X agrees to secretly record conversations with him in which he reveals the shocking truth.
And Miss X went down to the cells, wired up. She was shaking. She was terrified.
During that conversation, he confessed to the kidnapping and murder of Anita Cobby.
What you're about to hear is the actual voice of John Travers, coldly admitting to raping and murdering Anita Cobby. You'll also hear the actual words used by Miss X. To protect her identity, her voice has been substituted by an actress.
John, come close. Why'd you have to stop her?
We're all drunk. She fucking seen all this.
She saw your faces.
She seen all their names.
She got your names. And you knew?
I had to do it.
The other said you had to do it. Who said it had to be done? You? You all agreed? That's not your thing, John, is it? You haven't done it before, have you? Truthfully, that's the first. Don't laugh, it's not funny, John.
They weren't gonna do it, so I had to.
And the rotten bastards all fucked off on you. I do, John. I still love you.
She was an amazing lady and she stood very strong in court. She never wavered from her story. She wanted to give that evidence because she knew that if she didn't, John Travers would commit another crime like that again.
A massive manhunt is launched for the other 2 Murphy brothers, Michael and Gary, and they're eventually arrested in a house at Glenfield in southwestern Sydney.
The tactical response group swooped just before 10 p.m.
News that 5 men have been charged with the rape and murder of Anita sets off a wave of revulsion right across the nation.
It was enormous. There was huge crowds outside the Blacktown police station. There was nurses hanging from the building opposite with a dummy made up hanging in a noose. There was no doubt if the public had the opportunity to get their hands on these offenders, we wouldn't have seen them again.
Let the public fix them!
The intensity of the public reaction terrifies other members of the families. Another of the Murphy boys, Bernie, a petty offender on the run from police, told newsmen he feared for his life.
That's pretty scary, you know, just seeing that, you know, and especially for my brothers, it must have been hard for them. I'm scared. I'm just scared to go to jail because I think what's been said may happen, and I mean, like, I don't want it to happen to me.
I think the elements that angered the public the most were that an innocent woman had been attacked by 5 men, 3 of them from the one family.
The gang of 5 really consisted of three close-knit brothers and two friends who were also mates. But on the night of the kidnapping, they operated as one unit. There's no doubt about that.
The brief routine appearance was marked by more tight security. By now, the crowd had grown larger and more hostile.
When the Murphy brothers, John Travers and Michael Murdoch, are interviewed, the police find them quite cooperative. They're all eager to tell their story. But like all cowards, they try to blame each other.
They admitted that they had had sex with her, and they gave us some details in relation to what other people had done to her. But on the whole, their efforts were to minimise their roles and blame everyone else.
But I do think John Travers was probably the ringleader and the one that actually conducted the murder, because he had that violent streak with a knife and so on. I never ever have seen any knives mentioned with the Murphy boys.
He was serving 24.5 years.
Miss X receives death threats, including one on the phone from Michael Murdoch's mother.
It's not an easy task for a witness, for any witness, in giving evidence in a murder trial. In this particular case, probably harder on this particular informant because she had been a close friend and confidant of Travers. She also knew others in the group.
Travers' fury is obvious as she steps up to give evidence at the coronial inquest.
He did try and make a grab for her, and which was quite a surprise. No one was expecting it, although he was being watched quite closely, and he did threaten her.
I'll kill you! Get off him! Get off him! Get off him!
Threatened her family, and he did try and attack her. And she was very frightened, but she did stand her ground, and she kept giving her evidence.
Miss X has her identity changed, and she and her family are moved to a new secret location. The 5 men stand trial in the New South Wales Supreme Court some 13 months after Anita's murder. John Travers, knowing the evidence against him is overwhelming, suddenly changes his plea to guilty. The trial of the other 4 lasts 2 months, and the defendants shock Australia with their callous attitude, laughing and sniggering in the dock as the gruesome details of Anita's murder are described to the jury.
Their demeanour in court was probably one of smugness, I suppose.
The boys were giggling and smirking and carrying on.
They certainly didn't take the court proceedings seriously all the time, because they did joke and talk amongst themselves.
Yes, and there were times that there were some glaring advances towards us, the investigators, and towards the crowd or towards the prosecutors.
Michael Murdoch probably was the one who seemed to show a little bit more remorse than the others.
I can say from sitting in that court, from the period it started to the period it finished, I don't believe they showed any remorse whatsoever for the crime that they committed.
The jury finds all 4 men guilty, and they're sentenced to life in prison.
When we got out of the court after they'd all been remanded for sentence, we walked out. I recall a bus driver, and there was a classic photo in the paper of a bus driver doing a little jig along the streets out the front, throwing his hat in the air, yelling out, "They're guilty, they're guilty." And it was reminiscing of that dance when the war was over.
I didn't have a great deal of empathy for the offenders. It was a classical, needless crime.
I did go into the jail to see the Murphy brothers, and I saw Michael Murphy and Les Murphy and Gary Murphy. I found them all to be very, very different in their personalities and their demeanour. Les Murphy was intimidating. The manner that he spoke was one of anger and aggression and violence. Michael Murphy and Gary Murphy were a little more subdued, and they were quite remorseful at times about the crime and their involvement in it, but I felt that both of them believed that they shouldn't have been committed of the crime.
Many psychiatrists have tried to explain how these men could lose all respect for their fellow human beings, how they could callously ignore pleas for mercy and take such pleasure from human suffering, while others with equally miserable childhoods do not turn out to be torturers and rapists and killers.
Travers and 2 other prisoners tried to escape through a van.
No, I don't think someone like a Travers could be rehabilitated in our current state of knowledge, and therefore, I think his file was annotated never to be released, and I would suggest that's probably appropriate in his case.